Urban cultivation, the countryside divine doctor, the invincible fool. A simpleton, protecting a pitiful beauty, is beaten bloody by the village bully, but unexpectedly receives a divine inheritance. From then on, he can heal the dead, roam the city, and become invincible. Chapter 1. Beauty in Trouble. Help! Someone is raping an innocent woman. Young Dagon had just finished working in the field when he suddenly heard intermittent cries for help coming from the sorghum field next door. Overwhelmed by his sense of justice, he didn't think twice and rushed in with his hoe. What he saw was a bald man holding a knife, relentlessly pursuing a beautiful woman. Although he couldn't see the woman's face, her figure, voluptuous and curvaceous, was undeniably alluring, revealed beneath her purple, high-slit cheongsam. Young Dagon was enraged. What he couldn't tolerate was that someone dared to commit such a despicable act in broad daylight. Suddenly, Young Dagon sensed something was wrong. Looking closer, he realized the two were engaged in some kind of erotic play, so he decided to hide and watch the show. Young Dagon was short, a dwarf, only 1.2 meters tall. Hidden in the bushes, he was completely unnoticed. The woman was indeed provocative, making Young Dagon's blood boil and involuntarily think of his ex-girlfriend. Just then, he saw the woman's face clearly and realized that the provocative woman was his ex-girlfriend's mother, Ailian. Young Dagon hated this woman intensely. It was she who had forcibly separated him and his ex-girlfriend, that he still couldn't forget the humiliating words Ailian had said to him at his ex-girlfriend's child's 1-month celebration. "You short, dwarf. Thank goodness my daughter listened to me and didn't marry you. Otherwise, who knows if she could even have children." The guests at the banquet roared with laughter. From then on, Young Dagon had a new nickname, Enoki Mushroom. The villagers laughed at him for a whole year because of this. Young Dagon grew angrier and angrier, thinking of knocking the adulterous couple unconscious and parading them by the roadside. Just then, as the two were getting carried away, Ailian's cries for help grew louder and louder. Suddenly, Young Dagon saw a figure dart out from the side of the sorghum field. The person raised a carrying pole and smashed it down on the head of the man on top of Ailian. With a muffled groan, the man passed out. "Beautiful lady, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I've knocked this scoundrel unconscious." The righteous man looked Ailian up and down with ill intent. "Who asked you to save him?" "I'm dating him. Why did you hit my man?" Ailian said angrily. Seeing the man's malicious gaze, she quickly straightened her clothes, but the man grabbed her arm. Young Dagon recognized the man. He was Lu, the scoundrel from the next village. "Beautiful lady, you look better naked. I saved you, so you should repay my life-saving grace with your body." Lu grinned and leaned closer, scaring Ailian pale. "What are you doing? Let me go, or I'll scream for help." "Go ahead and scream, damn it. I've been hiding in the bushes watching you moan for ages, getting all worked up. Now you're going to have some fun with me." Ailian panicked and screamed for help at the top of her lungs. This time, she really needed help. Lu slapped Ailian several times, yelling, "You bitch, I'll teach you to scream. The more you scream, the happier I am." Seeing Ailian get slapped made Young Dagon feel incredibly satisfied, but he couldn't bring himself to leave her to die. So, he picked up his hoe and stealthily approached Lu, intending to ambush her. However, he was spotted by the wary Lu as soon as he stepped out of the bushes. Lu unleashed a torrent of curses at Young Dagon. "Damn it! Where did this goblin come from? Get lost. You're ruining my fun. I'll kick you. You're not even as tall as a dog, flying. You son of a bitch, who are you calling names?" Young Dagon roared in fury, launching a sliding tackle and an uppercut aimed at Lu's chin, but accidentally landing a fatal blow. Lu yelled, "Ouch," and bent over, clutching his groin and panting heavily. Seeing his opponent raise his fist again, he quickly blocked it. Young Dagon then delivered another hook punch, knocking Lu down. Lu, his face contorted in pain, cried out, "You son of a bitch, Young Dagon. I'll remember you. You ruined my plans and dared to hit my groin. You just wait." Young Dagon picked up a hoe and swung it at Lu. Startled, Lu jumped aside, tripped over a sorghum stalk, and fell headfirst to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts." Caught in pain from both sides, Lu didn't know where to clutch and frantically scrambled out of the sorghum field. Young Dagon pretended to chase after him, and Lu, terrified, ran away as fast as he could. Seeing Lu run away, Young Dagon finally stopped and turned to look at Ailian. "Young Dagon, it's you?" Ailian raised her eyebrows, clearly recognizing him. Her tone was mocking. "You've been hiding and peeking all along, haven't you? Humph, don't think I'll thank you for that. I can see right through you. You're just bored because you don't have a woman." Young Dagon's eyes reddened with anger. "Who cares about you? I only came to check because I heard you screaming for help. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have come. Lu Melian wasn't angry at all. Instead, she chuckled. All right, stop pretending. I've been through this. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Just now, you were probably thinking of using my help to get me to marry my daughter to you, weren't you? Don't dream about it. My daughter is no match for you. All right, get lost. Stay away from me from now on. Just looking at you makes me sick. Yang Dagon never expected that saving this old woman would result in such humiliation. A man's first priority is his head, and his second is his manhood. His dignity cannot tolerate repeated insults. Enraged, he glared at Lu Melian and yelled, Lu Melian, if you hadn't spread those lies, would I have been insulted and called Enoki mushroom? Have you no conscience? I saved you, and this is how you repay me. Lu Melian, seeing his anger, giggled. Oh dear, even the Enoki mushroom is getting angry. People say those who have something aren't afraid of being talked about. Those who don't are afraid of being talked about. Looks like I guessed right. I think you are the Enoki mushroom. This woman's mouth is too venomous. Yang Dagon's eyes turned red with anger. Fine, come on, try it. I'll take it out and scare you to death. Fine, come on. If you really have that ability, I'll be your mistress from now on. Lu Melian lifted her skirt, wrapped the hem around her waist, and licked her red lips, sneering. Come on, let me see how you scare me to death. Chapter 2. The enchantress stricken by serpent venom. Yang Dagon felt as though he had endured the most profound humiliation of his life, his anger propelling him to hide behind Lu Melian. Yet, standing at a mere 1.20 meters, he barely reached beyond her posterior, appearing like a child. He grasped her slender waist, leaping half a foot into the air, but still fell short. Did I say something wrong? You had your chance, and yet you failed. Lu Xianglian's laughter rang out, mocking him, and her mirth only deepened Yang Dagon's sense of defeat, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. As he gazed at the laughing Lu Melian, he felt as though he were the subject of the most shameless ridicule. In a fit of rage, he opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, was it you little runt, who just knocked me down? Lu Urga's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Before Yang Dagon could comprehend, something struck his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ouch, that hurts. After a few minutes, Yang Dagon gradually regained consciousness, his head pounding fiercely. He reached up to touch it, his hand coming away stained with blood. Damn Lu Urgu. He nearly killed me. He recalled Lu Urga's voice before losing consciousness and cursed vehemently. Looking around, he noticed Lu Melian's lover lying unconscious on the ground. But Lu Melian had vanished. This is bad. Lu Melian must have been taken by Lu Urgu. That scoundrel is nothing but a rogue. If Lu Melian has been taken away, she may be in grave danger. He furrowed his brow, recalling that Lu Melian was the mother of his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Fenfang. Despite Lu Melian's faults, he could not simply stand by and let her come to harm, especially for Zhang Fenfang's sake. Resolutely, he made his way toward the sorghum fields. Lu Urgu was from the neighboring village, situated 7 or 8 miles away. As he trudged along, short and with legs that struggled to keep pace, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I am willing to offer myself in return. Startled, he looked up to see a figure leaning against a grand willow tree, weakly extending a hand and calling for assistance. The willow tree was lush and robust, its trunk thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Yang Dagon had heard villagers say it had stood for centuries. He hurried over and found a stunningly beautiful woman lying beneath the tree. The woman had long, sleek hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate face tinged with a hint of blue. Her alluring, watery eyes possessed an enchanting charm, evoking a sense of pity for her apparent frailty. She wore a sheer skirt, beneath which peeked a crimson bodice. Her fair skin glimmered through the fabric, enhancing her allure. Her long, supple legs emerged from the skirt, their skin radiant under the dappled sunlight, smooth and tender. What a beauty! She's far more exquisite than our village's flower, even surpassing those glamorous stars. He swallowed hard, captivated. As the woman weakly implored, Master, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Please, save me. Bite where? He gasped in shock. I don't have a phone. Do you have one? I can call for an ambulance. The woman shook her head feebly. I have no phone. What do we do? Yang Dagon anxiously scanned the surroundings. It was midday, and in the sweltering heat, there was no one around. Their village was several miles away, even at the fastest pace. It would take at least half an hour, and given her current state, she might not survive that long. The woman struggled to speak. Master, I'm fading. Please help me suck out the venom. Suck it out? Yang Dagon asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Is that even possible? Yes, master, I beg you. Her pleading gaze shimmered with tears, stirring deep compassion within him. All right, where's the wound? I'll help you, he hastily replied. The woman turned over, exposing her back, where a dark crimson stain marred her clothing. The wound is on my rear, please. What? Young Dagon was taken aback, realizing the wound was in such a private area. To suck out the venom, he would have to lift her skirt. Please, master, I'm running out of time. She implored desperately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he pushed aside his hesitation and lifted her skirt. Her voluptuous legs were revealed before him, a sight he had never witnessed before, as if crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself. Long and firm, her skin was pristine and luminous, curving gracefully upwards, adorned with delicate pink undergarments stained with dark, foul-smelling blood. With trepidation, he reached out, gripping the edge of her undergarment and pulling it down gently. "Ah!" she gasped, a low moan escaping her lips, igniting a flutter in his heart. There, on her alabaster skin, was a large, dark area where the snake had bitten her. For small puncture wounds oozing a noxious black fluid. Faced with this grotesque sight, he hesitated, but the urgency of her life compelled him. Gritting his teeth, he leaned in and took a deep breath, sucking the venom away. "Ah!" she shuddered, her face flushing crimson, the toxin visibly receding. He continued to draw out the foul blood, watching as it transformed from dark to a vibrant red, until at last, the venom was gone, and he ceased. The woman lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, her body enveloped in a delicate pink hue. "Are you all right?" Young Dagon asked, spitting out the lingering metallic taste. And observing her weakened form, he feared the venom had not been entirely expelled. He was about to lean in for another attempt when she exclaimed, "Kind benefactor. That's enough. I'm better now." "Really?" He regarded her with skepticism. "Yes," she affirmed, taking a few breaths before slowly rising. "Thank you, kind benefactor. The poison has been drawn out." Seeing her complexion had returned to normal, he felt relieved. "Good. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Benefactor, please wait. I have something to discuss," she called out urgently. "What is it?" Young Dagon turned, puzzled by her sudden insistence. Suddenly, the woman grasped his arm, her lips parting as she bit down hard on his wrist. Chapter 3, The Vixen. Ouch. "What is wrong with you? I helped you, and yet you bite me." Young Dagon stepped back, clutching his arm, pain radiating from the bite as he looked down to find blood seeping from the wound, his anger flaring. "Please, kind benefactor, do not take offense. I am a fox spirit named Huyushian. Today, while cultivating, I was ambushed by a venomous snake and was poisoned. Thanks to your timely intervention, I escaped death. Just now, I bestowed upon you the secret arts of my fox clan, the Inyang Harmony Technique and the Inyang Fox Eyes, as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving efforts." Young Dagon stared in astonishment at Huyushian, realizing that such an enchanting woman was indeed a fox spirit. Sensing his disbelief, she urged, "If you doubt my words, close your eyes and feel carefully." Young Dagon harbored skepticism in his heart, yet upon hearing Huyushian's words, he closed his eyes and concentrated intently. To his astonishment, he perceived a multitude of small foxes swirling within his mind. Gradually, these foxes transformed into golden characters. And as these characters slowly dissipated, he felt as though something profound had been inscribed within his consciousness. The Inyang Harmony Technique. He gazed at Huyushian in disbelief as a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, encompassing not only cultivation methods, but also a vast array of wisdom. A continuous legacy passed down through generations of the Fox clan. My benefactor has absorbed the secret techniques of our Fox clan. You may attempt our Inyang Fox Eyes. Simply focus your spirit upon your eyes. Following her guidance, he suddenly discovered that the world around him appeared infinitely more vivid than before. He could discern details even hundreds of meters away, including the minuscule dance of mosquitoes. When his gaze fell upon Huyushian, his heart raced fiercely. For under the Inyang Fox Eyes, he could see through her garments, revealing her exquisite form. Her slender waist, only slightly wider than his palm, and her fair skin resembled the elegant undulations of a snowy mountain, striking him with overwhelming beauty. My benefactor. Huyushian noticed his gaze and blushed, casting an abashed look at him. Realizing he had been caught, he hastily averted his eyes and cleared his throat, saying, "Thank you for imparting such profound techniques." "There is no need for thanks," Huyushian replied. "Were it not for your timely rescue, I might have perished. I perceive that you are rather slight of stature, likely due to innate developmental issues. Our Inyang Harmony Technique can rectify this, as long as you cultivate alongside women of greater strength or special constitution. You will gradually grow taller until you are indistinguishable from others." "Is that truly possible?" Young Dagon asked with astonishment. His height had always been a source of insecurity, subject to ridicule and bullying, and even leading to the end of romantic relationships, which had deeply wounded his self-esteem. The prospect of attaining a normal height was more than he could have hoped for. Indeed, Hu Yuxian affirmed with a nod. Yang Dagon's heart soared with elation, recalling her mention of rapid improvement through dual cultivation with stronger women. He could not help but glance at Hu Yuxian, a prodigy of the Fox clan, whose strength far surpassed his own. If he could cultivate alongside her, the results would surely be immediate. As if reading his thoughts, Hu Yuxian's cheeks flushed crimson, her alluring eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. The earlier suggestion to engage in dual cultivation had stirred something within her heart. Moreover, height was of little concern to her. She believed that Yang Dagon, through the yin-yang harmony technique, would undoubtedly undergo a transformative change. My benefactor, if Yuxian is willing. Hu Yuxian's words sent Yang Dagon's heart racing. The fact that she was inclined to this idea filled him with excitement. Observing her bashful yet joyful gaze, he stepped forward, grasped her hand, and led her into the nearby cornfield. After more than half an hour of fervent practice, Yang Dagon panted as he adjusted his clothing. During the cultivation session with Hu Yuxian, he felt a cool force surging within his dantian, coursing through the meridians of both their bodies. This intimate exchange left him invigorated, his mind clearer than ever before. It felt as though his previous insecurities had shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Hu Yuxian reclined softly on the ground, her gaze like flowing water upon Yang Dagon, and she murmured, "My benefactor, within our Fox clan, one has but a single partner. Henceforth, Yuxian shall be yours." Yang Dagon's heart fluttered at her words, and gazing at her serene form, he replied with a smile, "Yuxian, rest assured, I, Yang Dagon, will never let you down." Joyfully, Hu Yuxian sat up, wrapping her arms around his waist as she softly promised, "My benefactor, I too shall never betray you. However, there are matters within my clan that require my attention, and I must return to seek vengeance. Once I have arranged everything, I will descend the mountain to find you. Please wait for me." With that, Hu Yuxian rose, straightened her attire, and cast a tender glance back at him, saying, "My benefactor, Yuxian shall take her leave first." As he watched her transform into a white fox and dart into the cornfield, he felt a pang of loss. But he consoled himself with the knowledge that she would return soon. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? Once Hu Yuxian's figure had vanished from sight, he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that Lu Ergu had taken Lu Mailian away, and that an hour had already elapsed. If he did not hurry, she might suffer a dire fate. Chapter 4. I have no objection to bearing your children. Yang Dagon hurriedly exited the field, striding forward with purpose. Having just grasped the yin-yang fox eyes, he could not resist using them to survey his surroundings, perceiving everything within hundreds of meters with clarity. Oh, that must be the ancestral grave of the old Zhou family. Why is smoke rising from it? He mused. Such smoke suggests a significant event. Perhaps a great official is about to emerge from this lineage. But wait, there's a hint of blood. They must endure a trial to ascend to greatness. In contrast, the ancestral grave of Li Dongchao's family was in poor condition. I heard that his ancestor was a wealthy landlord, and their coffin is made of genuine mahogany. Remarkably, after 2 or 3 centuries, it remains intact, complete with a treasure trove of gold and jewels for burial. If unearthed, it could be worth millions. As he continued on his way, his gaze flitted about, absorbing the surrounding sights. The yin-yang fox eyes not only allowed him to see through objects, but also revealed fortunes, misfortunes, and the ebb and flow of fate. Truly remarkable. What is that? Suddenly, he noticed something beneath the great willow tree at the village entrance. A jade gourd buried more than a foot deep. The exquisite bottle, entirely emerald green, appeared to be an antique of considerable value. Goodness, he exclaimed, quickly retrieving a stick and hastily excavating the earth. With the legacy of the Fox clan's yin-yang harmony technique enhancing his strength, he unearthed the jade gourd with ease. The gourd, no larger than a thumb, radiated a verdant glow, clearly not an ordinary object. Its mouth was adorned with golden thread, and a small hole appeared to be intended for threading. What a delicate little gourd, he marveled, noticing that it emitted a faint sound of liquid sloshing within as he gently shook it. He carefully twisted the gourd's mouth open, peering inside to find a single drop of liquid resting at the bottom, exuding a unique aroma reminiscent of aged wine that stirred his thirst. Could this be wine? Is it a wine gourd? He wondered, astonished that ancient people would use such a small vessel for storing liquor. This tiny amount wouldn't even suffice for a single sip. He regarded the diminutive gourd, estimating its capacity to be no more than 5 milliliters, enough to drink in one go. What does several hundred years of wine taste like? He pondered, bringing the gourd to his lips. A drop of wine fell onto his tongue, and its rich flavor exploded in his mouth, causing his eyes to narrow involuntarily. Instantly, he felt a fiery sensation coursing down his throat, igniting a wave of heat that burned through him. Ouch! He clutched his chest, feeling as though he had swallowed a fireball, the discomfort almost unbearable. Rubbing his chest vigorously, he sensed the intense warmth spreading to his stomach, transforming into a unique power that surged through his limbs. His meridians gradually filled with this force, accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to being torn apart. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The sensation persisted, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, until, after a full quarter of an hour, it finally began to subside. Good heavens, that was excruciating. He gasped for breath as he rose from the ground, his clothes caked with mud. Just moments ago, he had been drenched in sweat from the pain, the earth now wet and clinging to him, causing immense discomfort. What has happened to my hand? He suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, discovering a layer of old skin peeling off, resembling a snake shedding its skin. A gentle touch caused a large piece to fall away, revealing tender, smooth skin beneath. Am I shedding my skin? A jolt of realization struck him as he recalled the teachings of the Fox clan, which spoke of certain miraculous herbs capable of purifying the essence and expelling toxins from the body, enhancing one's potential for cultivation, leading to a transformation akin to his current state. Could it be that the gourd contained not wine, but a wondrous elixir? Elated, he practiced his yin-yang harmony technique and felt his once narrow meridians now flowing freely and expanding considerably. Truly remarkable. He gazed with delight at his hands, stained with the remnants of filth and exuding a foul odor. Incredible. I feel so much lighter. Suddenly, he remembered his urgent mission to rescue someone. Time had been wasted, and it was possible that Lu Urgu had already caused trouble for Lu Malian. With that thought, he disregarded the mud covering him and hurriedly made his way to Lu Urgu's residence. In merely 5 minutes, he sprinted 3 miles and finally arrived at Lu Urgu's doorstep. The dilapidated courtyard was locked tight, and through his fox-like eyes, he observed that the imagined scenario had not unfolded. Inside the brick house, built in the 1980s, Lu Urgu sat, inebriated, a flushed face and bleary eyes fixated on Lu Malian, who was seated on the bed, a glass of wine in hand, her cheeks rosy with drink. Lu Malian, feeling the heat, had loosened her sun-protective clothing, her strapless dress riding up to her knees, exposing her shapely calves, revealing an exquisite view. Lu Urgu, eyes wide, shouted, "Sister Malian, don't worry. I have my pride. If you accompany me, I promise you won't suffer any loss. Just ask around in the 3 streets. Lu Urgu keeps his word. If anything arises at your home, just tell me, and I'll handle it for you." With a sly glance, Lu Malian retorted, "Brother Urgu, I won't beat around the bush. If you want my company, know this. I won't let you have everything for free. I'll attend to you. But you must pay me. I won't ask for much, just 300. Whenever you need me, I'll come, ensuring you are well taken care of. Pay me up front, and I'll have your children without hesitation." Lu Urgu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Malian, how could you look down on me? I'm no fool. I have no money, but I'm a man of honor, never mentioning cash." Lu Malian scoffed. "Lu Urgu, don't act tough with me. I want tangible benefits, not some lofty principles. Can you eat principles?" With a crash, Lu Urgu hurled his glass to the ground, cursing, "Malian, you shameless woman. I've given you face, offering you a drink, and you dare to take advantage of me." Lu Malian, undaunted, threw her cup down as well, standing her ground. "I'm a professional, with a clear price. 300 for a visit. You can't even scrape that together, yet you dare to pretend you're a player. Look at you, still single and pathetic." Her harsh words stung, and Lu Urgu, in his 40s and still a bachelor, felt a rush of embarrassment. In a fit of rage, he seized Lu Malian by the neck and pushed her onto the bed, trembling with an intensity that seemed as if he might explode. "I'm broke, but I'll have you. You dare call me a virgin? Once I'm done with you, let us see if you still say that." He tore at her dress, throwing the bare Lu Malian onto the bed, ready to remove his own clothing. Yang Daijing, initially intending to rescue her, was taken aback to find them drinking together. Rather than resisting, Lu Malian appeared to be bargaining with Lu Urgu. Just as things were escalating, they began to fight. Seeing Lu Malian on the verge of being overpowered, he could not simply stand by, for she was the mother of his ex-girlfriend. He leaped into action, grasping the edge of the courtyard wall, vaulting over, and advancing toward the main room, kicking the door open with a forceful kick. The door flew open, and Yang Daijing rushed in, witnessing Lu Urgu, pants down, on the bed. Hearing the commotion, he jumped off in fright. "Holy crap, a ghost!" Lu Urgu's eyes widened in terror at the sight of Yang Daijing, covered in mud and with patches of dry skin flaking off his face, resembling a ghoul. "Who are you?" he stammered, retreating in fear. Don't eat me. Take her instead. Women are tender and delicious. Lu Ergu shoved Lu Mailian forward, panic-stricken. Lu Mailian, both frightened and furious, shouted, "You worthless scoundrel." Yang Daijing, unable to contain his amusement at their bickering, raised his hands and bounded toward them. Lu Ergu, I'm Yang Daijing. You killed me, and now I've come for revenge. Yang Daijing. Lu Ergu's face paled as he recognized him. The sight of Yang Daijing's face, cracked and grotesque, filled him with dread, and he instinctively shrank beneath the table, wishing to disappear into the ground. Yang Daijing lunged forward, bending low, and opened his mouth wide at Lu Ergu. Ah! Lu Ergu screamed, his body stiffening, frothing at the mouth. Eyes rolling back as he trembled uncontrollably, a foul odor escaping him, causing him to lose control and faint. Chapter 5. He just wants to ruin me, damn it. Yang Daijing stepped back, fanning his nose in disgust. What a useless coward. This is what it means to be in the game. Such a weak heart. You're not a ghost? Lu Mailian, who had been preparing to escape, asked in surprise. Do I look like I have such bad luck? He turned to face Lu Mailian, who stood there naked, her figure still captivating despite the circumstances. She bore the marks of Lu Ergu's earlier advances. Upon realizing Yang Daijing was not a ghost, she regained her confidence, scolding, Yang Daijing, you fool. You scared me half to death. I came to rescue you. And instead of gratitude, you call me a fool? Have you no conscience? Yang Daijing bristled with irritation. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're just after my daughter, hoping to marry her off to you. Otherwise, why would you be so altruistic? You were once a golden needle. But look at you now, you've become a pathetic sprout from a gutter. I advise you to abandon that thought now. I still expect my daughter to earn money for me, and I will never let her marry a broke loser like you. With that, she stepped forward, brushing past Yang Daijing and, with a grimace, dragged Lu Ergu out from under the table. What are you doing? Get lost. I let that bastard bite me so many times, I can't let it go in vain. Let's see if this damn guy has any money on him. As she spoke, Lu Mailian rummaged through Lu Ergu's pockets from top to bottom, while turning her head to scold. Why are you still standing there? Don't think that just because you helped me, you can get a share of the money from me. This damn guy tore my clothes and slobbered all over me. It's disgusting. This is all my compensation for emotional distress. Damn it, what a poor bastard. He only has a little over 10 yuan on him. Is he even a man? After a while, Lu Mailian searched Lu Ergu and found only 13 or 14 yuan. She cursed in disdain, but still clenched the money in her hand, barely pulling her torn clothes back on. Grumbling, she muttered, this is a total loss for me. Not only did I ruin my clothes, but I also got bitten by a dog. Yang Dagan was utterly speechless at this woman. He really didn't understand how Zhang Finfin ended up as her daughter. What a waste. Not bothering with Lu Mailian, he turned and headed out, ready to go home. Just as he stepped out of Lu Ergu's house, he ran into a petite woman about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a denim skirt. When she saw him, she happily waved and said, Dagan, what are you doing here? Have you seen my mom? The newcomer was Zhang Finfin, Lu Mailian's daughter and his ex-girlfriend. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but looked quiet and delicate, with 2 dimples when she smiled, which made her quite adorable. Seeing Zhang Finfin, he couldn't help but smile and gestured with his chin, saying, she's back there. Zhang Finfin looked past him into the courtyard and saw her mother walking over with disheveled clothes. Her face darkened. She knew exactly what kind of person her mother was. But she couldn't say much in front of Yang Dagan. She called out, Mom, what are you doing here? Lu Mailian was fuming with anger. The moment she saw Zhang Finfin, her temper flared. Finfin, what are you doing here? Did you sneak out to see Yang Dagan again? Zhang Finfin replied with a dark expression, No, Chen Guibin said you were missing, so I came looking for you. Hearing this, Lu Mailian's expression softened slightly. That's good. Let me tell you, you need to cut ties with this golden needle mushroom. Look at what he's like. How could he possibly be worthy of you? As she spoke, she grabbed Zhang Finfin's hand and tried to pull her away. Zhang Finfin forcefully shook off her hand. Mom, what are you doing? What's wrong with Dagan? So what if he's a bit short? He's honest and treats me well. I like him. Lu Mailian, furious, scolded with a darkened face. You think you've grown wings now? Daring to defy me? What about him is worthy of you? What good is honesty? Can honesty put food on the table? In this day and age, honesty is just foolishness, just stupidity. He can't even earn money. Do you plan to live on air with him? Mom, what are you saying? Dagan may be short, but I'm not tall either. You want me to meet those rich people, but they don't even look at me. Lu Mailian snapped. That's because they have no taste. Don't argue with me. Come with me now. Zhang Finfin shook off Lu Mailian's hand again, walked over to Yang Dagan, grabbed his arm, and shouted at Lu Mailian, Mom, stop forcing me to go on blind dates. I have nothing in common with those people, and they don't like me either. I have my pride. If you keep forcing me, I'll elope with Dagan. Hearing this, Lu Melian pointed at Zhang Finfin and yelled angrily. Well, aren't you something? Now you dare to disobey me. Zhang Finfin, do you really think this golden needle mushroom is any good? Let me tell you, he's wicked. Do you know why I'm here? It's because he wanted revenge on me. He called Lu Ergo to kidnap me and try to violate me. If I weren't clever, your mother would have been stabbed by this golden needle mushroom by now. And you still treat him like a treasure. Yang Dagan, who had remained silent until now, never expected Lu Melian to fabricate such lies just to make Zhang Finfin leave him. Seeing Zhang Finfin's expression change, he hurriedly said, Auntie, you can't say things like that. When Lu Ergo kidnapped you, I rushed over specifically to save you. How can you accuse me like this? Save me? Lu Melian raised her slender eyebrows and cursed viciously. You can't even reach my chest if you jump. How could you save me? What could you possibly do to save me? If I weren't clever and pretended to be possessed by an evil spirit, scaring Lu Ergo unconscious and beating you up, I would have been violated by you by now. As she spoke, Lu Melian pointed at Yang Dagan. Finfin, look at him, covered in mud. That's from when I beat him earlier. And he rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. I only spared him for your sake. And you still want to be with someone like him? Zhang Finfin's face changed dramatically. Looking at Yang Dagan covered in mud, she didn't want to believe he could do such a thing. But her mother spoke so convincingly that it didn't seem entirely false. If you still don't believe me, I'll call the police right now and have him arrested. Lu Melian took out her phone and dialed. Yang Dagan, anxious and not wanting to deal with this trouble, hurriedly shouted, Auntie, what are you doing? I saved you. How can you treat me like this? Does your conscience not bother you? Lu Melian glared sideways. Finfin, see? He's guilty. He doesn't dare let me call the police. Hearing this, Zhang Finfin looked at Yang Dagan's anxious expression and couldn't help but believe it a little. Could it be that Yang Dagan really resented her mother for obstructing their relationship and conspired with someone else to harm her? Lu Melian's call connected at that moment. And without hesitation, she shouted into the phone, Police, I want to report a crime. In Yushao village, yes. Yang Dagan and Lu Ergo tried to assault me. Come quickly. Seeing that Lu Melian had already called the police, Yang Dagan said angrily, Fine, go ahead and call the police. Let's see how you explain yourself when the police expose your false report. Who said it's a false report? You tried to assault me and are harassing my daughter. Let the police come and arrest you, so you can never get out of jail. Dagan, did you really do something like this? How could you do this to me? Looking at Lu Melian's haughty demeanor and Zhang Finfin's suspicious gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, let's wait. We'll wait for the police to arrive. Chapter 6. How dare you seduce my daughter? At that moment, Lu Ergo stumbled out of the house. Looking as though he intended to clean himself up, Yang Dagan had an idea and called out to Lu Ergo, come here. Hearing the call, Lu Ergo turned and saw him, trembling so badly he almost wet himself again. Lu Melian hurriedly shouted, Lu Ergo, don't be afraid of him. He's just Yang Dagan. He probably fell into some ditch and got covered in mud. Look at you. What kind of coward are you? Almost scared to death by him. Hearing this, Lu Ergo suddenly snapped back to reality. Remembering how he had been so frightened by this 3-inch nail that he wet his pants, his face twisted with anger. So it's you golden needle mushroom. Damn it, how dare you scare me? I'll kill you. As Lu Ergo charged forward, Lu Melian quickly stepped up and grabbed him, shouting, Lu Ergo, tell me, was it Yang Dagan who instigated you to kidnap me and conspire with you to violate me? As she spoke, Lu Melian turned her back to the two of them and frantically winked at Lu Ergo. Lu Ergo, let me tell you, I've already called the police. Confess and leniency will be granted. Resist and severity will follow. Yang Dagan is the mastermind, right? Hearing about the police, Lu Ergo trembled with fear. If this matter reached the police station, he might end up in jail. But seeing Lu Melian's wink, he suddenly understood. She was trying to pin everything on Yang Dagan and clear himself. He quickly nodded and shouted, Yes, it was Yang Dagan. He made me do it. This has nothing to do with me. I even tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. Seeing that Lu Ergo understood her meaning, Lu Melian turned around triumphantly and said, Finfin, see? I told you Yang Dagan is no good. Hearing Lu Ergo's words, Zhang Finfin's face flushed with anger, and she suddenly raised her hand to slap Yang Dagan across the face. Yang Dagan furrowed his brow, his reflexes sharp as he swiftly seized Zhang Finfang's wrist, exclaiming, What are you doing? Zhang Finfang tugged her hand back with force, realizing it was futile. Anger surged within her as she raised her foot to kick Yang Dagan, retorting, What do you mean by what are you doing? Yang Dagan, you are inhuman to commit such an act. Yang Dagan, infuriated, replied, Do you just believe whatever he says? Am I that kind of person? She is my mother, and what about Lu Ergu? If you haven't done anything wrong, why would he frame you? Lu Ergu, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Yes, it's Yang Dagon who urged me to do this. Such a person is utterly despicable. If a girl chooses not to marry, how can he kidnap her mother and cause her harm? He deserves to be imprisoned. When the police arrive, make sure they take him away. As Zhang Fenfang listened to his words without a hint of belief, Lu Meilian and Lu Ergu incited her further, leading her to trust their accusations against him, which made him feel uneasy. After all, they had shared 2 years of affection. Zhang Fenfang knew him well. Yet now, she preferred to believe others' words condemning him rather than trusting him. With a stoic expression, he replied coldly, "Whether I did it or not will be determined when the police arrive. If you don't believe me, we shall discuss it then." Zhang Fenfang, seeing his unyielding demeanor, retorted angrily, "Fine, fine. You still refuse to admit it. Just wait until the police come and see what you have to say." Yang Dagon turned away, choosing to wait for the police to arrive before speaking further. The police arrived swiftly, their patrol car appearing within 10 minutes. Lu Meilian, spotting the police car, exclaimed excitedly, "The police are here. Yang Dagon, you seduced my daughter. Prepare to face imprisonment." She waved to the 2 officers who exited the vehicle, calling out, "Over here. Police. Come quickly." A female officer and a male officer approached, the male officer furrowing his brow and asking, "Did you report the crime?" Lu Meilian eagerly nodded. Yes, it's me. He attempted to assault me. Please take him away." Lu Ergu chimed in, Yes, it's him. Just look at him. He clearly isn't a good person." The officers turned their gaze towards Yang Dagon, observing his short stature and muddy appearance. The female officer inquired, "You're saying it's him?" Lu Meilian affirmed, "Yes, that's right. Look, he even tore my clothes." She turned to display the ripped fabric, revealing large patches of her back. Yang Dagon refrained from hastily defending himself and instead observed the officers. He recognized the male officer, Du Yushan, who had previously patrolled their village and appeared to be in his 40s, with a seasoned demeanor. The female officer was a stranger to him. Donning a police cap with short hair and a delicate face, her large, lively eyes reflecting curiosity and unfamiliarity, suggesting it was her first time on duty. She stood behind her partner, not speaking much, her height of around 1.7 meters lending her an athletic grace that distinguished her from ordinary women. "Quiet down. Let us take turns speaking. You go first." Du Yushan pointed at Lu Meilian. She immediately began to embellish her story, directing accusations towards Yang Dagon, claiming that due to her disapproval of his relationship with her daughter, he harbored ill intentions, deceiving her into coming over while he conspired with Lu Ergu to harm her. Du Yushan maintained a stoic expression as he listened, then turned to Lu Ergu. Lu Ergu, eager to avoid being implicated, shifted all the blame onto Yang Dagon, asserting that he had deceived him into thinking they were going to play cards, only to bring Lu Meilian home, where Yang Dagon closed the door and attempted to assault her. He claimed he had intervened, but Yang Dagon had threatened him and knocked him unconscious. Du Yushan listened intently, then fixed his gaze upon Yang Dagon, asking, "Is this true? What do you have to say?" Finally given the opportunity to speak, Yang Dagon replied in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, the situation is not as you perceive. Earlier, while I was working in the fields, I encountered Lu Meilian and Chen Guibin." He succinctly recounted the events leading up to the incident. Lu Meilian, her face flushed with rage, shouted, "You little scoundrel! How dare you slander me? I would never do such a thing." Du Yushan admonished, "What is all this noise?" One at a time. Lu Meilian, fuming, shut her mouth, glaring at Yang Dagon as if to warn him against speaking out of turn. After Yang Dagon finished, Du Yushan turned to the female officer. Allowing a smile to break through his stern demeanor, "Su Miao, what do you think?" Officer Su Miao's keen eyes darted between Yang Dagon and the others, and she chuckled. "Uncle Yushan, let me ask them. Lu Ergu, how did Yang Dagon knock you out?" Lu Ergu, his eyes darting about, explained, at that moment, "I refused to comply and tried to chase him away. As I opened the door, he ambushed me from behind and knocked me out. If it weren't for his sneak attack, how could I have been knocked out?" "Oh, so you were facing away from him and weren't paying attention, correct?" "Yes, that's right. What did he use to knock you out?" "A beer bottle. I usually enjoy drinking, and I have several lying around." "Did you see that, Lu Meilian?" "Yes, I saw it. That's exactly how it happened." Lu Meilian insisted vehemently. "All right, I think I have a good grasp of the situation. They are lying." Su Miao pointed at Lu Ergu and Lu Meilian. Their faces paled at her accusation. Lu Meilian retorted, "What is wrong with you, young lady? On what basis do you say we are lying? Do you have some connection with this scoundrel?" "We both said the same thing. Why do you choose to believe him?" "Silence." Du Yushan barked. "Mind your language. Do you know who he is?" "Uncle Yushan, don't say anything reckless." Su Miao quickly intervened, turning to Lu Meilian. "You claim he knocked Lu Ergu out with a beer bottle, but how tall is Yang Dagon?" Su Miao smiled. "He is just over 1. 2 meters tall, while Lu Ergu is around 8 meters. There's a significant height difference. Even if Yang Dagon had a beer bottle, he couldn't reach Lu Ergu's head to knock him out. Furthermore, you mentioned he struck you on the back of the head. I observed that if a beer bottle were to knock you out, there would at least be a bump on your head. However, you have no injuries. How could he have knocked you out? If you're not convinced, we can go to the hospital and consult a medical examiner. Lu Ergu stared in disbelief at Officer Su Miao, astonished that this seemingly inexperienced female officer was so astute, instantly identifying the flaws in his account. Lu Malian attempted to argue. If he couldn't reach me, wouldn't he jump? Lu Ergu has no injuries because he has a hard head. He is tough. Du Yushan bellowed, enough? We are police officers, not here to listen to your tales. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are filing a false report and making accusations, which is a crime. Lu Malian scoffed. Who are you trying to intimidate? What if it's false? It's not like anything serious happened. Can you really arrest me? Unlike Lu Malian, Lu Ergu, a village simpleton, was alarmed. He understood that making false accusations could lead to imprisonment. He quickly protested, that is not true. It was Lu Malian who told me to say this. I had no choice. If someone is to be arrested, it should be her. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Malian snapped back. Lu Ergu, with your meager aspirations, you think you can make a name for yourself? You merely intimidated Yang Dagon to make him stop pursuing my daughter. What's the big deal? Hearing this, Zhang Fenfang finally grasped the truth, filled with regret for having believed her mother and Lu Ergu's accusations against Yang Dagon. Guilt washed over her as she glanced at him, noting his icy demeanor, and felt a pang of discomfort. She should not have so easily trusted her mother and Lu Ergu's words. As the situation with Lu Xianglian remained tumultuous, seemingly unrepentant, Du Yushan exclaimed in anger, Lu Xianglian, I must inform you that your actions are unlawful. Accusing others falsely and reporting fake incidents can lead to imprisonment. Lu Xianglian, undeterred by his words, puffed out her chest, nearly pressing against Du Yushan, and retorted, Who are you trying to intimidate? I was raised by your threats. Go ahead, try to arrest me. In Chapter 7, the future mother-in-law in jail, Zhang Fenfang interjected, Mother, please stop. Officer Du is right. You should apologize to him. Observing Du Yushan's dark expression, she feared he might truly apprehend her mother and hurriedly urged her to comply. Lu Xianglian scoffed, Look at your pitiful selves. He is merely trying to frighten you. Suddenly, she tore open her clothing and declared, Don't think I'm oblivious to their intentions. They want to intimidate me into submission, so they can do as they please. Bring it on. With her chest thrust out, she continued to walk toward Du Yushan, who, incensed, stepped back repeatedly. As Lu Xianglian's behavior escalated, he finally pushed her away, pulled out handcuffs, and snapped them onto her wrists. With a swift motion, he secured her other arm, forcing her hands behind her back. This is utterly outrageous. Unrepentant and daring to insult a police officer. Let me teach you a lesson. Do you truly believe you can humiliate the police at will? Now handcuffed, Lu Xianglian began to panic, struggling fiercely to free herself, but only tightening the cuffs. Zhang Fenfang rushed over, grasping Du Yushan's arm in desperation. Officer Du, my mother simply doesn't understand the law. Please, don't take her away. Once we return home, I will ensure she learns her lesson and never insults a police officer again. Insulting a police officer? Du Yushan replied furiously. She has not only insulted the police, but also reported false accusations against Yang Dagon. Each incident is serious, and your mere words cannot brush it aside. I understand. I will certainly speak to her. Officer Du, please, I beg you, let her go. She knows nothing. Lu Malian's tone softened. Officer Du, I was just speaking thoughtlessly. I never harmed anyone. Why are you arresting me? I admit my mistake. Now you realize your error, huh? Du Yushan grunted, casting a hesitant glance at Su Miao. He was indifferent to the proceedings and preferred not to complicate matters, but Su Miao was the child of a superior, and though he led the operation, the final decision rested with her. Su Miao's lively eyes sparkled as she chuckled. Your mother may not understand the law, and we could overlook her folly. But her unfounded accusations, though they did not lead to irreversible consequences, still require Yang Dagon's pardon for us to refrain from detaining her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fenfang swiftly turned to Yang Dagon. Dagon, please tell the police you forgive my mother. We cannot allow her to be taken away. Yang Dagon glanced at Zhang Fenfang, who was clearly anxious. Just moments ago, her mother and Lu Ergu had falsely accused him, and he had fallen for it easily. Now, faced with the truth, he saw no reason to offer forgiveness. Seeing Yang Dagon remain silent, Zhang Fenfang urged, Dagon, why are you just standing there? Quickly tell the police. She continued, if the police take my mother away, our relationship will be ruined forever. Lu Malian, observing Yang Dagon's silence, fumed, You foolish man. Speak to the police at once, or I swear I will not spare you. Su Miao chuckled. It seems the victim has not forgiven you. Therefore, please accompany us for further questioning. Reporting false incidents, making baseless accusations, and insulting an officer, while not resulting in severe consequences, remains a grave offense that could warrant a 6-month sentence. What? 6 months? Lu Meilian's expression darkened, and she shouted, Zhang Fenfang, look at the kind of person you've brought upon us. I warned you he was unreliable, but you didn't listen. Hurry and persuade him to speak nicely to the police, for I do not wish to spend half a year in jail. Zhang Fenfang, now frantic, exclaimed, Yang Dagan. Do you truly want my mother to go to jail? If she does, I will never forgive you. Witnessing the two of them in a flustered state, Yang Dagan realized that they remained unrepentant and continued to threaten him. He had once believed that Zhang Fenfang held genuine affection for him, but now it seemed merely a farce. Officer Su, I do not forgive them. Please take her away, Yang Dagan declared. Lu Meilian and Zhang Fenfang were taken aback by his audacity. They could hardly believe Yang Dagan would speak so boldly, truly willing to see her imprisoned. Zhang Fenfang's eyes widened in disbelief as she screeched, Yang Dagan, how dare you? Are you not afraid I will end things between us? With a smirk, Su Miao replied. Then there's no choice left, Uncle Yushan. Let us take her away, along with Lu Ergu. Lu Meilian, now frightened, pleaded loudly. No, please don't take me. Yang Dagan, don't allow them to arrest me. I promise to have Fenfang be with you. Just help me. Zhang Fenfang quickly chimed in. Dagan, did you hear that? My mother has agreed for us to be together. You can ask the police to let her go now. Yang Dagan turned, giving her a deep, contemplative look. When Zhang Fenfang noticed his indifference, her anger flared. Yang Dagan, what do you mean by this? Isn't it enough? What else do you want? Yang Dagan ignored her and looked up at Su Miao, smiling slightly. Officer Su, I forgive her. I apologize for the trouble. Su Miao, amused, replied. It seems both heroes and everyone else must face trials in love. Yang Dagan chuckled softly, having gained clarity from this incident. He realized Zhang Fenfang's affection for him was not genuine. It was merely born from her need for comfort, as no one else valued her. However, he felt gratitude towards Lu Meilian. Had she not obstructed their union, he might never have discerned Zhang Fenfang's true feelings. Lu Meilian had indeed spoken a truth. They belonged to different worlds, and now that he had cultivated his strengths, Zhang Fenfang would never reach his level. Du Yushan released Lu Meilian from the handcuffs. Once free, her demeanor shifted dramatically, glaring at Yang Dagan. Yet, with the police present, she dared not speak further and seized Zhang Fenfang, dragging her away. Su Miao teased, Yang Dagan, your future fiancé has been taken away. Aren't you going to say something? Yang Dagan smiled faintly. Despite Su Miao's lack of explicit support, she had aided him by implying that forgiveness was necessary for her release. Whether her motives stemmed from pity or something else, he appreciated her gesture. We were never truly compatible. Releasing her merely concludes our past feelings. Thank you, Officer Su, and Officer Du Yushan remained silent, while Su Miao laughed. We enforce the law impartially. There is no need for thanks. We shall take our leave. As Su Miao and Du Yushan departed, Yang Dagan turned to leave, only to hear Lu Ergu curse. You wait, Yang Dagan. I will settle the score with you. He cast a glance at Lu Ergu, who had previously attempted to frame him. Now, emboldened by the absence of the police, he dared to make threats, completely oblivious to the gravity of his situation. You think you can intimidate me? The police are gone. Let us see if you dare to act. Lu Ergu shouted. Go ahead, try. Yang Dagan scoffed, meeting his challenge with a taunting gaze. How dare you provoke me? Lu Ergu, unable to contain his fury, lunged forward and slapped at Yang Dagan. With a determined focus, Yang Dagan sprang into action, leaping half a meter into the air and delivering a powerful kick to Lu Ergu's chest. Lu Ergu stumbled backward several meters, colliding with the courtyard wall, and slowly slumped to the ground, struggling to catch his breath, unable even to cry out in pain. His face flushed with distress as he clutched his chest. At this moment, having attained the yin-yang harmonization technique and undergone such an ordeal, his mindset had transformed profoundly. He was no longer plagued by inferiority but viewed everything through the lens of a stronger individual. In his eyes, Lu Ergu was merely an inconsequential figure. Chapter 8. The misfortune of another's daughter. Upon returning home, he found his family dwelling in a large courtyard with 3 simple rooms. Reminiscent of the 1980s, a style long out of vogue, as wealthier families had already rebuilt their homes. Their circumstances were modest. He was not tall and could not find work outside. His elder brother, Yang Dazhuang, had polio as a child and walked with a limp. His younger sister, Yang Mei, had just entered her final year of high school. Their mother suffered from hypertension and diabetes, rendering her unable to perform heavy labor. The only capable worker in the family was his father, who toiled from dawn till dusk alongside the village contractor, often absent from home for 10 days or more. When his mother heard the door open, she called from inside, "Ergu, why are you back so late? There's food in the kitchen, hurry and eat." "All right, mother," he replied, rushing to the restroom to wash off the mud from his body. Looking in the mirror, he noticed that his skin had become noticeably smoother and more elastic. A shade lighter than before. Although still bronze-skinned, he appeared significantly healthier. Have I grown a bit taller? With the yin-yang fox eyes, his vision had sharpened considerably. He could indeed see that he looked a fraction taller and more handsome. The reflection showed a square face and sharp eyebrows, and while his stature remained diminutive, the aura of defeat had vanished, marking a dramatic transformation. After donning his clothes, he ventured outside to find his mother engaged in conversation with the Wang family's patriarch at the entrance. He fetched a bowl of rice from the kitchen and returned to find his mother sitting on the bed, her face etched with worry and sighing heavily. "What troubles you, mother?" His mother, Lu Guifan, glanced up at him, momentarily taken aback, then stood up with astonishment, exclaiming, "Ergu, have you had plastic surgery?" Yang Dagan chuckled inwardly and explained, "No, mother, I encountered an elderly Chinese doctor today who insisted we had a connection. He claimed I had an ailment and offered to treat me, giving me a pill that he said would help me grow taller, insisting that I learn traditional Chinese medicine, and even gave me a book to study." Lu Guifan frowned slightly. "He can't be a fraud, can he?" "I didn't believe him," he replied, fabricating a story. "Mother, what about Aunt Wang?" When the topic turned serious, Lu Guifan returned to her seat on the bed, her expression still troubled. "Your elder brother is already 27. He should be married by now. I asked Aunt Wang to help find a suitable match. Did he refuse?" "He agreed, but today he came back with a response. The daughter of old Zhou from Lugu village is interested, but they demand a bride price of 88,000. Old Zhou's family. You mean that woman with a mental illness? Yang Dagan felt a mix of amusement and anger. He was aware of the girl's severe mental condition. She had been married twice, each time bearing a son before being sent back. It was astonishing that she, now on her third marriage, still demanded such an exorbitant bride price, and she expects 88,000 for this? Lu Guifan sighed deeply. What good family would want to marry into ours? Who would marry your brother? Surely it can't come to marrying a mentally ill woman. Though she is afflicted, she is capable of bearing children. Having been married twice and producing 2 sons, she could ensure our family's lineage continues. If it were to end with us, how would we face your grandparents? Yang Dagan remained silent. Given their circumstances, his elder brother was a cripple, he was a dwarf, and only his younger sister was normal. Outsiders often remark that his parents must have committed some wrongdoing to be punished with such offspring. However, now that he had cultivated the yin-yang harmonization technique and inherited the ancient wisdom of the Fox tribe, he believed that even his brother's polio, a challenging ailment, was not insurmountable. The lore of the Fox tribe spoke of remedies for his brother's condition, but he needed to reach the first realm of cultivation swiftly. He contemplated that once he achieved a breakthrough, the first order of business would be to heal his brother's leg. All right, Ergu, you've been busy all morning. Go rest a bit. Your brother will be back soon. I need you to talk to him. He nodded. For now, he knew that until he broke through to a higher realm, any conversation would be pointless. His priority was to advance his cultivation. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Although the yin-yang harmonization technique was a dual cultivation method, it could also be practiced solo, albeit at a slower pace. According to the method, he internalized the energy and expressed it outwardly, allowing his vital energy to circulate through his meridians. Suddenly, he realized that his meridians were extraordinarily clear, and he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners. After the elixir from the gourd had cleansed him, he found his cultivation progressing at an impressive rate. The essence left in his body began to transform into spiritual energy, and after just one cycle of circulation, he felt his dantian filling with energy. This elixir is truly remarkable. I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. He marveled. The energy in his dantian began to solidify, gradually coalescing into a tangible form, a small cloud of mist, about the size of his pinky finger. Have I broken through? The medicinal effects had dissipated, yet he had advanced remarkably. His vital energy had transformed into a substantial entity, greatly enhancing his power. The Fox tribe's teachings indicated that an ordinary person could take a week to reach the first realm, yet he had accomplished it in a single session. He understood that this was not solely due to his innate talent. The elixir played a significant role. The effects of the liquid in the gourd were extraordinary, and he lamented that he only had a single drop left. If he possessed more, his training would be exponentially more efficient. Gazing at the jade gourd hanging around his neck, he resolved to protect it diligently, for it might hold other wondrous capabilities. "Mother, I'm back." His elder brother Yang Dazhuang's voice rang out from outside. "Big brother is back." His mother called out. "How was your day?" "Not good. I only sold 3 bamboo baskets." Yang Dazhuang's tone was one of despair. 3 is better than none. You could still earn 10 yuan or so. Go eat something. Due to his polio, Yang Dazhuang's right leg was crippled, and his muscle strength had diminished, preventing him from performing heavy labor. He had learned a craft, weaving bamboo baskets and other items to sell. In better times, he could earn a decent living, but now it was increasingly difficult. There were days he sold nothing. And today, 3 sales were considered fortunate. He stepped outside to see his brother leaning on a crutch, his right leg as thin as an adult's arm, completely unable to touch the ground. The muscles had atrophied, rendering it nearly powerless, swinging back and forth as he moved. "Is Ergu at home?" Yang Dazhuang smiled at him and pulled half a sesame pancake from his pocket, offering it. "I bought this in town. I couldn't finish it, so you take it." Yang Dagan felt warmth in his heart. The pastries from the town were his favorites. Yang Dazhuang, when selling bamboo baskets, would sometimes buy one and save half for him upon returning home. He gratefully accepted the pancake, savoring its crispy, peppery flavor. "Big brother." Lu Guifan emerged from the house, a smile forced upon her face. "Just now, Aunt Wang from your family came by. She had previously asked me to convey a proposal for you, and there has been a response. It is from the daughter of the old Zhou family. What do you think?" Yang Dazhuang's expression darkened instantly. "I refuse. With my condition, I would only bring misfortune to someone else's daughter. Mother, please do not trouble yourself over finding me a wife. It would be better to save that money for the second brother's marriage. Isn't he already courting Zhang Fenfang? But Zhang Fenfang's family does not approve, and they have parted ways." Lu Guifan sighed bitterly. "Besides, you are the eldest in the family. How can your younger brother marry before you? First, we must resolve your situation, then we can discuss the second brothers." "I refuse. I have made my decision. I will live my life this way," Yang Dazhuang said, his face stern as he leaned on his crutch and turned towards the house, unwilling to continue the discussion. Yang Dagan, munching on a top-crust pancake, noticed his mother casting glances his way, but he remained silent. He had successfully reached the first stage of his journey. He could treat his elder brother's ailment. Once he healed him, how could his brother not find a wife? Seeing that Yang Dazhuang was unresponsive, Lu Guifan, frustrated, stomped her foot and shot him a glare before retreating into the house. When Yang Dazhuang returned inside, Yang Dagan followed him with a smile. "Elder brother, do you notice any changes in me today?" Yang Dazhuang, fond of him, looked at him with a smile. Initially, he had not paid attention, but now, upon closer inspection, he was astonished. "Second brother, have you been to a beauty treatment? You seem much more lively and your skin looks better. Today, I encountered an old Chinese medicine doctor. I pointed him the way, and he insisted on treating me, giving me a pill. Then, he chuckled. You saw for yourself. He also claimed that I might grow taller. But it will take time. I mentioned that you have an illness, polio, and he taught me a method that he said could also treat you. I was wondering if I should give it a try." Yang Dazhuang looked at him in surprise, realizing that his brother had indeed changed significantly. There was a newfound vigor and energy emanating from him, a transformation that was both internal and external. Although his stature remained unchanged, the spirit he exhibited left Yang Dazhuang feeling a sense of admiration. If it were mere words, he would have surely doubted. But witnessing this change in his brother ignited a flicker of belief within him. "Second brother, are you serious? Can he really treat my leg?" That is what he said. And he even taught me the method. Yang Dazhuang had not caught this earlier, and now hearing it was his brother who would treat him, his initial hope began to wane. "Second brother, you have no medical training. How can you treat me?" "With needles," Yang Dagan replied with a laugh, seeing the change in his brother's demeanor. "I don't know if it will work, but we can give it a try. After all, things can't get worse." Unable to dismiss his brother's good intentions, Yang Dazhuang nodded. "All right, let us give it a shot. I'm not afraid. If it doesn't work, it's nothing new to me. As long as you can improve, I will be content." Yang Dagan knew his brother was skeptical, yet he nodded and retrieved 2 new sewing needles from the sewing kit, sterilizing them with alcohol. Given their limited resources, they had to make do. "Brother, just lie there and don't worry about anything," he instructed, rolling up Yang Dazhuang's pant leg. Chapter 9. Do you dare to break up? With the first use of needles, even with the inheritance of the Fox clan, he dared not be careless. Utilizing the Yin-Yang Fox eyes, he focused on the foot's Shaoyin kidney channel, revealing each acupuncture point before his eyes. As the needle pierced in, Yang Dazhuang felt nothing, lying still, gently twisting the needle. He infused it with spiritual energy, which softly stimulated the atrophied meridians and muscles, awakening them to life once more. "Little brother, why does my leg feel warm?" Yang Dazhuang asked from the bed. His leg muscles had atrophied to the point of feeling numb, and he hadn't felt pain when the needles were inserted. But now there was a sensation of warmth coursing through his leg. Could it be that he was feeling something? Yang Dazhuang sat up in astonishment, watching his brother intently as he needled him. Waves of warmth surged within his leg, and he felt a flicker of strength returning. "Elder brother, please don't move yet. Let me finish needling you first," Yang Dagan cautioned, his concentration unwavering during this first attempt. All right, Yang Dazhuang replied, his excitement palpable as he focused intently on Yang Dagan's movements. He had just made an effort to move, and to his astonishment, he actually saw his toes twitch. For 20 years since polio had robbed him of feeling in his right leg, it had remained motionless, but now, he could see his toes moving. A faint strength seemed to be surfacing, and the lost sensation was slowly returning, even allowing him to feel the prick of the needle. Yang Dagan needled over a dozen points, his spiritual energy nearly depleted before he finally withdrew the needles and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Elder brother, try moving a bit." Yang Dazhuang could distinctly sense the changes in his leg. That slight flicker of strength seemed to breathe new life into his leg. He exerted himself to lift it, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Nevertheless, his toes began to rise in response to his efforts. It moved. It moved. Yang Dazhuang exclaimed in delight, pointing at his toes. "Little brother, look. My toes are moving. They really are. Yes, they are moving. Elder brother, don't rush it. Recovery won't happen all at once. We will take it slow." Yang Dagan felt relieved and joyful at the immediate effect of his acupuncture. "Big brother, second brother, what are you two arguing about?" Lu Guifan entered upon hearing the commotion. "Mother, look. I can move. My right foot can move." Lu Guifan froze, looking down in disbelief. Indeed, she saw Yang Dazhuang's right foot slowly moving up and down. Her eyes widened in shock. "Elder brother, your leg was numb. How can it be moving? Am I seeing this correctly?" "No, mother, it was the second brother who just needled me. I can feel my leg again." "Second brother?" Lu Guifan gazed at Yang Dagan incredulously. Could this seemingly unambitious child really possess such skill? Yang Dagan smiled. "Mother, didn't I tell you I met an old Chinese medicine doctor this afternoon? He taught me this method, and I decided to try it on elder brother. The results were astonishing. Look, his toes can move." Lu Guifan had not taken the matter seriously, thinking her son had been deceived, yet here it was, true. "Second brother, is this real? The old doctor didn't lie? He shouldn't have lied. Look how much elder brother has improved." The doctor mentioned that with acupuncture and exercise, he could recover significantly within a month, and eventually be able to move and work like a normal person. Really? The joy came so suddenly that Lu Guifan could hardly believe it. It should be true, and he also gave me a pill, saying I might even grow taller. Just like a normal person. Suddenly, Lu Guifan knelt before the window, hands clasped together, murmuring, "O divine immortal, please bless my two unfortunate children with recovery. I will honor your longevity tablet in my home and offer incense and bow during festivals." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mother, why are you crying over such good news?" Yang Dagan approached to help her up. "I'm crying tears of joy. Our family has endured hardship for too long, and now we finally see hope." Lu Guifan wiped her tears. "Second brother, where can I find that old doctor? I want to bring something to thank him. The old doctor travels around. I don't know where he is." Yang Dagan explained. "All right." Lu Guifan nodded gratefully. "Second brother, if we ever meet the old gentleman again, we must thank him properly." "Dejin, Yang Dagan." A voice called from outside, belonging to Zhang Fenfang. Yang Dagan furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Why was she here? He had already let go of his feelings for her mother, and he wished to sever all ties with the past. Lu Guifan felt a surge of joy. Upon hearing Zhang Fenfang's call, she quickly remarked, "It's Fenfang. Dagan, hurry and share the good news about your growth with her. Once you've grown taller, her mother should no longer oppose your relationship." Yang Dagan forced a smile, saying, "Mother, it's impossible for us now. There are some things that I can't explain to you clearly at the moment. I will go talk to her first." "Impossible?" Lu Guifan exclaimed in surprise. "Why is it impossible? You can't just disregard Fenfang because you've grown taller. Fenfang is still a wonderful person." Before Lu Guifan could finish, Yang Dagan had already stepped outside. In the courtyard, he saw Zhang Fenfang standing there in a denim skirt. Upon noticing him, her face lit up with a smile. "Dagan, I've talked to my mother, and she has agreed to let me marry you." With that, she reached for his hand. He instinctively pulled back, regarding Zhang Fenfang with a calm expression. Zhang Fenfang, momentarily taken aback, quickly apologized. "Dagan, I'm sorry about earlier. I misunderstood you." I never expected my mother would concoct such an outrageous lie just to break us apart. Yang Dagan replied with a faint smile, "It's fine. I wasn't bothered." "Huh. I knew you wouldn't hold it against me." Zhang Fenfang joyfully extended her hand once more, continuing. "I went back and managed to convince her with some persuasion, saying that if she didn't agree, you'd call the police on her. She reluctantly agreed, but insisted on a dowry of 100,000 yuan, a new house, and a car." As he listened to Zhang Fenfang speak so lightly of the matter, he realized that in the past, he might have felt a mix of happiness and concern. Happy that her family finally agreed, but troubled by the demands of such a hefty dowry and a house. However, now he felt no emotional turmoil. "Fenfang, I'm sorry, but I believe we are not suited for each other. Let us end things here." Yang Dagan's tone was flat, yet Zhang Fenfang was taken aback, not expecting him to initiate a breakup. Staring at him in disbelief, she asked, "Dagan, what are you saying? You want to break up with me?" "Yes." Zhang Fenfang assumed he was still upset about the earlier incident and retorted angrily, "Dagan, is it really just about this afternoon? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Over such a trivial matter, you want to end things?" She added, "Besides, my mother has already agreed. Isn't that enough? Think about it. If you break up with me, with your conditions, who else would want to marry you?" Her words stung, but he replied calmly, "It's not about this afternoon. I just suddenly feel that we are not compatible." "Not compatible?" Zhang Fenfang was furious. How dare he suggest such a thing? This foolish boy, who had always been so subservient to her, now had the audacity to propose a breakup. "What gives you the right to say we're not compatible?" "I don't think so." Zhang Fenfang was consumed with rage. In the past, Yang Dagan had acted like a devoted suitor, too timid to assert himself. She had found a sense of superiority in their relationship, and it was only because of his attitude that she considered marrying him. But now, this wretched boy dared to break up with her. "Indeed, it's quite incompatible. With your stature, you barely reach my waist. You look more like a child than a man. My mother called you a mushroom, and I think you're even less than that. Now you want to break up? If anyone should be saying that, it should be me." Yang Dagan observed the furious Zhang Fenfang, who always resorted to insults when angry. He had once been entirely devoted to her, but now he saw her true nature clearly. He didn't argue back and simply stated, "Fenfang, even if we part ways, we can still be friends. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out." "Help? You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. I'd rather pull someone off the street than ask you for assistance. I must have been blind to have ever been deceived by you. Stay away from me. I never want to see you again. If I do, I'll insult you every single time." With that, Zhang Fenfang stormed off. As soon as she left, his mother and brother hurried out of the house. "Oh dear, Dagan, what have you done? We're not in a position to be choosy. It's rare for Fenfang to want to marry you. Why would you break up with her?" Lu Guifan was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. "Hurry and go apologize to her. Tell her it was all a joke." "Yeah, Dagan, is it because she asked for 100,000 yuan dowry, plus a house and a car? Those aren't insurmountable issues. I want to marry. Everything in this family is yours. You can't ruin your entire life over money." Yang Dazhuang added, equally anxious. "No," Yang Dagan replied. Seeing his mother and brother's worried expressions warmed his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, there were still those who genuinely cared for him. "Mother, brother, I have my own considerations. It's not about money. It's about genuine compatibility. A couple should love each other as equals. In our relationship, she always looked down on me. I could never voice a protest without facing her wrath. Even if we married, it would likely end in divorce. It's better to end things now." Lu Guifan retorted angrily, "Given our situation, it's a blessing that a girl is willing to marry you. Shouldn't we treat her well?" Yang Dagan, with a bitter smile, replied, "Mother, brother, please don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." "What do you know?" Yang Dazhuang couldn't help but curse. "If you want to go, I will." Yang Dagan chuckled. "Go ahead. If you bring her back, you can marry her." "I want to." Yang Dazhuang paused, annoyed, and tapped him with his cane. "Forget it. Forget it." Seeing his resolute attitude, Lu Guifan, feeling both helpless and angry, said, "She's already stormed off. If you go now, it will only make things worse. Wait a couple of days until she calms down, and then go apologize properly." With that, Lu Guifan retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The clattering of pots and pans indicated her inner turmoil. At the dinner table, noticing Lu Guifan's difficulty in eating, he sighed. "Mother, are you still angry? I've told you, it's genuinely not a good match." He reluctantly recounted the events of the afternoon, and upon hearing the full story, Lu Guifan realized there was more to it than she had thought. It seemed that Zhang Fenfang truly had no regard for her son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have believed everything so easily or allowed the police to come without defending him. Instead, she had threatened and insulted Yang Dagan for her own mistakes. Seeing his mother's attitude soften, he sighed. So, mother, it's not that I'm ungrateful, it's that I've seen through it all. I would rather remain single for life than marry a woman like her. Lu Guifan hesitated. But who else would be willing to marry you besides Fanfang? Yang Dagan smiled. Brother's leg will heal, and I will grow taller. Our family's good days are just beginning. Once we're well, who will be afraid of not finding a wife? Hearing this, Lu Guifan felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, what could be more rewarding than seeing her child's health restored? With that thought, her spirits lifted. That evening, Yang Dagan lay in bed, unable to sleep due to the thunderous snoring of his elder brother, Yang Dazhuang. Disturbed and restless, he groped about before sitting up and ventured into the courtyard. Settling onto a lounge chair, everything that had transpired today felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Hu Yuxian had mentioned that with diligent practice, he could gradually restore his height to that of an ordinary person. Having achieved a breakthrough in strength today, he wondered if he had indeed grown a bit taller. He fetched a measuring tape and discovered that he had increased in height by 3 centimeters, now measuring 1.23 meters. Elated, he became a firm believer in Hu Yuxian's words. Returning to his chair, he retrieved a small gourd. The rapid advancement to the first realm was largely thanks to the elixir within the gourd, which had refined his essence. Without the companionship of a woman for cultivation, it would have taken him at least a month to reach this stage. He lamented the scarcity of the elixir, wishing he knew the formula to concoct it himself. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of liquid sloshing within the gourd, which puzzled him as he had already consumed its contents. Could it be that more had appeared? He hurriedly opened the gourd's mouth and peered inside, astonished to find 2 new drops of elixir. When had these emerged? Was it possible that the elixir could regenerate? His heart raced with excitement at the prospect of its self-replenishing nature, which would greatly enhance his cultivation efficiency, allowing him to reach heights unattainable by ordinary means. He promptly consumed another drop of the elixir and prepared to begin his practice. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a fiery energy that surged into his stomach, quickly radiating pure power throughout his being. He assumed a meditative posture and activated the yin-yang harmony technique. The spiritual energy coursed through his body, continuously refining his essence. After completing 9 full circulations, he fully absorbed the energy, and the mist of spiritual energy in his dantian expanded from the size of his pinky to that of his index finger. Opening his eyes, he was filled with joy, realizing that at this rate, he could break into the second realm within a month. He noticed some grime accumulating on his arms, though it was nowhere near as alarming as before, resembling a layer of residue from a month without a bath. After washing off the grime, he was about to return to his room to sleep when a cry for help pierced the night. Following the sound with his yin-yang fox eyes, he spotted Zhao Hushan, the village chief's son, bullying Widow Zhou, who lived just 2 courtyards over. Widow Zhou was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the vicinity, her figure attracting countless admirers. She screamed for help, but Zhao Hushan, fearing exposure, swiftly slapped her across the face. Stunned, Widow Zhou covered her face with tears in her eyes, gazing at Zhao Hushan, who uttered something incomprehensible. Her expression turned sorrowful as she closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate, sobbing quietly. Witnessing this injustice ignited a fire within Yang Dagan. Widow Zhou lived nearby and was once a celebrated beauty from a neighboring village. Tragically, her husband had died in an accident while working away from home shortly after their marriage, leaving her alone for years. They shared a good relationship, both being victims of misfortune, and she had often lent assistance to his family. Unable to bear the sight of her suffering, he threw open the courtyard door and rushed over. "Hey, stop right there," he shouted, charging up behind Zhao Hushan, and, without waiting for a reaction, delivered a swift kick to his back. Caught off guard, Zhao Hushan felt as if he had been rammed by a bull, letting out a cry as he flew off Widow Zhou and crashed to the ground, rolling twice before clutching his lower back in pain. Widow Zhou was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a savior. She quickly grabbed a thin blanket to cover herself, her tear-filled eyes lifting to meet Yang Dagan's gaze. Stunned to see him as her rescuer. "You dare meddle in my business, Yang Dagan? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Hushan growled, writhing on the ground in agony. Realizing it was the clumsy Yang Dagan who had intervened, Yang Dagan glanced at Widow Zhou, noting that although she was mostly covered by the blanket, a significant portion of her figure remained exposed, causing his heart to race. He quickly averted his gaze and approached Zhao Hushan, delivering a couple of fierce kicks. "You think you can threaten me, Zhao Hushan? You are just a coward hiding behind your father's name." Zhao Hushan cursed and pleaded, writhing in pain as Yang Dagan unleashed a torrent of blows, feeling his resolve crumble. "Please, stop. I can't take it anymore," he begged, his bravado fading as he recognized the futility of his situation. "Enough. Yang Dagan spat, standing over Zhao Hushan, who lay incapacitated on the ground. If you have any grievances, come at me. But if you dare lay a finger on my family, you will regret being alive. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Hushan groaning in pain. Once Zhao Hushan had fled, Yang Dagan glanced back at Widow Zhou, who, despite being mostly covered, revealed her graceful shoulders and fair back, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 12. The troubles of Widow Zhou. Yang Dagan quickly turned away, saying, "Sister-in-law, Zhao Hushan has been dealt with. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just call for me." He started to walk away, but Widow Zhou called out to him, "Dagan, wait." He hesitated, not daring to look back, and asked, "What is it, sister-in-law?" There was a rustling sound behind him, as if she were dressing. Moments later, Widow Zhou emerged from the kitchen with some slices of watermelon. "Thank you, Dagan. If it weren't for you, she said, her face filled with fear and injustice, her eyes red as she placed the watermelon on the table. "Please have some." "Thank you, sister-in-law." He beheld Widow Zhou clad in a white tank top that seemed to reveal her form beneath, her ample bosom lifting the fabric high. Below, she donned a purple dress, her shapely legs adorned with pink slippers, exuding a mature femininity far more alluring than that of a young girl. He stole a few glances, too timid to gaze longer. Instead, picking up a slice of watermelon, lost in thought, Widow Zhou sat at the head of the bed, observing him, previously pitying this small man who was often bullied. She felt a kinship with him, prompting her to care for him more. Little did she expect that today, he would come to her rescue. Especially after witnessing his spirited confrontation with Zhao Hushan, an air of masculinity radiated from him, stirring within her a sensation of softness and a desire for protection. Her eyes wandered over Yang Dagan, and she found him less diminutive than before, his whole being brimming with virility. Sensing her gaze upon him, Yang Dagan took another bite of watermelon and remarked, "Sister-in-law, I must take my leave." "All right, I shall see you off." Widow Zhou rose, but suddenly swayed, collapsing back onto the bed, grimacing as she clutched her waist. "Sister-in-law, what troubles you?" "My back aches. I strained it while working a few days ago," she replied, massaging her waist with vigor. Yang Dagan, unable to restrain himself, suggested, "Sister-in-law, may I give you a massage?" Widow Zhou, nearly without hesitation, acquiesced, only to realize belatedly the impulse that drove her response, her cheeks flushing as she cast a sidelong glance at him, a peculiar feeling rising within her. Yang Dagan approached the bedside and spoke earnestly, "Sister-in-law, please lie down on the bed. I learned some massage techniques from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I should be able to alleviate your discomfort." "Really?" Widow Zhou, being a woman of experience, quickly adapted, smiling, "Then I shall take the opportunity to enjoy it." With that, she lay down upon the bed. As she did, her graceful figure was fully revealed before him. In her 30s, she embodied the prime of womanhood, exuding the allure of maturity, her physique well-maintained, broad shoulders tapering to a slender waist, her bosom pressed against the bedding. Her tank top subtly hinted at her fair skin beneath, and her shapely legs lay flat, almost rivaling Yang Dagan's height. Perhaps feeling somewhat anxious, her toes involuntarily curled. Yang Dagan steadied his focus and inquired softly, "Sister-in-law, is this the spot?" as he pressed gently on her right waist. Widow Zhou, having been widowed at 26 and devoid of any physical contact with a man for 7 or 8 years, felt an electric jolt spread through her body, involuntarily gasping as she tensed all over. "Yes," she murmured into the bedding, her heart racing. Yang Dagan applied a bit more pressure, tracing along her meridians, feeling her soft skin beneath his hands, sensing her entire body taut, as if she were resisting his touch with all her might. "Sister-in-law, relax," he advised gently, gradually increasing the pressure, moving from her waist down toward her hips. Widow Zhou emitted a soft moan, her body trembling involuntarily, as if his hands were siphoning away her strength. Noticing her continued tension, he ceased to press further, instead focusing on his technique, allowing a subtle energy to flow through his hands, easing her rigid muscles. Widow Zhou felt a delightful tingling where his hands traveled, the sensation nearly overwhelming her. Her muscles unwinding, her legs lifting slightly in nervous anticipation, occasionally kicking the bed frame. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Dagan finally withdrew his hands, smiling, "Sister-in-law, try moving a bit and see if the pain persists." Widow Zhou lay limp on the bed. Though she heard his words, her body felt devoid of strength. After a moment's recovery, she managed to sit up and tentatively twist her waist. To her astonishment, the searing pain that had once felt like tearing had vanished entirely. "Dagan, this is miraculous. I feel no pain at all," she exclaimed in delight. "Had I known you possessed such skills, I would have summoned you long ago for assistance." Yang Dagan chuckled. I'm glad it no longer pains you, but do take care in your work over the next few days. Don't strain your back again. All right, Widow Zhou said, rising from the bed and twisting her body a bit. Her curves swayed enticingly, drawing his gaze. Dagan, where did you learn this? You could open a clinic. She teased. I encountered an elderly practitioner recently who taught me a bit, he replied, weaving a narrative about a non-existent mentor. He even gave me a pill, claiming it would help me grow taller. I measured myself today, and it seems I've gained a couple of centimeters. Soon enough, I shall be of average height. Really? Widow Zhou felt her heart flutter. If Yang Dagan could indeed transform into a normal man, perhaps he would not be such an unworthy match after all. Her gaze softened, particularly as she observed the sinewy strength he had developed from years of labor. Sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. You may go, she replied, a hint of disappointment lingering as she watched him depart. Her thoughts swirling. When Widow Zhou had married into this family, it had been a high-priced arrangement, one she had initially resisted. However, her family had been drawn to the allure of her husband's position as the village head, and they had forced her into the union. After her husband's passing, she had contemplated returning home, only to discover her family had already arranged for her to be sold off to two wealthy suitors. Desiring not to be treated like property, she abandoned that notion. Her father-in-law, the village head, had supported her staying, chastising her family, which resolved the matter. However, this peace was short-lived, as the following year, her father-in-law and mother-in-law succumbed to cancer, leaving the family estate primarily to her husband's brother. Nevertheless, they had bequeathed her this courtyard and 10 acres of land, allowing her to continue her life here. Yet, as the years passed, the trials of widowhood grew numerous. Her brother-in-law's departure left her without support, and she faced great hardship, particularly with the current village head, who had established a lumber mill at the foot of the nearby mountains. Many families in the village worked there, and the head's son had long harbored designs on her. Today, emboldened by drink, he had come to her door in the dead of night, intending to force himself upon her. Without a protector, her future in the village seemed bleak. Yet, Yang Dagan appeared unafraid of Zhao Hushan. And if he were to grow taller and become a normal man, perhaps marrying him would provide her with the support she needed, ensuring she would not be left homeless. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pondered this, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Yang Dagan's home. Chapter 13. He must be stopped. Upon returning home, Yang Dagan found his elder brother fast asleep, his snores echoing loudly enough to be heard from across the street. Previously, he had been able to ignore such sounds. But having undergone a breakthrough in his training, he now possessed sharpened senses that detected even the faintest noise. The cacophony of snoring made it impossible for him to rest. Thus, he retrieved a sewing needle and gently pricked Yang Dazhuang's acupoint. Yang Dazhuang groaned slightly, as if sensing discomfort, rubbed his neck, and rolled over, continuing to sleep. At last, the snoring ceased, and after a long night of restless tossing, Yang Dagan finally settled into a deep slumber. The morning light had barely broken when a cacophony erupted outside the Yang residence. Open the door. Yang Dagan, will you come out willingly? Or must we force our way in to drag you out? You dare to strike Zhao Hushan. It appears your family has no desire to remain in the village. In a flurry of anxiety, Lu Guifan rushed from the house, her face a mask of alarm as she called out to her son, Dagan, what have you done? Why are the village head and his men surrounding our yard? Yang Dazhuang hurriedly dressed, confusion etched across his features. Mother, who is it? The village head? What do you mean Dagan hit Zhao Hushan? When did this happen? Second son, how could you strike Zhao Hushan? He is the village head's son. What shall we do? Lu Guifan pressed, her hands trembling. Calm down, mother. Last night, Zhao Hushan barged into Widow Zhou's home, intending to assault her. I could not sleep and happened upon the scene, so I drove him out. How audacious they are to come here seeking an explanation. I should have struck him harder. Yang Dagan responded nonchalantly, donning his clothes and preparing to step outside. Mother, brother, do not be afraid. I will handle this. Stop right there. Lu Guifan grasped his arm firmly. Looking into her son's eyes, she saw a mix of panic and determination. Do not be reckless. By hitting Zhao Hushan, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Many families in our village work at their timber mill. They will not let this go lightly. If you go out there, they will surely retaliate. Allow me to speak to the village head first. We can offer compensation. Above all, we must ensure your safety. Mother. Yang Dagan felt a surge of emotion. The crowd outside was fierce, and he feared for her safety. If they want to hit me, let them. I am not afraid. You stubborn child. Lu Guifan chastised, turning to Yang Dazhuang. Eldest, keep an eye on him. Do not let him go outside. I will plead for mercy first. Mother. Do not go. Let me handle it. I can withstand their blows. Yang Dazhuang urged, concern etched on his brow. Keep watch over your brother. If things go awry, take him and escape over the wall. I am but an old woman. They cannot possibly harm me, Lu Guifan declared, stepping outside. Mother, please don't go. They cannot overpower me, Yang Dagan shouted desperately. Yang Dazhuang clutched his brother tightly. Second son, listen to mother. We will observe the situation first. If they decide to act, I will rush out to save her, and you must flee with her. Let go of me, brother, Yang Dagan insisted, struggling against his grasp. Lu Guifan reached the entrance, steeling herself before flinging open the door. As it swung wide, the gathered crowd grew agitated. Lu Guifan, how dare you show your face? Look at the mess your son has made by striking Zhao Hushan. Do you wish to remain in this village? Quickly, bring Yang Dagan out, and let him bow an apology. Someone shouted. Do not think we will spare you just because you are a woman. If you do not call Yang Dagan out immediately, we will deal with you both. Amid the clamor, Lu Guifan searched for Zhao Shugui among the throng, her heart racing. Village head, please, it is all a misunderstanding. My son did not intend to harm Hushan. We are willing to offer compensation and apologize. We are all from the same village. Please let this go. Zhao Shugui, standing with a stern countenance, had Zhao Hushan beside him, sitting in a wheelchair, his face bruised and battered. Upon seeing Zhao Hushan's condition, Lu Guifan's heart sank. She had anticipated a minor scuffle, a few apologies, and a small compensation. Yet, this was far graver. He looked as though he had been beaten severely, and the cost of medical care would be substantial. Could Zhao Shugui truly forgive them? Compensation? You must be joking. Look at what they have done to me. Zhao Hushan raged from his wheelchair, his fury palpable. Lu Guifan, bring that son of yours here at once. I demand vengeance. Calm down, Hushan. Violence is unlawful, Zhao Shugui soothed, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. Zhao Hushan, filled with indignation, attempted to rise but fell back into his chair, howling in pain. Father, I have never endured such an affront. He must pay with his life. Hushan, do not speak so rashly. I will ensure justice is served, Zhao Shugui replied coldly. Lu Guifan, trembling, stood before Zhao Shugui, her voice trembling. Village head, Dagan truly did not mean to injure him. He only reacted because Hushan was about to assault Widow Zhou. Our families are close, and Dagan acted out of impulse. We deeply regret this and are willing to apologize and compensate. Please, let it go this time. You claim I am unreasonable? Zhao Shugui interjected, his eyes narrowing. Did you not say that Hushan intended to harm Widow Zhou? Lu Guifan's heart raced as she struggled to maintain her composure. Yes, Dagan witnessed Hushan's intentions and acted accordingly. Hushan's actions were inappropriate, and as the village head, you hold a position of respect. Please, show mercy and forgive my son. Humph. Zhao Shugui turned sharply, addressing the crowd. Zhou Wenxiu, did Zhao Hushan attempt to harm you? Stunned, Lu Guifan glanced towards the back of the crowd, where Widow Zhou knelt, her disheveled appearance revealing the marks of violence upon her face. As she struggled to respond, tears in her eyes, she managed to speak. Village head, it was not Hushan. It was my fault. I led him on. It has nothing to do with him. Zhao Hushan cackled from his seat, pointing a finger at Lu Guifan. Did you hear that? It is not my fault. She is the one who seduced me. You cannot threaten me. Bring that son of yours here. I will make him pay. Lu Guifan's heart plummeted. She had not anticipated Widow Zhou's betrayal. Without a witness, they could face dire consequences. Zhao Shugui's voice was ice cold. Lu Guifan, do you hear? This was voluntary on the part of my son, yet Yang Dagan has inflicted this harm. You still wish to protect him? With a heavy heart, Lu Guifan fell to her knees, grasping Zhao Shugui's garment, pleading, Village head, I am sorry. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. If you must punish someone, let it be me. We will apologize and compensate. Please, spare my son. With desperation, she began to bow repeatedly. Zhao Shugui regarded her with indifference. For a life taken, a life must be given. Debts must be repaid. I am the village head and must uphold justice. Yang Dagan has caused this harm to my son. I do not require your money. Simply bring him forth, and I shall break his legs. Then, this matter will be settled. Lu Guifan gasped. No, village head. Do not break my son's legs. Punish me instead. I will repay the debt. We have land and money. We will give it all to you as restitution. Please, spare him. Zhao Shugui's expression remained cold. Do you think I am desperate for your meager offerings? Lu Guifan, I have exercised considerable patience in conversing with you. Should you continue to misunderstand, do not hold me accountable for my lack of courtesy. Village chief, this cannot be. I implore you, spare heir. I would gladly serve you as a laborer. Zhao Hushan could no longer contain himself. He rose from his wheelchair and delivered a vicious kick to Lu Guifan, dragging her up from the ground. He unleashed a flurry of slaps, cursing vehemently. Lu Guifan, do you not comprehend human speech? Very well. If you wish to suffer in his stead, I shall oblige you. Beat her senseless, drag that woman aside. Others, go home and fetch him. I shall personally render him incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a roar. Several individuals seized Lu Guifan by her hair, dragging her to the side, pummeling her with fists and kicks, while another 7 or 8 rushed into the courtyard to capture the man. Mother, Zhao Hushan, I curse your lineage. How dare you strike my mother? Yang Da, initially fearful of harming his elder brother, hesitated to use excessive force. But upon witnessing Zhao Hushan assaulting his mother, his eyes filled with fury. With a fierce shout, he disregarded the danger to his brother, wrenching his brother's hand free and dashing out. Yang Da Zhuang had been tightly clutching Yang Da's neck, hoping his mother could pacify the crowd outside. Upon hearing Yang Da's cry about their mother being struck, anguish pierced his heart. With a roar, he leapt forward, despite his injuries, determined to confront those attacking her. Yang Da burst forth like a cannonball, enraged at the sight of those attempting to seize him. He charged into the fray, fists and feet flying. The attackers were caught off guard, witnessing a monkey-like figure burst into their midst. In an instant, they were struck down, howling in pain as they fell, clutching their wounds and struggling to rise. With fury coursing through him, Yang Da charged out of the courtyard, witnessing several people surrounding his mother, mercilessly beating her. He launched himself into the fray, delivering 2 powerful kicks. The assailants were sent soaring a meter into the air, crashing into others and taking down several more, eliciting cries of pain. He hurried to help his mother up, anxiously asking, Mother, are you all right? Lu Guifan, seeing him rush out, cried out in alarm. Air. Who told you to come out? Hurry back. She pushed him towards the house. Upon seeing her swollen face, Yang Da's vision turned red. He turned sharply to glare at Zhao Hushan and Zhao Shugui. How dare you strike my mother? As he spoke, he deftly evaded his mother's attempts to restrain him, charging toward Zhao Hushan and delivering a swift kick to his chest. Zhao Shugui bellowed, Yang Da, stop this instant, as he lunged to grasp Yang Da's leg. Die. Yang Da's eyes blazed with rage as he kicked Zhao Shugui's hands away and landed a powerful blow to Zhao Hushan's chest. With a piercing scream, Zhao Hushan's wheelchair skidded backward, colliding violently with the courtyard wall, resulting in a cacophonous crash. Zhao Hushan fell heavily to the ground, several ribs broken, clutching his chest and curling into a painful position. Hushan, Zhao Shugui shouted in fury, pointing at Yang Da, demanding, hit him, beat this scoundrel to death. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. The villagers, who worked in Zhao Shugui's lumber yard and regarded him as both their employer and village chief, hastily raised their tools, preparing to strike Yang to get away from me. Yang Da seized Zhao Shugui with newfound strength, lifting him above his head and hurling him toward the villagers. Terrified of injuring Zhao Shugui, the villagers dropped their weapons, scrambling to catch him. But Yang Da's immense strength was overwhelming, sending several of them tumbling to the ground. With swift movements, Yang Da snatched a hoe, warning, anyone who dares to strike will face my wrath. He swung the hoe decisively, disarming some and striking others, leaving them defenseless. In a few strides, he returned to Zhao Hushan, grasping his collar and yanking him from the ground. Discarding the hoe, he seized Zhao Hushan by the shoulders and hurled him against the wall with tremendous force. Zhao Hushan collided with the wall, crying out in agony as he felt more bones break. Hushan, Zhao Shugui's heart ached at the sight, but he found himself incapacitated on the ground. Stop, please. Cease this madness. Lu Guifan, fearing for their lives, dashed in front of Yang Da, grasping his hands tightly to halt his impending actions. Do not strike any further. We could lose a life. Lu Guifan, in a state of panic, wrested Zhao Hushan from his grasp and laid him on the ground. Upon observing the blood pooling from Zhao Hushan's mouth, she cried out in alarm, he is going to die. You must flee. Yang Da, seeing his mother's abject fear, cast a glance at Zhao Hushan, noting the multitude of broken bones. Though severe, he surmised, he will not die. Besides, if he passes, it is deserved. They dared to strike you, and I shall make him pay. The surrounding villagers, witnessing Yang Da's fierce demeanor, were astonished. It seemed he had consumed a potent strength-enhancing elixir, defeating them effortlessly with mere punches and kicks. Zhao Shugui, painfully rising, saw his son in such a wretched state, and shouted in a fury, this is rebellion. Yang Da, how dare you lay hands on me? You old dog. Dare to point at me again and see what happens. Yang Da thundered. Zhao Shugui, startled, quickly lowered his finger, his face flushed with shame. Village chief, please do not strike. This boy seems different. The village head whispered urgently from behind. Have you forgotten what happened with old Go from the neighboring county? Zhao Shugui, listening, felt a chill run through him. He was acutely aware of Old Go's plight. The village chief had taken advantage of the honest man, seizing his land. When Old Go sought justice, his parents were brutally harmed. In response, Old Go returned one New Year's Eve, armed with a knife, and exacted revenge upon the village chief's entire family, leaving no one alive. Though Old Go was ultimately sentenced to death, the tragedy had claimed 7 lives. As the village chief, with status and power, he realized that Yang De was merely a reckless youth, yet his strength was formidable. If pushed to desperation, he could retaliate in kind, and Zhao Shugui would not withstand it. Such individuals should be handled with caution. A dull knife can slowly wear down its prey, but a direct conflict could provoke a cornered beast. With this thought, Zhao Shugui's tumultuous emotions settled. He regarded Yang De coldly, saying, "You have strength, Yang De. This time, I shall spare you. But know this, you will pay for this." He signaled to a few men, who quickly assisted Zhao Hushan, hurrying him toward the county for medical attention. As the villagers witnessed the village chief's departure, they pondered their own reasons for remaining. With Yang De glaring at them, they felt the weight of his wrath, fearing retribution, and hastily turned away, not daring to linger. Chapter 15. You shall perish. In the blink of an eye, dozens had vanished. Yang De exhaled heavily, concern etched on his face as he turned to his mother. "Mother, are you all right? Is anything wrong?" "I am fine. It's nothing," Lu Guifan reassured him, having only sustained superficial injuries. Yang De felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Why are you so capable?" Yang Dazhuang, with a shocked expression, gazed at him. His leg was injured, and as he rushed out, he saw Yang Dajing, like a tiger among wolves, effortlessly toppling a group of people, forcing the village head, Zhao Shugui, to abandon his pursuit and flee. "Is this really my incompetent brother?" Yang Dazhuang thought, filled with doubt. Lu Guifan also looked at him, astonished. "Dajing, you've changed. You're completely different from before." Yang Dajing offered a wry smile. "Mother, what do you mean I've changed? I'm still the same Yang Dajing. It's just that after the old physician told me I could grow taller, my mindset shifted. I no longer feel so inferior. As for fighting, it simply requires strength. I've always had a bit more than others, haven't you noticed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Guifan recalled that her child had always been strong, but perhaps due to past insecurities, he had never shown it. At that moment, Zhou Wenxiu struggled to rise from the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she approached. "Dajing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to accuse you. Zhao Shugui came to my home early this morning, bound me, beat me, and forced me to say those things. I had no choice, please forgive me." Yang Dajing understood Zhou Wenxiu's plight. As a woman alone in a strange village without the support of a husband or in-laws, life was undoubtedly more challenging. Under the village head's coercion, she had little option. He replied calmly, "Sister-in-law, it's all right, I understand." Hearing Yang Dajing's words, Zhou Wenxiu's face brightened with a smile. Despite his small stature, she felt a sense of reassurance. "Dajing, we've seriously offended the village head this time. He surely won't let us off easily. Do you have any plans?" Zhou Wenxiu asked anxiously. If they had to leave, she would have to return to her family, and she dreaded the thought of being sold off again. Lu Guifan, recalling her earlier ease, felt worry creeping back. "Indeed, Dajing, the village head wields considerable power and influence in our village. Though we've driven him away this time, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. What shall we do?" Yang Dajing squinted towards the village head's residence and reassured them. "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, do not worry. I will not give him a chance to retaliate against us." Zhou Wenxiu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Dajing, what are you planning?" "Don't worry about it," he replied. Seeing that he would not divulge further, they refrained from pressing him, though a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. "Mother, I am heading to the fields now. Dajing, it's not safe. You shouldn't go alone." Lu Guifan expressed her concern, fearing Zhao Shugui might retaliate. "It's fine, they wouldn't dare bother me again. Just be cautious at home," he reassured them. By late September, the corn was ripe for harvest. Some had already begun to use machines for the task. His family owned 5 acres, and while they had previously harvested it themselves to save money, this time he intended to hire a machine to help, allowing him to save time and energy for other ventures. Upon arriving at the fields, the dry stalks and golden ears of corn emitted a unique fragrance. After searching around, he spotted Gua Hongshan's field being harvested and called out, "Uncle Gua." Upon seeing him, Gua Hongshan's expression changed, and he turned to leave. Then, recalling something, he forced a strained smile. "Erjiao, Dajing, ha." Yang Dajing was unbothered, aware that Gua Hongshan feared associating with him due to the village head's wrath, yet also feared being ignored and provoking resentment. After demonstrating his strength earlier that morning, Gua Hongshan had witnessed his prowess and was reluctant to offend him. Yang Daijing continued, Uncle Gua, I'm looking for a harvester. When will your field be done? Once you finish, please send the harvester over to my place. Gua Hongshan felt a rush of anxiety, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Should he agree or not? Agreeing might anger the village head, even though he wasn't part of Zhao Shugui's faction. Yet the village head's power was considerable, and if he bore a grudge, life in the village would become difficult. Conversely, if he refused, this formidable young man might hold a grudge. He had just taken down dozens of men single-handedly. Yang Daijing, uninterested in Gua Hongshan's dilemma, called out to the harvester operator, Master, do you have any work after this? Once you're done here, please come to my field. The harvester operator, unfamiliar with the village's intricacies, nodded in agreement. All right, Uncle Gua. He waved goodbye and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Gua Hongshan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the operator had agreed on his own accord, absolving him of any blame. Yang Daijing sat at the field's edge, waiting for the harvester to arrive. He was told it would take about an hour. However, as the hours passed and noon approached, he grew increasingly frustrated at the delay. He marched over and, from a distance, saw that Gua Hongshan's corn had been completely harvested. With neither Gua Hongshan nor the harvester in sight, he frowned, suspecting foul play. It was all too clear who was behind this sabotage. Just as he was about to head back, he noticed a thick plume of black smoke rising in the direction of his own field. Damn it, he thought, realizing his field was on fire. He rushed back home, only to see flames roaring and thick smoke rising from multiple spots in his field, clearly set intentionally. The fires had spread rapidly, threatening not only his land, but also that of several neighbors. The arsonist clearly hadn't considered the consequences, or perhaps didn't care, willing to endanger others just to make his life miserable. Watching the flames consume his land, his anger surged. Damn you, Zhao Shugui. I was willing to let you keep your dignity, but since you don't want it, don't blame me. With fiery determination in his eyes, he turned away from the burning field and strode purposefully back to the village. He didn't return home, but headed straight towards the back mountain. 7 to 8 miles beyond the village lay Yushan, where Zhao Shugui had established a lumber mill of considerable size. Despite the logging ban, Zhao Shugui operated with village support, evading scrutiny due to his connections. As a result, the mill thrived, and he profited handsomely. This very provision of employment for villagers secured Zhao Shugui's position as village head, enabling him to easily rally dozens of people to attack Yang Daijing's family. From a distance, he spotted the lumber mill, with dozens of villagers working inside, processing timber brought down from the mountain. One sharp-eyed villager spotted him and shouted in alarm, Village head, Yang Daijing is here. What? Yang Daijing? Where is he? Quickly, warn the village head. He is bound to bring trouble. Quickly, shut the factory gates. Don't let him in. These villagers relied on Zhao Shugui for their livelihoods and were eager to assist him in dealing with Yang Daijing. Before he could even approach, several villagers had already slammed the large iron gates shut. Yang Daijing strode purposefully to the entrance of the factory, poised to leap over the wall, when suddenly he was startled by the roar of an engine from within. Zhao Shugui's furious voice echoed, Who the hell closed the door? Open it for me. Damn it. I spared him once, and if he dares to come here again, I will run him over with my car. The factory gates slowly creaked open, revealing a large excavator emerging from behind. Zhao Shugui, seated in the driver's seat, glared at him with rage. Without waiting for the gate to fully open, he charged forward in the excavator, expertly maneuvering the claw towards Yang Daijing. Yang Daijing, you shall die? Zhao Shugui bellowed, his eyes ablaze with malice. No matter how tough a person may be, they cannot match the might of such heavy machinery. Yang Daijing turned and fled, his feet flying. Zhao Shugui, with bloodshot eyes, pressed the accelerator, swiftly closing in on him, the excavator's claw looming ominously above his head. Chapter 16, Kneeling and Singing Conquest. In a desperate sidestep, Yang Daijing evaded the descending claw and swiftly turned towards the driver's cabin. Zhao Shugui, a seasoned operator, pivoted the excavator, the immense claw deftly swinging to intercept him. Yang Daijing danced around, the heavy machinery's lack of agility enabling him to evade the claws with ease, leaping onto the driver's cabin. Zhao Shugui remained unfazed, rotating the cabin in a bid to dislodge Yang Daijing. With a stoic expression, Yang Daijing delivered a powerful punch to the cabin's glass, shattering it. As shards sliced into his fist, he seized Zhao Shugui by the collar, forcefully ramming his head against the partially shattered window, wrenching him through the jagged opening. The glass cut into Zhao Shugui's face, and the pain jolted him into a sobering realization. Remembering the village head's warning about provoking Yang Daijing, he panicked. Daijing, please. Let go. We can talk this out. Talk. Yang Daijing retorted coldly, dragging Zhao Shugui's body from the wreckage of glass, leaving a trail of blood across his skin. Dagon, don't be impulsive. If you hurt me, you'll be in trouble too. Let's discuss this. I can pay you. Young Dagon remained silent, his face a mask of determination as he dragged Zhao Shugui into the factory. The villagers working inside, witnessing the scene, rushed forward with sticks and hammers, surrounding them. Young Dagon, enough. Let the village head go. He is an official. Hurting him is a crime. Young Dagon, do you want your family to continue living in this village? Amidst the chorus of accusations, Young Dagon coldly tossed Zhao Shugui to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the villagers before delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Shugui's face. His voice icy. Zhao Shugui, did you hire someone to burn my land? Zhao Shugui, sensing the gravity of the moment, hesitantly met his gaze. Realizing that this was not the time to lie, coughing slightly, he replied, Dagon, it's just 5 acres. How much do you want? I'll pay you 1,000. If that's not enough, I'll give you 2. Just let it go. Young Dagon narrowed his eyes and struck him again, splitting his lip and sending blood gushing forth. You've gone too far, hitting the village head like this. Release him at once, or we won't let you go. Young Dagon glared at the crowd, sneering. You won't let me go? Come then. He straightened, picking up a wooden stick and thrusting it into the ground with force. Let us see who has the guts to come forward. With a powerful thrust, the stick sank deeply into the earth, 30 centimeters at least. This was solid ground. It would take them several minutes to dig that deep with a shovel, yet he had done it effortlessly. If that were to pierce a body, it would surely create a fatal wound. The clamoring villagers fell silent, staring in shock at the embedded stick, unable to meet his gaze, their heads bowed. Looks like no one is coming to your aid. Zhao Shugui, Young Dagon chuckled darkly. Completely rattled, Zhao Shugui realized the peril. If that stick were to hit him, it would surely be lethal. Dagon, my brother, I see my error. I'll pay you 50,000. No, 100,000. Let us consider this matter settled. 100,000? Young Dagon echoed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Zhao Shugui, sensing an opportunity, quickly added, yes, 100,000. If that's insufficient, I can give you 200. Money. Young Dagon extended his hand. Zhao Shugui, forcing a smile, replied, I don't have that much cash on hand. Can I transfer it to you? Fine. He provided his brother's account number. Zhao Shugui, unwilling to defy him, hastily sent the money, eager to rid himself of this calamity. Upon receiving confirmation of the transfer, Young Dagon nodded in satisfaction, yanking the stick from the ground. Ah, this is barbs, he remarked, tearing off a sharp thorn and jabbing it at Zhao Shugui's head with a grin. You can't even handle the stick properly. Does it hurt? Zhao Shugui, grinning through the pain, replied, it does. I'll teach them to be more careful at work to avoid leaving barbs. Good. Young Dagon tossed the stick aside. Let this matter rest. But if I catch wind of you causing trouble again, don't expect me to be merciful. As he walked away, Zhao Shugui exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground, fear flooding his mind. When had Young Dagon become so formidable? He glanced around at the shocked and fearful villagers, a surge of rage coursing through him. That bastard. I am the village head. To think he struck me not once, but twice in front of all these people. Demanding compensa around them, several families stood on the ridges of the fields, lamenting and cursing. Damn it. Who in their right mind would set fire to the fields in this weather, destroying all our crops? A woman, spotting Young Dagon, approached him furiously, pointing a finger at his nose. It's undoubtedly your fault for provoking the wrong people, leading to this retaliation that has cost us our crops. Damn it. You owe us compensation. Hearing her outcry, nearby families rallied together, as if they had found a common enemy. Young Dagon, what Old Lu's family said is true. It's all your fault. You must repay us. Oh heavens. After a year of hard work in the fields, now it's all gone. Young Dagon, if you think you can escape, you must pay, or I will curse you at your doorstep every day. Faced with the mounting crowd, Young Dagon furrowed his brow and coldly replied, someone deliberately set fire to the fields. You are blind. Why not seek out the arsonist instead of blaming me? I am also a victim here. He burned your fields, but we are all affected because of you. If you don't compensate us, who will? Old Lu's family shouted angrily. Look for him if you must, but we will hold you accountable, they insisted. Though they knew who was responsible, none dared confront the village head for compensation, unwilling to lose their hard-earned crops. Instead, they focused their ire on the seemingly easier target, Young Dagon. Young Dagon understood their intentions, shot them a glance, and chose not to engage further. He turned to stride towards the firefighters nearby. Trying to run away, several women quickly closed in on him. Young Dagon, you won't escape without paying us. Old Lee's family yelled. That's right. Pay up, or I will come to your house daily and curse you. What? Do you want to fight? Go ahead, kill me. If you don't, you must compensate. As the women pressed on, Yang Dagon abruptly raised his hand and slapped Old Lu's family across the face. Caught by surprise, Old Lu's family spun around, bewildered that Yang Dagon would actually strike a woman. "Ah, you dare hit me? I will fight back," Old Lu's family screamed, flailing their arms toward his face. Yang Dagon, indifferent to their gender, raised his hand again and struck them once more, leaving Old Lu's family in shock. "Get lost." Old Lu's family trembled in fear. This ruthless man had struck a woman without a hint of chivalry. Chapter 17. The widow wants to marry you. Seeing the women stunned, Yang Dagon raised his hand, feigning another blow, causing them to scream and scatter in terror. He approached the firefighters still extinguishing the remnants of the fire and said, "Officer, I wish to report that it was the village head who ordered the fire that burned my crops." When I confronted him, he admitted to it. "Do you know who set the fire?" The firefighter inquired immediately. "Yes," he confessed, "and even assaulted me, promising to compensate for my losses." He briefly recounted the events, aiming to solidify his claims and prevent anyone from exploiting the situation for ulterior motives. The firefighter promptly dispatched personnel to verify the matter at the lumber mill. Zhao Shugui, just recovering from a beating, was roused from his exhaustion by the firefighters demanding answers. Enraged, he shouted at them, but ultimately had to concede, as many had witnessed the events unfold, leaving him little room for denial. After resolving the matter, Yang Dagon returned home, nearly dusk. His mother, having heard about the fire, was initially distressed but had been calmed by Yang Dagon's reassurance. "How did it go, old two?" Lu Guifan asked anxiously. "It's all settled. I've spoken to the police, and they will take action against the village head," Yang Dagon explained. "These damn people, they don't want us to stay in this village." Lu Guifan wiped her tears. Sorrow etched on her face. "Don't worry, we have nothing to fear. Those without shoes are not afraid of those with them." Yang Dagon smiled, attempting to comfort her. "Besides, I don't see Zhao Shugui as particularly blessed. He will face retribution soon enough." Lu Guifan shook her head. Such reassurances offered little solace. "You go find Zhao Shugui. He burned our fields, and he must compensate us," he insisted. "He promised us 200,000, which has already been transferred to your card." "What?" Lu Guifan exclaimed, astonished. "He would actually compensate us?" "Old two, don't jest with me." "How could I jest? Check for yourself. I saw the transfer." Anxious, Lu Guifan replied. "Old two, you can't be so impulsive. Zhao Shugui is still the village head. Demanding compensation will only incite his wrath towards us. How will we live in the village afterward? You must return the money." "Mother, what is the worry? Even if we refuse, won't he still bully us in the future?" Yang Dagon reasoned. "Don't fret. I assure you he won't dare harm us again." "Oh, you foolish child. Why can't you understand?" Lu Guifan said anxiously, rushing to retrieve her card. "Mother, where are you going?" "I'm going to withdraw the money and return it to the village head." "Mother, why are you so stubborn? I told you he won't trouble us, and the police are investigating him now. If you go, it's like walking into the lion's den." Seeing reason did not prevail, he resorted to mentioning the police. Lu Guifan hesitated, fearful of the police, and reluctantly returned to the house. As his mother abandoned the idea of returning the money, he sighed deeply. They had grown accustomed to a life of poverty, hunched beneath its weight, and it would take time to shift such ingrained thinking. After lunch, he washed the dishes in the kitchen and heard Zhou Wenxiu's voice outside. Annie, are you home?" Lu Guifan replied from within. "Yes, Wenxiu, what brings you here?" Through his special gaze, he observed Zhou Wenxiu entering the kitchen with a basket of eggs. Their eyes met, and she blushed, smiling at him. "Dagon, are you washing dishes?" "Yes, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhou Wenxiu, cheeks flushed, glanced at him shyly and murmured, "I need to discuss something with Auntie. She's in the other room." "You can go in." He returned to his task, not concerning himself further. After finishing the dishes, he went back inside and found his mother and Zhou Wenxiu engaged in hushed conversation, their laughter filling the room. His mother was beaming, tightly grasping Zhou Wenxiu's hand. He cast a glance and retreated to his own room, where Yang Dazhuang awaited him on the bed. "Old two, was today the same as before?" "Yes, brother. Just rest easy." He picked up a sewing needle, mumbling, "I'll go to the county tomorrow to buy some specialized acupuncture needles. These are too thick and painful. Why spend the money? Besides, I can't feel my leg much. I'm not afraid of the pain. Just do it." Yang Dazhuang chuckled. He deftly maneuvered the needle along his brother's leg, the energy slowly nourishing the entire limb. "Old two, it hurts. It hurts," Yang Dazhuang suddenly exclaimed. He smiled. "Good. If it hurts, that means your leg is gradually regaining function." Yes, it's good to hurt. Let it hurt more." Yang Dazhuang laughed excitedly, turning his head to watch. After a few minutes, he withdrew the needle. Yang Dazhuang sat on the bed, excitedly observing his toes. Just yesterday, he could barely bend them. Today, they moved with greater ease, and a few toes could wiggle slightly. Wenxiao, don't worry, just take it slow. Hearing his mother's joyful voice at the gate, he curiously wondered what she and Zhou Wenxiao had discussed that made her so happy. Who knows? But it's only natural for our mother to be happy with Zhou Wenxiao, Yang Dazhuang replied, his mind solely focused on his own recovery. At that moment, his mother rushed in excitedly, exclaiming, Dejin, what kind of enchantment have you cast on your sister-in-law Wenxiao? What is it, mother? Yang Dejin asked, bewildered. Lu Guifan dropped a bombshell. Wenxiao said she wants to marry you. What? Yang Dejin was taken aback. Mother, you mustn't joke like that. With my appearance, how could she possibly be interested in me? Oh, come now, why would you say such a thing? You are not lacking in height, and besides, you have grown quite capable. You understand traditional medicine, can fight, and are not afraid of hardship. What is there that makes you unworthy of her? Lu Guifan retorted, dissatisfied. But, mother, did you discuss this at home just now? What did she say? Did you agree? Why would I not agree to such a wonderful proposal? Lu Guifan replied cheerfully. Heaven bless us, I never expected someone would want to marry into our family. Wenxiao is a wonderful girl. She even told me she doesn't want a dowry, nor anything at all, and she is bringing her current house and 10 acres of land as her dowry. This is a stroke of good fortune. Dejin, you've hit the jackpot. Yang Dazhuang chimed in. This is fantastic news, Dejin. Why do you look so glum? But, mother, I am well aware of my own circumstances. Why are you making decisions for me? I am not thinking about marriage right now, Yang Dejin said, feeling dejected and unable to comprehend why Wenxiao would choose him. You foolish boy. Wenxiao is a far better girl than that Zhang Fenfang. Are you put off by the fact that she is a divorcee? What of it? She has no children, and her temperament is excellent. She is far prettier than Zhang Fenfang. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Lu Guifan exclaimed, frustrated. Don't try to fool me. I have already agreed to this. Wenxiao is the daughter-in-law I want. Mother, what are you doing? I truly have no plans to marry. And besides, I already have someone. Someone? Lu Guifan asked, puzzled. You are no longer with Zhang Fenfang. It's not Zhang Fenfang, it's someone else. Oh, it's complicated to explain, he said, feeling helpless. Just then, a loud thud echoed from outside, as if something had fallen. He rushed to look outside and saw Wenxiao running out of the house, covering her face, likely having bumped into a shovel by the wall and fallen over. Oh, it's Wenxiao. Why has she returned? Lu Guifan exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration. You foolish boy, look at the mess you've created. Go after her and apologize. Wenxiao is a great girl. If you scare her away, I will be furious. Seeing Yang Dejin standing still, his mother pushed him towards the door. Why are you just standing there? Go. Reluctantly, Yang Dejin ran outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Wenxiao's solitary figure retreating towards the village outskirts. After pondering for a moment, he decided against chasing her, reasoning that pursuing her would only complicate matters further and possibly hurt her again. It would be better to sever ties decisively, allowing her to move on more swiftly. How on earth did Wenxiao come to fancy me? He mused, his thoughts drifting to Hu Yuxian. 2 days had passed, and she had told him to wait. He had no idea when she would return. He had been counting on her to accompany him in his cultivation practices, not wanting to return home too early and face his mother's ire. He aimlessly found a haystack to sit on, pulling out a jade gourd to inspect it. Oh, there are 2 more drops today. Wonderful. With 2 drops a day, I will have enough for my training and still save 1 for emergencies, he thought, pleased, as he ingested a drop and began his cultivation. Mother, what has happened to my father? He was just taken for questioning, and now he has suddenly gone mad. Who knows? It must be the police's doing, otherwise. How could he suddenly lose his mind? The doctors at the county hospital are incompetent. I have already contacted a provincial hospital. We must transfer him quickly. I am so frustrated. Have we encountered some kind of misfortune? These past few days have been so unlucky. Not only did I have a run-in with that second-rate fellow, but now my father has gone mad. Should we invite a priest to perform a cleansing ritual? Indeed, once we get your father to the province. I've heard that the spirit medium from Nansan village is quite capable. We should have him perform a ceremony. Suddenly taken aback, Yang Dejin exclaimed. Who is that hiding behind the haystack? You scared me to death. He opened his eyes and looked up to see Zhao Hushan, his body covered in bandages and sporting multiple fractures, being pushed by Chun Guiqin. Zhao Hushan's face was bruised and contorted in fear. His mother, supporting her son, looked up and, upon seeing Yang Dejin, shouted angrily, So it's you second-rate fool. It's all your fault for calling the police. Which led to Zhu Gui going mad. You're the one who frightened us. Hearing this, Yang Dejin's heart coldly chuckled. Earlier, he had pretended to be pricked by a thorn, using it to jab Zhao Zhu Gui's acupoint, which had sent him spiraling into madness. and from that day forth, he was deemed insane. He slowly stood up, and Zhao Hushan, having experienced his wrath before, quickly shouted, "Don't hit me. Please, let us go, mother. Why are you afraid of him? I don't believe he would dare hit a woman." Chen Guiqin retorted angrily as she approached him, ready to confront him. "Is it you who hit my son? I won't stand for it." Chen Guiqin raised her hand to strike him. Yang Dejin frowned and swiftly slapped her, sending her spinning in place. "Get lost," he shouted, his gaze fixed on Zhao Hushan. Chapter 18. The widow sold to the hotel. Zhao Hushan trembled in fear and shouted, "Mother, let us hurry and get out of here. This guy is insane." He went to hold back. Struggling to maneuver his wheelchair, he winced in pain from his multiple fractures. "You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me?" Chen Guiqin, in a frenzy, turned to confront him. He found it pointless to engage with a madwoman. With one swift kick, he sent her flying 2 meters away. Glancing back at her, unable to rise from the ground, he turned and headed home. Upon returning, he found his mother still awake. As soon as she saw him, she hurried out of the house. "Dejin, how did it go?" "Mother, he ran off too quickly. I couldn't catch him. It seems he must have returned to his family," he explained. "Oh, you silly boy. Really?" his mother exclaimed, frustrated as she slapped her thigh. "Never mind. Once when Xiao returns, I will go find her and speak to her. You better treat when Xiao well from now on. Do you hear me?" "Mother," he called out, wanting to express that he had no intentions of marrying, but she had already turned and slammed the door shut behind her. He was left with his words stuck in his throat, shaking his head in resignation as he returned to his room, only to find his elder brother sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. He pricked his brother's acupoint with a needle, causing the snoring to cease instantly. Before lying down himself to sleep, the corn in the fields had been completely burned. There was no work to be done for the time being. He thought about his brother's illness, which required acupuncture. Using a sewing needle for acupuncture daily was not sustainable. Additionally, his mother suffered from high blood pressure and diabetes, which needed to be treated with traditional medicine, so he planned to go to the county town early the next morning. Previously, he had been short and had rarely ventured beyond a few nearby villages. He had only been to the county town twice and was not very familiar with it. After wandering around and asking at a couple of pharmacies, he learned that acupuncture needles were classified as medical instruments, which most drugstores did not carry. After some inquiries, he arrived at the Shunkong Pharmacy, the largest in town, which stocked everything from traditional Chinese medicine to Western medicine and medical equipment. He purchased a pack of acupuncture needles for just 10 yuan, containing 100 needles in various sizes, and also prepared a prescription for a week's supply of medicine. Just as he was about to leave, a Land Rover pulled up in front of the pharmacy, and a woman dressed in a sleek black bodycon dress stepped out of the vehicle. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her cascading waves of hair draped casually over her shoulders. A large pair of sunglasses obscured half of her delicate face, and her slender, well-proportioned figure was perfectly accentuated by a form-fitting skirt. She carried a small designer bag and walked towards them with an air of indifference. The owner and several sales staff, upon noticing her, promptly called out, their movements quickening as they handled their tasks. Onlookers in the pharmacy couldn't help but steal glances at her. She was indeed captivating, rivaling the glamour of television stars. With an ethereal, cold elegance, Yang Dagon narrowly avoided colliding with her, hastily stepping aside as she passed without acknowledging him. Exiting the pharmacy, he recalled how Zhao Shuhua had reimbursed him 200,000 the previous day. His mother was eager to return the money, but this morning, they learned that Zhao had suddenly fallen ill and was taken to the provincial hospital, leaving the debt unpaid. On his way to the county town, his mother had given him her bank card, urging him to verify the balance. After checking at the nearby bank, he found over 250,000 yuan, more than 50,000 of which was their family's savings for marrying off him and his brother, while the remaining 200,000 was Zhao's compensation. He withdrew 3,000, planning to buy some decent food for his family, who had endured years of hardship and deserved an improvement in their living conditions. After purchasing some cooked meats and cold dishes in the county, he returned home, only to see his mother anxiously rushing out. "Mother, where are you going?" he asked. "You're finally back, come on," Lu Guifan said, pulling him along. "What is going on?" he asked, bewildered. "I just received a call from Wenxiu. She said her mother is planning to sell her, and we need to find a way to rescue her." "What?" he exclaimed, taken aback. "What did she say?" "She called secretly and didn't say much. Just that she's at the Mingri Hotel in town," she replied. "All right, mother, don't worry." He thrust the items he was carrying into her arms and dashed off. "Be quick, Dagon. Wenxiu is the daughter-in-law I've chosen for you. We mustn't let her mother sell her," Lu Guifan urged, but he remained silent, focusing solely on reaching her. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenxiu was hiding in the restroom, desperately bracing herself against the wooden door. Wenxiu, open the door. I've put something in the water you drank. Don't struggle. Your mother has accepted 200,000 from me. Today, I'm going to have you. A man's voice threatened from the other side. Wenxiu's face turned pale, feeling an unsettling sensation rise within her. Her breath quickening as she fought to maintain her grip on the door. Are you trying to break down the door? Bang! The door shook violently as he kicked it. Wenxiu pressed against it, nearly losing her balance. Wenxiu, you're taking me for a fool, aren't you? Once I break this door down, you'll see what I can do. The man's threats echoed through the small space. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind her, causing her to lose her footing and fall to the ground. A man with a gaunt face barged in, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. Wenxiu, I'm here, he exclaimed, lunging towards her. Wenxiu fought back, screaming, Get off me, Huang Dalu. I'll call the police. Don't touch me. Huh? Touch you? Your mother sold you to me, Wenxiu. I've had my eye on you for years. If I hadn't been broke back then, would you have ended up with that short-lived guy? But now I have money. I paid 200,000 for you. You belong to me. He leaned down, attempting to kiss her. Slap. Huang Dalu recoiled, anger flashing across his face as he struck her. You think you can defy me? Today, you'll learn my strength. Bang. Bang. The door was pounded again. Huang Dalu scowled. Who the hell is disturbing me now? He yelled back, Get lost. Don't interrupt my fun. As he grumbled to himself, he reluctantly rose, ready to confront whoever was at the door, but the moment he opened it, a foot flew towards him, landing squarely in his chest. Damn it, he cursed, feeling the force propel him backward into the wall. Before he could react, a shadow lunged at him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The blows rained down mercilessly, and Huang Dalu struggled to shield his face, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as blood spilled onto the ground. Just as he thought he might escape, he felt arms encircle his neck from behind, followed by a warm body pressing against him. He froze, suddenly remembering Wenxiu was drugged. Wenxiu, don't move, he shouted, pulling her arms away from him. He glared at Huang Dalu. Get lost. If I see you again, I won't hesitate to beat you. Huang Dalu scrambled to his feet, fleeing without looking back. As Yang Dagan turned, he was met with a flushed face. Wenxiu, arms wrapped around his neck, leaned in and kissed him deeply. He was taken aback, confusion flooding his mind as he instinctively pulled back. Yet, she leaned into him, causing him to stumble and fall. Chapter 19. You beasts. Who could withstand such trials? Yang Dagan's heart raced, nearly losing control as he gazed at Wenxiu's flushed face and dazed eyes. Suddenly, he was struck by the realization that taking advantage of her would make him no better than a beast. Moreover, his cultivation depended on engaging with someone of equal strength. With clarity returning, he forcefully pushed Wenxiu away. She knelt before him, her vulnerability laid bare. He fought against his own desire, binding her hands behind her as he dragged her to the bathroom, turning on the shower and dousing her with cold water. Wenxiu gasped, jolted awake as the cold water hit her. Her dazed eyes regained a semblance of clarity as she looked at Yang Dagan, her expression filled with disappointment and despair. Sister-in-law? Are you all right? Wenxiu gradually regained her clarity of mind. Seeing his concerned gaze, she forced a smile and replied, I am fine. That's good. You should call someone to prepare some medicine and take a quick shower. I will step out for a moment. He handed her the shower head and turned to leave. Wenxiu watched his retreating figure with a heavy heart until the bathroom door closed. Lowering her gaze to her own body, she couldn't help but choke back a sob. I am barely in my 30s, the prime age for a woman. Why, despite my proactive approach, does Yang Dagan still refuse me? Could it be that he truly feels nothing for me? Meanwhile, Yang Dagan exited the hotel room and stood in the corridor, hearing the sound of rushing water from inside. Recalling the earlier scene, he felt a slight flutter in his heart. Damn it, how long will Yuxian take to return? If she doesn't come back soon, I might lose my resolve. He muttered a curse under his breath, rubbing his face to calm himself, when he suddenly heard Huang Dalu's voice approaching from the front. This is it. I told you. You took my 200,000 and promised me Wenxiu. If you can't resolve this, you must refund my money. Looking up, he saw Huang Dalu hurrying towards him, flanked by 3 others, among whom were Wenxiu's parents and her younger brother. Frowning, he already suspected their intentions and regarded them coldly. Wenxiu's mother, Du Linhua, stormed over, exclaiming, Yang Dagan. So it was you. How dare you meddle in our family's affairs and hurt Dalu like this? Who gave you the audacity? She raised her hand to slap him. As she was Wenxiu's mother, he stepped back to evade the blow. Aunt, let us discuss this calmly. The law prohibits arranged marriages now. If my sister-in-law is unwilling, you cannot force her. You old hag, how dare you dictate our family's matters? Zhou Yong, Wenxiu's brother, pointed an accusatory finger at him. I want to marry and buy a house in the county. If she refuses to marry, where do you think I will get the money for a house? If you have the guts, put up 20,000. Otherwise, don't interfere in our family matters. Zhou father, Zhou Haihe, with a sullen face, scolded Yang Dagon. Don't talk to me about the law. She is my daughter, and I can decide whom she marries without your interference. Now get out of my sight. Or I will teach you a lesson. Yes, teach him a lesson. Look at what he has done to me. If you don't beat him, you better refund my money. Huang Dala shouted, as if he had found a supporter. Zhou Haihe's face darkened, and he suddenly kicked Yang Dagon in the abdomen. You bastard. Dalu is now my son-in-law. If you dare to hit him, you are slapping my face. I will not let you off so easily. Yang Dagon deftly dodged and calmly replied, Uncle, Aunt, my sister-in-law, is also your daughter. How can you treat her this way? Have I not treated her well? Dalu is wealthy. If she marries him, she will live a life of luxury rather than remain a widow. Du Linhua retorted. You worthless fool. When did it become your place to dictate to my family? Zhou Yong lunged at him, attempting to grab his neck. Furrowing his brow and casting a displeased glance at Zhou Yong, Yang Dagon was still cautious, recognizing the parents of Zhou Wenxiu were present. What gives you the right to lay hands on me? As Zhou Yong's arm reached for him, he swiftly seized his wrist and forcefully twisted it. Ouch! Zhou Yong cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Let go, it hurts. Yang Dagon released his grip, then delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Yong's face, sending him sliding across the floor, blood spilling from his mouth, and half of his face swelling instantly. Xiaoyong. Du Linhua rushed over, concerned for her son. You dare touch my son. Zhou Haihe charged at him in a rage. Yang Dagon was at the end of his patience. The family's blatant favoritism for boys had exhausted his good nature. Yes, come at me. Show me what you've got, he declared, as Huang Dalu gleefully encouraged the attack. Suddenly, Yang Dagon lunged at Huang Dalu, grabbing his hair and smashing his face against his knee. The impact made Huang Dalu scream in agony, blood gushing from his nose. Zhou Haihe, witnessing this, cursed loudly. What are you doing? Let go of Dalu. Yang Dagon shoved Huang Dalu in front of him, kicking his legs to force him to kneel, then slapped him on the back of the head. I once hit you out of respect for your parents, but if any of you make a move, I will retaliate against him. You bastard. Zhou Haihe seethed, still itching for a fight, but with Huang Dalu in front of him, he couldn't reach Yang Dagon. Yang Dagon, maintaining his composure, landed another slap on Huang Dalu's head. Insult me, and I will retaliate. How dare you? Zhou Haihe's face twisted in fury. Let him go, or I will make you pay today. Du Linhua rushed in from the side, attempting a sneak attack. Yang Dagon yanked Huang Dalu to the side, causing Du Linhua to miss her target. And she clawed at Huang Dalu's face, followed by 2 swift slaps. Zhou Haihe, Du Linhua, did you not hear him say to hit me if you dare? You still want to lay hands on me? Huang Dalu shouted in rage. The Zhou family exchanged bewildered glances, surprised by Yang Dagon's unexpected aggression. They found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Get lost. From now on, do not meddle in Zhou Wenxiu's affairs. Yang Dagon commanded coldly. Ridiculous. She is my daughter. Zhou Haihe retorted defiantly. Yang Dagon slapped him hard. Enough of this. Just agree. Fine. Huang Dalu, you said it yourself. The 200,000 will not be refunded. Zhou Haihe grumbled. You bastard. That money is mine. You must return it. Du Linhua shouted angrily. If you want my daughter, you must refund the money. If you refuse, I will confront Yang Dagon and take Wenxiu back. With that, Du Linhua lunged at Yang Dagon. He moved Huang Dalu in front of him for protection. With the mask of civility already torn, Du Linhua no longer cared for Huang Dalu, clawing at him relentlessly while Zhou Haihe joined in, only to be thwarted by Yang Dagon. Ouch! Are you hitting Yang Dagon or me? Damn it! Zhou Haihe, if you dare kick my brother, I will not let this go. Stop! It hurts. Yang Dagon chuckled coldly, then suddenly released Huang Dalu, retreating behind him. Now freed. Huang Dalu, battered and bruised, was filled with rage. He lunged at Zhou Haihe, furiously striking him. How dare you hit my husband? Seeing this, Du Linhua's anger boiled over, and she dove in to grapple with Huang Dalu. Zhou Yong, finally recovering from his pain, rushed in to join the fray against Huang Dalu. Outnumbered, Huang Dalu was quickly overwhelmed, screaming in despair, and managed to escape, shouting, Zhou Haihe, just wait. I'll call for help and make sure you pay for this. Zhou Haihe, undeterred, retorted, go ahead and call. I'm not afraid of you. Standing aside, Yang Dagon watched with a bemused smile as the chaos unfolded. When Zhou Haihe glanced his way, he sneered and suddenly punched the wall beside him, creating a fist-sized dent. The Zhou family recoiled in shock, realizing the incredible strength it must have taken to make such an impression on a concrete wall. They hesitated, recognizing that if that force were directed at them, it could be fatal. They decided to keep their mouths shut reconsidering their next move. The Haiha River, let us hasten our departure. That yellow-skinned ruffian is a construction foreman. We must not provoke him lest we suffer a beating. Yes, indeed, let us return quickly and summon aid. With a sense of urgency, the family descended the stairs. Once they had departed, young Dagon humorously retracted his gaze, muttering a curse at their foolishness. Dagon, have they left? At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhou Wenxiu emerged cautiously, casting a glance outside. They have left, sister-in-law, he replied, noticing that Zhou Wenxiu was wrapped in tattered garments, revealing her pale skin, with the contours of her figure subtly outlined. Thank you, Zhou Wenxiu said, her voice low and melancholic. Not at all, sister-in-law. Allow me to escort you home. Without waiting for him, Zhou Wenxiu lowered her head and began her descent. He followed closely behind her, matching her pace. After safely delivering Zhou Wenxiu to her home, he returned, where his mother eagerly inquired, Heir, how is Wenxiu? Mother, she is fine. I brought her back. That's splendid. Lu Guifan nodded repeatedly in delight before asking, Heir, did you clarify things with Wenxiu? I did. I have always regarded her as a sister-in-law, without any ulterior motives. Lu Guifan stared at him blankly, then suddenly seized a broom from the ground and struck him on the backside. You rascal. What a wonderful girl Wenxiu is. If you could marry her, it would be a blessing from our ancestors. I told you to clarify. I told you. Ouch. Mother, please don't hit me. I truly harbor no other intentions. Arranged marriages are not my way. Please stop. Young Dagon ran around the yard, dodging her blows. You incorrigible child. You infuriate me. I won't let you off so easily. Lu Guifan chased after him, striking him several times before finally relenting, shaking her head with a resigned admonition. Continue your antics. I shall see what kind of bride you eventually bring home. Fear not. Mother, I shall surely bring you a beautiful bride, one that will please you. Bah. You better do so, or I shall have my way with you. Chapter 20. The beautiful woman pierced like a porcupine. Indeed, mother, rest assured I can. Young Dagon, with a forced smile, descended the ladder, relieved to see his mother storm back into the house. This commotion had indeed escalated into a forced marriage. Upon returning inside, he administered acupuncture to his elder brother and took a moment to rest. Heir, his mother called from within. Coming, mother. He rushed over to find her propped against the bed, her complexion ashen. He hurried to support her. Mother, what troubles you? You little scoundrel. It's your fault, I am feeling dizzy. My hypertension has flared up again. Lu Guifan scolded. I feel faint. Fetch me my medicine. He promptly retrieved the medicine, pouring out 2 doses and offering them to her. After she took them, he expressed concern. Mother, I just bought new acupuncture needles. Let me treat you with a couple of needles. Tomorrow, I will write a prescription and fetch you some medicine from the county. It will help prevent these ailments. You half-baked fool. How many days has that old doctor taught you? Better not stab me. His mother replied anxiously. Mother, Heir has the patience. I had him treat my leg, and now I can feel it moving. Yang Dazhuang interjected. At last, Lu Guifan recalled Yang Dazhuang's situation, and hearing him speak, she relented. Yang Dagon proceeded with the acupuncture, and indeed, Lu Guifan soon felt her head clearing and her dizziness dissipating. With a joyful smile, she exclaimed, Heir, your skills are remarkable. My head no longer spins, and I feel invigorated, much faster than medicine. Perhaps you should open a clinic in our village and practice as a doctor. It would provide for our family. Yang Dagon couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of becoming a physician, with the mystical techniques he possessed. Such a calling would be an utter waste of talent. Mother, rest now. Tomorrow I shall procure your medicine from the county. The next morning, as he prepared to head to the county for medicine, he spotted Wang Haibin ahead, burdened with a large package, while his wife, Zhao Hohat, drove an electric tricycle. A thought crossed his mind, and he quickened his pace, calling out, Uncle Haibin, Aunt Hohat, wait for me. I'm heading to the county as well. May I hitch a ride with you? Wang Haibin turned, his expression darkening as he grunted in response, seemingly ignoring him. Zhao Hohat snapped back, go on your own. There's no room for you. Taken aback, he rubbed his nose, pondering whether the previous incident with Zhao Shugui had soured their relationship. After all, Wang Haibin worked at the lumber mill, and though their families were not particularly close, it was customary to acknowledge one another. It was truly maddening. What had once been a stable lumber mill was now in chaos. How could the village chief suddenly lose his sanity? It was infuriating. Just think. All that work lost, and now I must seek employment elsewhere. Will the lumber mill even remain operational? The village chief has gone mad. And Zhao Yuhu surely cannot take over. Zhao Yuhu? What does he know about management? If he attempts to run the lumber mill, it will surely close within half a year. As their conversation faded into the distance, Yang Dagon grasped the situation Zhao Shugui's madness had led to the loss of the mill's leadership, resulting in its closure. Wang Haiban was out of a job and would have to seek work elsewhere. Watching them depart, a wave of frustration washed over him. Zhao Shugui had bullied his family, and he felt compelled to retaliate, to drive Zhao Shugui mad in order to prevent future troubles. Yet, the villagers who worked at the lumber mill were now left without jobs and would have to seek employment elsewhere. Damn it, why am I the one to blame? Why must I bear the brunt of this? He grumbled, rubbing his nose, yet he felt no regret for his actions. Arriving in the county, he withdrew some money from the bank to purchase medicine. Just as he exited the bank, a cacophony of panicked shouts reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a truck laden with steel bars barreling towards a parked SUV outside a pharmacy, seemingly out of control. The driver appeared unable to regain control, his face stricken with fear as he leapt from the cab. The truck collided violently with the SUV, crumpling its front end. The inertia from the steel bars caused several to his heart sank as he gazed at the woman, firmly pinned to the car's seat, her breath becoming increasingly shallow. Lowering his head, he observed the flames at the rear of the vehicle rapidly spreading, his mind racing with urgency. Beneath his peculiar gaze, steel rods had pierced through the woman's chest and abdomen, 2 through her lungs, 1 through her stomach, and another that missed her vital organs yet still impaled her along with the seat, embedding itself in the back seat. If he could pull her out now, there might still be hope. A sudden resolve surged within him as he grasped one of the rods embedded in her lung, and, with a powerful yank, he extracted the heavy metal, causing the woman to arch in agony as a jet of blood sprayed onto his face. Swiftly, he retrieved acupuncture needles he had just purchased, deftly inserting 2 into her chest, staunching the flow of blood from the gaping wound. Without hesitation, he repeated his earlier action, removing the remaining steel rod. Meanwhile, the gasoline-fueled flames had reached the back seat, prompting him to swiftly lift the woman and dash away. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind him, a wave of heat crashing against him, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. He glanced back at the obliterated vehicle, his heart racing with fear. Had he not acted quickly, he might have perished in that blast. Finding a safe spot, he laid the woman down. His unique vision revealed her internal wounds still bleeding profusely, with blood seeping into her lungs, causing her to cough up crimson droplets. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved several needles, rapidly inserting them into critical acupoints on her body to regulate her blood flow while channeling his energy to keep her from slipping away. Rongruo! Rongruo! A man burst from the crowd, rushing towards the fallen woman. Upon seeing her, he lunged forward, crying out in despair. Yang Dagan furrowed his brow. The woman was gravely injured, and he had just managed to control the bleeding. Any sudden movement could provoke a catastrophic hemorrhage. He raised his hand to block the man, speaking firmly, "Do not move. I have just stopped the bleeding. Who are you? I am her husband. Let me through. I must take her to the hospital." The man bellowed, shoving him aside in desperation. Yang Dagan quickly countered, pushing him back, insisting, "Do not move. I warned you. If you disturb her, she will die. Who are you to stop me? You're preventing me from saving her." The man shouted, attempting to shove him again, but Yang Dagan stood firm, seemingly rooted to the spot. "Damn you!" The man, incensed, swung a fist at him. Yang Dagan tilted his head slightly, evading the strike. But the man seized the opportunity to rush towards the woman. With a swift motion, Yang Dagan grabbed the man's clothing and yanked him down to the ground, exasperated. "Do you not understand? I said not to move. What are you so reckless for? You bastard! How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am?" The man retorted, springing to his feet and aiming a kick at Yang Dagan's chest. Yang Dagan furrowed his brow, seizing the man's ankle and lifting it sharply. The man cried out in pain as his back slammed against the ground, wincing in agony. At that moment, the blaring sirens of an ambulance pierced the air. The man, consumed by rage, scrambled to his feet and glared at Yang Dagan, before shouting towards the approaching ambulance, "Over here! Over here!" The ambulance halted before them, and 2 medical personnel rushed out, swiftly approaching the woman. Upon seeing her 4 penetrating wounds, their faces paled, and one shouted, "Stretcher, quickly!" Yang Dagan stepped forward, speaking with urgency, "I've used acupuncture to control her bleeding. Be careful when lifting her. Any sudden movement could cause her to bleed out again." "Acupuncture?" The young doctor looked at him skeptically, dismissing him with a wave. "Whatever nonsense that is, just step aside and don't block the way. I am Lu Tingnan. And this is my wife, Lin Rongrua. Don't listen to that fool. Hurry and get her to the hospital." Lu Tingnan exclaimed as he rushed forward, scooping Lin Rongrua into his arms and striding towards the ambulance. "Lu Tingnan, Director Lu from the Health Bureau?" The young doctor's expression shifted, and he hurried after him, fawning, "Director, please slow down. We have a stretcher. Let us get the patient onto it." Is this really the health bureau director? Only 30 years old and already in such a prominent position. Truly remarkable. And is that his wife? So young and beautiful. Look at how anxious he is. Their relationship must be quite close. Without uttering a word, Lu Tingmin approached the ambulance, preparing to load Lin Rongrua inside when suddenly, his foot slipped, causing him to fall to his knees, and Lin Rongrua crashed against the ambulance's edge, rolling to the ground. "Rongrua!" Lu Tingmin shouted in panic. The violent impact caused the blood he had staunched with acupuncture to erupt once more. Yang Dagan rushed forward, ready to assist with the needles again, but then saw Lu Tingmin vault towards the woman, crying out, "Rongrua, what has happened to you? It's my fault, I dropped you. Please. You must not be hurt. Director, the patient is bleeding heavily. We need to get her into the ambulance for treatment." Yes, yes. What are you all waiting for? Hurry. Lu Tingmin shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. "If anything happens to my wife, I will not forgive you." The young doctor, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his objections and hurried to help lift Lin Rongrua into the ambulance. As the vehicle jolted, Lin Rongrua coughed violently, blood seeping into her lungs. Her breath quickening as her eyes widened in alarm. Her gaze, which had begun to fade, suddenly sharpened. Yang Dagan, pushed aside by Lu Tingnan and the young doctor, hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene again. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed the woman staring intently at him, her lips trembling as she struggled to form a word. "Save me." His heart skipped a beat. He could hardly believe his eyes. She lay weakly on the stretcher, her gaze unfocused, as if death were imminent. As Lin Rongrua was loaded into the ambulance, Lu Tingnan attempted to follow. Yang Dagan's eyes lit up. He swiftly kicked the man's leg, causing him to buckle and crash into the ambulance door, clutching his head in pain. Yang Dagan leapt inside the vehicle, slamming the door shut before Lu Tingnan could rise. He commanded the driver, "Drive." "What are you doing?" "The director isn't in yet," the young doctor exclaimed, reaching for the door. "Are you looking to die?" Yang Dagan shot back, the urgency palpable. "Didn't you see how furious he was? His wife is on the brink of death, and now this. If she doesn't make it, he will definitely take it out on someone." "What do you mean?" the young doctor asked, confused. "Do you want to be the one he lashes out at? Remember, he was holding his wife, and you didn't help, causing him to drop her. If she doesn't survive, he will blame you for being unprofessional and slow." Upon hearing this, the young doctor grew anxious. "What should we do? Why are you worried? You're wearing a mask. He doesn't know you and can't see your face. Let us just focus on saving his wife. If she survives, he'll calm down and likely hold us accountable. If she doesn't you haven't shown your face, so we can deny everything. What can he do? If you bring him here, and he chats with you along the way, should you inadvertently reveal your face, he might remember you. Wouldn't that put you at risk of being wronged?" The young doctor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in this reasoning. Yes, that makes sense. Hurry, let's drive." With that, the driver pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away, leaving Lu Tingmin spluttering in a cloud of exhaust fumes, cursing vehemently as he dashed to his own vehicle to pursue them. The ambulance raced toward the hospital, where the director and experts, having heard that the director's wife was injured, were already waiting at the entrance of the Green Channel. Even before the vehicle came to a complete stop, a swarm of doctors rushed over, collectively lifting the patient and hastening her toward the operating room. As he exited the vehicle and approached the operating area, he felt a pang of unease as he peered through the glass into the surgery room, ensuring everything was in order before retreating to a corner to sit. Lu Tingmin was bent on causing harm. He recalled the moments following Lin Rongrua's injury, scrutinizing every action of Lu Tingmin's. He had clearly instructed him not to move recklessly. Yet Lu Tingnan had disregarded this, and upon further reflection, he realized that when Lu Tingmin had abruptly dropped Lin Rongrua onto the ground while lifting her into the car, it had been an intentional act, aimed at ensuring her demise. Rongrua, a voice called out, and he looked up to see Lu Tingnan hastily approaching, his face a mask of anxiety. The hospital leaders quickly surrounded him, clamoring to discuss the situation. He focused intently on the unfolding scene. If he had not encountered this situation, he would have turned a blind eye, but now that he was involved, he could not stand idly by while tragedy unfolded. Hours passed, and finally, the operating room doors swung open, prompting Lu Tingnan and the gathered crowd to rush forward. Rongrua, how are you? Lin Rongrua struggled to open her eyes, still under the influence of anesthesia, her eyelids fluttering in a battle against heaviness. Yet she summoned an extraordinary will, forcing her pale lips to remain steady as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Yang Dagan in the corner, and with great difficulty, she raised her hand, weakly beckoning him. Come here, you come here. Though her voice was faint, it rang clear. All eyes turned to Yang Dagan, filled with surprise and skepticism. He furrowed his brow and approached. Lin Rongrua grasped his hand with what little strength she had left, urgently whispering, "Help me. Don't let anyone else come near me." Understood. Yang Dagan's expression sharpened. It was clear to him that Lin Rongrua was aware of the danger surrounding her and was unwilling to trust anyone else. He took hold of the gurney and addressed the onlookers. "Where's the ward? I'll take her there." Upon hearing Yang Dagan's assurance, Lin Rongrua finally felt a sense of relief. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. "What are you doing?" "I am the director of the health bureau. And this is my wife. Hand over that gurney." Lu Tingnan reached out to seize it. Yang Dagan swiftly slapped his arm away. "Ouch!" Lu Tingnan crouched down, clutching his arm in pain, and shouted in rage, "How dare you hit me? I am the director of the health bureau. Wang, call someone to throw him out." Wang Dahai, in his 50s, wiped the sweat from his brow and called over several doctors. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and throw him out. We don't welcome people like him in our hospital." Yang Dagan spoke firmly. "Director Wang, she just said that no one should approach her except for me. Do you not understand what that means?" Wang Dahai paused, realizing the implication as he noticed several doctors preparing to act. He quickly shouted, "Stop. Don't move. Everyone, stay still." Yang Dagan ceased his argument with them, pushing Lin Rongrua toward the ward. "Director Wang, what are you doing?" Lu Tingnan shouted. "This is an order. That's my wife. How can you let someone else take her away?" Chapter 22. He is much stronger than you. It was as if Director Wang had not heard Lu Tingnan at all. He stared vacantly at Lin Rongrua being wheeled away until Lu Tingnan repeated himself, jolting him back to reality. Though he was uncertain of the full situation, it was evident that Lin Rongrua was ignoring her husband in favor of an outsider and forbidding anyone else from approaching her. Was there something amiss? Lin Rongrua's greatest asset was her marriage to this director, who also owned the county's largest chain pharmacy, Shenkong Pharmacy. He was ambitious and capable. Should anything happen to her in their hospital, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Although the director was his superior, promoting him would not necessarily be beneficial. However, if Lin Rongrua were to perish under their care, it would be much simpler for him to lose his position. Wang Dahai forced a laugh. "No, Director Lu. You heard what your wife said. She insisted that no one approach her except for that young man. We cannot go against the patient's wishes. My wife is disoriented. She mistook him for someone else. She was speaking to me, not him." Lu Tingnan shouted in fury. "Let us wait a moment. Your wife is indeed seriously injured. But the surgery was successful. She should awaken by tomorrow. We can confirm then." Wang Dahai preferred to sidestep the matter, ordering a few experts to ensure they used the best medicine, claiming he had a meeting and turning to leave. "You scoundrel, Wang Dahai. How dare you disregard my orders?" Lu Tingnan glared at the departing Wang Dahai, stomping his foot in frustration before turning away instead of heading to the ward. The hospital took the matter seriously and arranged for a private room. Yang Dagan wheeled Lin Rongrua into the ward, glancing at the wounds on her body, which had already been treated. The stitching appeared to be done well, and her vital signs were stable. He needed to make a phone call home, letting them know he wouldn't be returning today. He settled onto the sofa, staring out the window, never having anticipated such events would unfold. As he watched a nurse approach to change the dressings, he quickly borrowed her phone to call home. Having spent a whole day in the ward, Lin Rongrua still had not awakened. After meditating for a while, he felt his spiritual energy had grown considerably. It wasn't until the following evening that Lin Rongrua suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes. He observed from the sofa, noting that everything seemed fine, and asked casually, "You're awake?" Lin Rongrua, connected to 2 tubes and a catheter, turned her head weakly to see him, managing to utter 2 words with great effort. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." He approached the bedside. "I don't know what happened to you, and I didn't dare ask anyone for your family's contact information." "What is your family's number?" "I can't stay here indefinitely. We need to call them." Lin Rongrua shook her head, gasping as if struggling with each breath. "My mother is unwell. I can't let her know." "Do you have any trustworthy friends?" he inquired. Lin Rongrua's expression dimmed as she replied softly, "I can compensate you for your loss. Please help me for another 2 days." Yang Dagan looked at her helplessly. Noticing her struggle to speak, he pulled out 2 needles and injected her with them. Lin Rongrua felt as if she had been burdened by several heavy stones on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Taking a deep breath, a fiery pain shot through her lungs, but with the 2 injections, that sensation lightened considerably, and her spirits lifted. She asked in surprise, "Are you a doctor?" "A barefoot doctor." He chuckled. "What happened between you and your husband?" Lin Rongrua's gaze darkened, and she regarded him with indifference. "If you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. I just wanted to validate my suspicions. Nothing much." A few days ago, he became involved with the daughter of a high-ranking official. I want a divorce. But as the party at fault, he can only claim 20% of our joint assets. I suspect he plans to disguise my death as an accident to seize the money. Lin Rongrua spoke as if narrating someone else's story, her face devoid of emotion. Yes, it was evident. When I saved you, I applied pressure to halt the bleeding and told him not to move you. Yet, he insisted on moving and pretended to accidentally drop you from the ambulance. If I hadn't understood medicine, you might have truly died. Thank you, Lin Rongrua said gently. Her tone sincere. No need. He replied, it's only right to help those in need. Ha ha ha. He chuckled lightly. You should rest now. I'll take a break too. Sitting on the sofa, he took down the jade gourd and opened it, only to find that the medicinal liquid had unexpectedly increased by 4 drops. How peculiar. Why had it suddenly surged so much? He was filled with astonishment, recalling that the liquid typically increased by a mere 2 drops daily. His thoughts wandered. Previously, it had generally been 2 drops, sometimes slightly more or less, which he assumed was a normal fluctuation. However, today it had doubled, which was indeed strange. Could the increase of this liquid be related to something else? For 2 consecutive days, he prepared several doses of medicine, supplementing them with acupuncture to aid Lin Rongrua's swift recovery. Remarkably, she was recuperating quickly, her voice full of vigor, and she seemed to regain her strength. Miss Lin, we are going to remove the catheter now, a nurse announced as she entered, reaching for the curtain. Don't pull it. Lin Rongrua suddenly interjected, stopping the nurse. The nurse turned back, questioning Yang Dagan with a look of doubt. I'll step outside, Yang Dagan said, rubbing his nose and turning to leave. No, stay here. Lin Rongrua's beautiful and delicate face flushed with color as she looked at him pleadingly. Understanding her concern, he realized that Lin Rongrua feared that Lu Tingnan might bribe the nurse to harm her, hence she wanted him to supervise. He exchanged glances with the nurse, who appeared quite embarrassed. It was awkward to remove a catheter from a woman with another man present. What if Director Lu found out and unleashed his wrath? Yang Dagan felt equally awkward. He hardly knew Lin Rongrua before, but he didn't want to see her die for no reason. Since Lin Rongrua was seeking his help, he had been assisting her for 2 days. However, the impending catheter removal would undoubtedly reveal certain areas, and he was reluctant to witness it. Please help me, Lin Rongrua whispered, her face red, her eyes shimmering with desperation. All right. He relented after a moment's hesitation, acknowledging her plea. The nurse stood there, visibly troubled. It was her first encounter with such a situation. Proceed. Lin Rongrua regained her composure. The nurse hesitated but slowly began the removal process. As the thin blanket was lifted, Lin Rongrua's body, devoid of any covering, was laid bare before him. Yang Dagan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Her figure was undeniably stunning, not inferior to Hu Yuxian's, especially her slender, fair waist, smooth and unwrinkled, resembling a captivating specter. Gradually, a wave-like curve emerged from her waist, exuding sensuality and grace. As he averted his gaze, he recalled Lin Rongrua's earlier words, asking him to stay to monitor the nurse's every move, ensuring she would not act maliciously. He had to keep his eyes wide open, focused intently on her actions. With the blanket gradually being lifted, a pair of long, shapely legs slightly parted, showcasing their elegant form. I'm beginning, the nurse said softly, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Yang Dagan scrutinized every motion of the nurse, ensuring no mischief occurred. A minute later, the nurse extracted the catheter and covered Lin Rongrua with the blanket once more. Lin Rongrua let out a heavy sigh of relief, and Yang Dagan exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding. It was quite the ordeal. Thank you, Lin Rongrua said softly, turning her head away. Her cheeks still flushed. You're welcome, Yang Dagan replied as he returned to the sofa, images of Lin Rongrua's exquisite form lingering in his mind, stirring his heart. Before he could settle in, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and Lu Tingnan stormed in, his face contorted with rage. Lin Rongrua, you wretched woman. What have you done? As he approached her with menacing strides, Yang Dagan quickly stood in front of him. Get out of my way, you adulterous pair, Lu Tingnan bellowed. But knowing Yang Dagan's prowess, he merely hurled insults, pointing at Lin Rongrua. How could you stoop so low? Is this scoundrel your lover? Yang Dagan frowned at the vile accusations and retorted coldly, watch your words. Get lost, you filthy creature. You think you can do as you please. And I can't call you out? Why didn't you leave when the nurse was removing the catheter? Lin Rongrua, do you think you are someone special? Without me, you are nothing. Your pharmacy's current success hinges on my connections and influence. Yang Dagan's expression darkened, and he swiftly delivered a punch to Lu Tingnan's abdomen. Lu Tingnan gasped, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground, glaring at Yang Dagan with fury. You dare strike me? I won't let this go. Lin Rongrua struggled to lift her head and coldly stated, if you have evidence, then you may sue. Without evidence, keep your mouth shut. Wretched woman. All this wealth is mine. Without my connections and money, how could your pharmacy have thrived? Lu Tingnan shouted, standing up despite the pain. And we're not even divorced yet. How dare you allow another man to see you like this? Have you sunk so low that even this short, ugly man could win your favor? Lin Rongrua scoffed, looking at him dismissively. Not only can I allow him to see me, but I also don't fear anyone knowing. Turning to Yang Dagan, she said, Dagan, help me up. Yang Dagan stepped forward to assist her, but unexpectedly, Lin Rongrua wrapped her slender arm around his neck and leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. Yang Dagan was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a bold move from Lin Rongrua. Behind them, Lu Tingnan's furious roar echoed, followed by rapid footsteps. Lin Rongrua kicked backward, knocking Lu Tingnan off balance. You shameless woman. How dare you act so intimately with another man in my presence? Lu Tingnan's eyes burned with rage. Lin Rongrua raised an eyebrow, challenging him. And what of it? Not only have we been affectionate, but we also shared a bed last night. He is far superior to you. You Lin Rongrua, how dare you? Lu Tingnan seethed, leaping toward her in fury. Chapter 23. The beautiful woman who throws herself into his arms. Yang Dagan swiftly kicked out again, striking Lu Tingnan in the abdomen, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters back until he crashed against the wall, groaning in pain. Lu Tingnan, hurry and sign the divorce papers, or I will take this to court. Lin Rongrua declared indifferently. At that point, it will be more than just a matter of shame. Wretched woman. Lu Tingnan struggled to stand, his furious gaze fixed upon them. You'll regret this. I won't let either of you off the hook. With that, he stormed out, his shouts echoing down the corridor. What are you all staring at? Get lost. Lu Tingnan's irate voice rang out. Once he left, Yang Dagan regarded Lin Rongrua with newfound admiration. She had cleverly provoked Lu Tingnan, using him as a pawn. Lin Rongrua caught his gaze and blushed, murmuring, I apologize. I just couldn't contain my anger. Anger him? Huh, is this how you do it? I met him in college. He pursued me for 3 years before I agreed to be with him. There were feelings involved. Lin Rongrua reminisced. A couple of days ago, I discovered him cheating with Su Wan at a hotel and took photos as evidence. I confronted him about divorce, but he suggested I remain his mistress instead of a wife. What a clever twist. Yang Dagan was astonished by Lu Tingnan's convoluted thought process. I refused and had a lawyer draft the divorce agreement. He is at fault, and I will claim 70% of the assets, around 30 million. 30 million? Yang Dagan was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen such a sum, and it was no wonder Lu Tingnan was reluctant to let go. In pursuit of promotion, he has been vigilant over the years, fearing any slip-up might tarnish his career. He values his reputation greatly, hence he rarely accepts gifts. The money he has accumulated primarily comes from my pharmacy earnings, which is why he hesitates to let me take a significant portion. Besides this money, he also possesses several properties and vehicles. Lin Rongrua continued. After 2 days of tension, the situation remains quite strained. Currently, he is at a crucial juncture in his career. If I were to reveal his infidelity, it would undoubtedly leave a stain on his record, jeopardizing his chances for future advancement. My desire is for an amicable divorce. Yet I never anticipated he would harbor thoughts of killing me. Thankfully, you rescued me. Yang Dagan nodded. Just moments ago, Lu Tingnan burst in, evidently still caring for Lin Rongrua, but it seems he prioritizes power and wealth above all else. He wishes to have both, yet Lin Rongrua is equally strong-willed, refusing to comply, which led him to contemplate murder. What do you intend to do next? Naturally, I plan to divorce him. As long as he agrees to a swift divorce, I see no need for a destructive confrontation. This money is sufficient for me to leave and live my life anew. You do not intend to pursue charges against him for attempted murder? He has been rather quiet these past few days, likely aware that I suspect his murderous intentions. Consequently, he is probably destroying evidence. Even if I were to report him, finding proof would prove difficult. For now, I wish to focus on securing a quick divorce. Then take my mother and flee far away, never to see him again. Lin Rongrua glanced at him and added, Thank you for your help. You've made a formidable enemy of him on my behalf. If I leave, he surely won't spare you. Though he maintains a facade of integrity, he once ruthlessly framed his competitors during his rise to the position of director. I possess evidence of his deceit, which I will give to you. Should he ever attempt to harass you, present this evidence, and he will think twice before acting against you. Over the past couple of days, he prepared some traditional Chinese medicine, and Lin Rongrua has been recovering rapidly. All the tubes have finally been removed, yet inexplicably, the medicinal liquid in the jade gourd has dwindled from around 2 drops a day to merely 1. He is baffled by this phenomenon. Lin Rongrua wishes to leave the hospital, but her injuries still require attention, and she fears that Lu Tingnan might employ further tricks, insisting on accompanying her home to recuperate. Yang Dagan, unable to ignore his growing concern after several days away, reluctantly agreed. They rented an ambulance to transport them to his village. Upon disembarking, Lin Rongrua gazed at the dilapidated door of his home and asked in astonishment, "Is this your house?" "Yes, what of it?" Yang Dagan replied, carrying the medication and some essentials as he assisted her inside. "My family is poor. My father works away from home for long periods, sometimes not returning for a month. My younger sister boards at school in town, leaving only my mother and older brother at home." Lin Rongrua nodded sympathetically, following him inside. His mother was sweeping in the yard, and upon seeing him return, she scolded, "You ungrateful boy. You finally remembered to come home." Then she noticed him supporting an exceedingly beautiful woman and paused in shock, suddenly recalling that his second brother had mentioned bringing home a stunning daughter-in-law. She wondered if this was indeed the one. Realizing this, Lu Guifan quickly bit her tongue, her irritated expression transforming into a warm smile. "Oh, my dear second son. Who is this lovely lady?" Yang Dagan, witnessing the rapid change in his mother's demeanor, explained, "Mother, this is a friend of mine who has just recovered from an illness. There is no one at home to care for her, so she's come to rest at our house for a few days." "A friend?" Lu Guifan's interest piqued. When had her son acquired such a beautiful friend? Surely, she must be his girlfriend. She certainly appeared stunning, albeit emanating an air of aloofness, which made her seem less approachable. No wonder her second brother was so smitten. He had even forsaken a wife as lovely as Widow Zhou for her. "Quick, come inside. You should have called ahead so I could prepare the house." His mother hurried inside, calling, "Daughter, come in. This is your brother's sister's room, but never mind. It's too small. You should stay with your second brother. His room is larger." They turned to his room, which, though modest, was clean. On the bed, Yang Dazhuang was still taking a nap. His mother approached and, seeing him still asleep, threw a pillow at him. "Wake up, eldest. Your second brother has brought home a girl. Hurry and tidy your things, move them to your sister's room, and clean this place up. Daughter, you wait on the sofa while I get things in order," she said. Lin Rongrua sat on the sofa, curiously surveying the room. Despite its age, it appeared relatively clean. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you like some water?" "No, thank you," she replied. Yang Dagan chuckled internally as he watched his brother, still clad only in his undershirt, bewilderedly emerge from the room. Yang Dazhuang quickly turned back, scrambling to dress before re-emerging. Observing Yang Dazhuang's flustered retreat, Lin Rongrua couldn't help but smile slightly. Moments later, Lu Guifan emerged from the room, nervously wringing her hands with a cheerful demeanor. "Dear, your brother mentioned you just recovered from an illness. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest in the room. I've changed the sheets and blankets for you. They're fresh and unused." "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Rongrua graciously nodded as Yang Dagan assisted her into the room. "Rest well. Call for me if you need anything." He helped Lin Rongrua to bed, then stepped outside, only to find his mother whispering with his brother. "Mother, what are you two discussing?" Lu Guifan turned to beckon him. "Come here, second son." "What is it?" he asked curiously. "Take this card and hurry to town to buy an air conditioner." "An air conditioner? For what purpose?" "You silly boy, don't you understand? It's sweltering hot. And your girlfriend is here after just recovering from an illness. How can she rest comfortably in this heat? Go buy an air conditioner to make her stay more pleasant. You should have informed me beforehand so I could prepare. Once in town, pick up some meat as well, and for goodness sake, replace our old dishes with new ones." As his mother continued to chatter, he couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, what are you talking about? When did I say she was my girlfriend?" Lu Guifan looked taken aback. "Didn't you say you were bringing home a beautiful girlfriend?" "What? No, mother. She is merely a friend I met by chance in the county." He briefly explained the situation, and Lu Guifan's expression shifted to one of indignation. How can someone be so shameless, attempting murder to silence witnesses? Truly outrageous. Then, with a conspiratorial glint in her eye, she quietly asked, "Do you think he might have feelings for you now that he is getting divorced?" Yang Dagan rolled his eyes. "Mother, look at her. She is stunning, like a movie star, and wealthy too. How could she ever be interested in me?" "True." Lu Guifan sighed, her spirits visibly deflating. She pinched his arm. "You foolish boy, why would you dismiss such a wonderful girl? You infuriate me." With that, she retreated into the house. Yang Dazhuang chuckled. "Second brother, look what you've done. You've driven me out." Yang Dagan sighed, shaking his head. Who could have predicted his mother would think along those lines? Despite her disappointment, Lu Guifan rallied in the afternoon to prepare several delicious dishes for Yang Dagan to bring to Lin Rongrua. After the meal, they returned to the room. Lin Rongrua's sister's room contained only a single bed, forcing them to squeeze in together uncomfortably. Reluctantly, he returned to the yard and took a drop of the medicinal liquid, meditating for a while to absorb its effects. The energy within him surged, nearly filling half of his dantian with a misty aura. Reclining on a lounge chair, he gazed up at the sky. The rural night was remarkably clear, with countless stars glimmering like diamonds scattered across the heavens. A gentle tapping sound on the window caught his attention. He looked up to see Lin Rongrua standing by the window, giving him a faint wave. What is the matter at this late hour? He mused, rising to approach her. Inside, Lin Rongrua lay on the bed, clad in a loose cardigan nightgown that enveloped her petite form. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated, the cardigan revealing glimpses of her fair skin, evoking thoughts that strayed into the realm of fantasy. What's wrong? He inquired. Dejen, he has agreed to the divorce and has already signed the papers. Tomorrow, I will finalize the divorce. Once the procedures are complete, I plan to leave. Lin Rongrua replied, a hint of fragility gracing her usually composed countenance. Shall I accompany you? He asked nonchalantly. She nodded, lowering her gaze, lost in thought. Since there is nothing else, I'll step out for a moment. He stood up. Don't go. Lin Rongrua suddenly grasped his hand, half kneeling as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her supple body leaning against him, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and tenderness. She leaned in, aiming for his lips. What? He was taken aback, hastily pushing her away. Don't move. Lin Rongrua mumbled, her words muffled. He stared at her, bewildered by this unexpected shift in her demeanor. Suddenly, she exerted force, pushing him onto the bed and straddling him, her hands pressing against his chest as she lowered her gaze, softly imploring, Dejen, listen to me. Her fingers gently traced his chest, teasingly drawing his chin upward as she slowly bent closer. No. Yang Dagon abruptly rolled over, flipping her onto the bed. Dejen. Lin Rongrua looked at him in shock, seemingly unprepared for his resistance. I don't know what you intend, but I'm not interested in this. I'm leaving, he declared, turning to exit. Lin Rongrua stared at him in disbelief, then sprang up to retrieve her phone from behind the curtain. The camera was on, recording. After watching for a moment, her expression turned cold. Lu Tingnan, consider yourself fortunate. You cheat during marriage, cling to me, and expect me to be your mistress. I had planned to give you a grand humiliation on the final day, but it seems Dejen is truly a good person, unwilling to comply with my scheme. She deleted the video and laid back on the bed, contemplating her plans for after the divorce, eventually drifting into a deep sleep. The cramped space within the house prompted him to avoid sleeping next to his brother, opting instead for the lounge chair in the yard, where he dozed off until dawn. His mother emerged from the house, noticing him asleep on the chair, and stomped her foot in frustration before heading to the kitchen to cook. He sat up, rubbed his face, and splashed water on himself. Upon entering the kitchen, he heard his mother huff, What a useless boy. You have a perfectly good wife, and yet you waste your days at home. He chuckled softly, realizing his mother was becoming increasingly obsessed with the idea of him marrying. Mother, my brother's leg will be nearly healed in about 10 days. Although he will require time for full recovery, he will be a normal person again. I, on the other hand, still need to grow taller to be considered normal. If I marry, I must ensure my height is appropriate. I can't have people gossiping about your daughter-in-law marrying a short man. Why don't we focus on getting a wife for my brother first? Lu Guifan pondered his words and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Seeing his mother swayed, he quickly added, Mother, let us ask my brother if he has anyone in mind. It would be good to have a goal. Yes, I'll ask him today. Lu Guifan eagerly agreed. After breakfast, he borrowed a tricycle, taking Lin Rongrua to the county for their divorce. Dejen, this card has 3 million in it. Take it, Lin Rongrua said from the back, slipping a card into his pocket. Don't refuse. If it weren't for you, I might have met my end. This is the least I can do. I won't be coming back after I leave, but you can call me if you need anything. All right, thank you. Yang Dagon accepted without hesitation. Lin Rongrua was receiving 30 million from the divorce, along with several properties and cars, not to mention the Shenkong pharmacy, the largest chain in the county. 3 million was not overly generous for her. Did you remember the evidence against Lu Tingnan I told you about? While I'm here, he is afraid of me exposing him and won't dare act out. But once I leave, he won't spare you. Keep this to yourself and reveal it at the crucial moment. Understood. Yang Dagon was unconcerned with the evidence. He thought that if Lu Tingnan dared to make a move, he would simply deal with him directly. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they spotted Lu Tingnan stepping out of a car, his face hidden beneath a mask, his eyes cold as he glared at them, finally settling on Yang Dagon. Humph, a shorty. Do you even know who Lin Rongrua is? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Be careful, you might end up with nothing. Yang Dagan cast a sidelong glance at him, then suddenly wrapped his arms around Lin Rongrua's delicate waist, smirking as he replied, "True, I'm not as high-ranking as you. But right now I'm having an affair with your wife, spending your money, and soon enough, I'll be living in your house and making love to Rongrua in your bed." Heh. Lu Tingnan's expression darkened, fury flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth at him. "You've got guts, just wait." He stormed toward the registration center. Lin Rongrua looked at Yang Dagan in astonishment. "Aren't you the one who wanted to get back at him?" Yang Dagan retracted his arm, grinning mischievously. Lin Rongrua thought to herself, how did he know? But seeing Lu Tingnan so enraged brought her joy. That scoundrel, wanting to climb the social ladder while having an affair, yet not wishing to let her go, expecting her to be his mistress, was utterly disgusting. As they entered the registration center, Lu Tingnan glared at them from his seat, and Yang Dagan smirked, playfully slapping Lin Rongrua's backside. She shot him an exasperated look. "You scoundrel!" Yang Dagan provocatively eyed Lu Tingnan, who was visibly seething, his face contorting with rage, nearly losing control. Lin Rongrua took a seat on the opposite side, retrieving her documents. Yang Dagan positioned himself between them, declaring to Lin Rongrua, "I'll stand here. I don't like you being close to others." "Suit yourself," Lin Rongrua replied with a faint smile, taking his hand. Lu Tingnan slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Enough. This is a government office, not a place for you two to flaunt your affection." Yang Dagan chuckled, "Director Lu, there's no rule against showing affection here. Rongrua is a wonderful woman, and someone is blind to let her go." "Shut up," Lu Tingnan snapped, realizing that Yang Dagan was pointing out his status. "What's wrong, Director Lu? You cheated on your wife to climb the social ladder, and now you want her to remain your mistress? Feeling embarrassed now?" Yang Dagan said loudly, drawing attention. The staff members, seasoned in handling divorce registrations for years, had never witnessed such a spectacle. A man cheating for personal gain, expecting his wife to step aside while still wanting her to be his mistress. This was a rare case indeed. Lin Rongrua, seeking revenge, had chosen a man barely over 4 feet tall as her husband. Truly a bizarre turn of events. Realizing further comments would only lead to more humiliation, Lu Tingnan fell silent, his expression grim as the staff hurriedly processed his divorce. A few minutes passed, and the two successfully obtained their divorce certificate. As they emerged from the registration center, Lin Rongrua cast a fleeting glance at Lu Tingnan, as if she had finally rid herself of an unwanted burden, letting out a disdainful huff before departing with Yang Dagan. Lu Tingnan, with a grim expression, watched their retreating figures and muttered fiercely, "You wait, you dog." Chapter 25, A Bloodbath. Yang Dagan drove Lin Rongrua back to her hometown, picked up her mother, and then took a taxi to the airport in the city. Lin Rongrua had meticulously arranged everything. As the airplane took flight, he breathed a sigh of relief. The past few days had been quite taxing, but thankfully, everything had settled down smoothly. Upon returning to the county town, he retrieved the card Lin Rongrua had given him. 3 million, quite a sum. His family was in need of money. His elder brother was preparing to marry, and his younger sister was now in high school, excelling in her studies. She would surely secure a place in a good university next year. This money would alleviate their financial burden. He withdrew 20,000, purchased a mobile phone, acquired a phone card, and bought an electric bike, riding it home. This money would primarily go toward buying a house for his elder brother. It was essential for marriage, and it would be inappropriate to discuss a bride without a home. He also planned to renovate the old family house. As every household in the village now had 2 stories, it would be much more comfortable to live in. His father was working away, and he had no idea when he would return. Perhaps he could bring him back for the housewarming. What a joyous family reunion that would be. However, this money was finite. The more he spent, the less remained. He needed to devise a plan for a business venture to ensure he would not exhaust these funds prematurely. Lost in thought, a police car suddenly halted in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a charming face that smiled at him from within the vehicle. Yang Dagan, Officer Sue. He recognized her instantly. She was the female officer who had aided him during the unfortunate incident involving his ex-girlfriend's mother, Lu Mailian. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Just investigating a case. I happen to be heading to your neighboring village. Hop in, I'll give you a ride." She replied cheerfully. Gratefully, he responded, "Thank you, Officer Sue." The camaraderie between police and citizens was indeed heartwarming. Su Miao was full of laughter. Her dimples added to her charm. As they drove, Yang Dagan inquired curiously, "What is going on?" "A girl went missing from Lujiaten a few days ago. We've been searching for her, and last night, while someone was fishing at the reservoir, they pulled her up." "Who is it?" he asked, alarmed. "I've been away and haven't heard anything." "The girl's name is Chen Xiaoxia." "Chen Xiaoxia?" He was taken aback. She was renowned in Lujiaten, just over 20, and had recently graduated from university. Rumor had it that so many suitors had come to their door, yet none had succeeded. She was murdered. Su Miao's expression darkened. We're currently conducting DNA tests. My superiors want me to head back to the reservoir to look for any additional clues. Oh, he nodded, feeling a pang of sadness. What a promising young woman. It was such a tragedy that her life was cut short so soon after graduation. Look, Su Miao suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Following her gaze, he squinted, but the police car sped past before he could discern anything. He turned to look again, but a vehicle blocked his view, and he saw nothing. What was it? Didn't you see? There were two people in the cornfield. Su Miao exclaimed excitedly. They were naked, and the woman looked like your former mother-in-law. What? He quickly activated his yin-yang fox eyes, scanning the distance. Indeed, in the unharvested cornfield, Lu Malian was entangled with a man. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lu Malian had no standards. He recognized the man as an aging bachelor from town, well into his 50s. Turning his gaze back to Su Miao, he was startled. A thick crimson mist loomed above her head, resembling a swirling vortex, as if it threatened to engulf her. What is this? He asked, astonished. Why is there a blood mist above your head? Is it an omen of disaster? He recalled the teachings of the Fox clan, which mentioned that the yin-yang fox eyes could perceive calamities befalling others. During misfortune, a light gray to deep gray hue would appear, and in the face of impending disaster, a faint red or deep red mist would manifest above one's head. The swirling crimson fog hovering above Su Miao clearly indicated a grave danger to her life. His heart sank. Could it be that Officer Su would encounter peril during her investigation? He needed to warn her, to advise her against proceeding. What are you staring at? Su Miao shot him a glance. Never seen a beautiful woman before? I have, but never a stunning one like you. He chuckled. Su Miao laughed heartily. You seem quite honest, but I didn't expect you to be so smooth-tongued. With my family as poverty, I hardly have any oil to grease my tongue. He retorted. Yet you claim you're not smooth-tongued? Your ex-girlfriend must have found a way to charm you. Yang Dagan replied nonchalantly. I have no ties with her anymore. Realizing she had misspoken, Su Miao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. It's all right, I've moved on. He smiled. It's getting late. By the time you reach the reservoir, it will be noon. Shouldn't you eat first? This is a murder case. Why are you going alone? Who do you look down upon? I graduated from the police academy with high marks in combat training. Most adults wouldn't stand a chance against me. She countered, indignantly. Everyone else has their own assignments. I volunteered for this investigation since I'm new and idle. Recalling how Officer Du had shown deference to Su, he realized her status was not ordinary. She must have considerable backing, which explained why the other officers were hesitant to assign her tasks. It's quite late already. Why not come to my place for a meal before you go? He suggested. What? You want me to come to your house? Not enough of a show here. Su Miao teased, flipping her bangs playfully. Yang Dagan chuckled. She was unlike other officers, possessing a humorous side beneath her professional demeanor. Our village is close to the mountains. It's tough to find a bride. What do you mean? Su Miao looked at him, puzzled. Well, with a beauty like you. It would be wonderful if I could convince you to marry me. He joked. Su Miao spat in jest. You? I could easily take you down with just one arm. Does that mean you agree? He quipped. No, investigating the case is crucial. One meal isn't significant. Su Miao's eyes sparkled with determination. I'm here to solve the case, not to play the damsel in distress. I want to prove myself to everyone. Absolutely. Having a dedicated officer like you serving the people is commendable. He responded with a grin. For the sake of our community, I'll accompany you to assist. No need. I can handle it myself. You're a civilian. I can't risk involving you in danger. I've heard that several people drown in that reservoir every year. The village elders say there are water ghosts, particularly a female water ghost. Those who venture alone often find themselves dragged under. Even those who simply go near report nightmares of the ghosts seeking their lives. Aren't you afraid? Huh. I'm a police officer, a proud atheist. Why should I fear? Su Miao declared with righteous fervor. If you choose to go, don't worry. I will protect you. Yang Dagan rolled his eyes. This comical female officer believed she would be his protector. Chapter 26. The corpse. The reservoir lay just beyond the back mountain, built against the hillside. Surrounded on three sides by mountains, with a dam on one side and the clear river downstream. The reservoir's water is quite deep, approximately 30 to 40 meters. Generally, during the summer, many people come here to fish. Exhausted, Su Miao huffed as she climbed up to the reservoir, patting her legs in complaint. How could that murderer carry a body all the way up to this high place to dispose of it? Yang Dagan glanced around and noticed two fishermen by the shore, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Apart from them, he saw no one else. Are we heading over there? Su Miao pointed towards the woods ahead. That's where the body was discovered. They walked along the small path on the dam until reaching the edge of the forest. As they entered the shade of the trees, a refreshing mountain breeze invigorated them. Su Miao remarked, "It's much cooler in the mountains." Indeed, a recent murder can certainly bring about a chilling atmosphere. Yang Dagon chuckled. Su Miao shot him a glare. "I am filled with righteous indignation, and all evil spirits shall retreat." With that, her pace slowed as she followed behind Yang Dagon, her eyes darting nervously around. How amusing, he thought, to hear her speak with such bravado while clearly being timid. Sensing her unease, he decided to tease her, pointing ahead and exclaiming, "What's that?" Su Miao jumped back, hurriedly shrinking behind him. Despite Yang Dagon's shorter stature, there was no place to hide. Her eyes widened in panic as she glanced ahead, suddenly seeming to see something terrifying, and she screamed, "A ghost!" Yang Dagon laughed. "Weren't you just filled with righteous indignation, scaring away all evil spirits?" But upon seeing her genuinely frightened expression, he turned to look, and his pupils dilated in shock. The soil ahead appeared to have been washed away by rain a couple of days prior, revealing a half-rotted arm protruding from beneath the earth. His heart raced as his instincts kicked in. "I need to take a look," he said in a low voice, preparing to approach when he suddenly felt Su Miao grip his arm, her palm icy and trembling. I'll go?" Su Miao stammered, her beautiful face pale with fright, her body quaking in terror as she hesitantly edged forward. "Why? You wait for me." Yang Dagon found it amusing. Despite her fear, she still wanted to act brave. "Let me go, you stay here." No, that's not possible. I'm a police officer. I must protect you." Su Miao's face had turned a ghostly white, her teeth chattering audibly. Yang Dagon was taken aback. This girl was terrified yet still wanted to protect him? "You're on the verge of wetting yourself. And you wish to protect me? Stay here. I'll check it out." He pushed Su Miao aside and strode towards the exposed arm. The skin was covered in corpse-like mottling, and judging by her appearance, the deceased woman was likely quite young. He quickly scanned the area, found a sturdy stick, and began to excavate around the body. "Don't move. I'll call for help." Su Miao frantically pulled out her phone, but it slipped from her grasp. And as she picked it up, her hands trembled, causing it to fall again. "Even when the police arrive, they will need to dig the body out," he said firmly. "I'll uncover it first." His movements were swift, and within moments, he had unearthed the corpse. It was a female, her body largely intact, but the flesh around her neck was blackened and rotten, indicating foul play rather than normal decomposition. Her eyes were wide open, oozing a gruesome fluid, creating a horrific sight. The stench of decay enveloped them, causing Su Miao to gag repeatedly, while Yang Dagon pinched his nose, gazing at the corpse. It appears she was strangled, he deduced, looking down at the lifeless woman, but the odor was overwhelming. "My colleague is on the way." Su Miao stuttered. "If you're scared, you should wait over there." Seeing Su Miao's pale face, it was clear she was terrified herself, yet she insisted he was the one in need of protection. "Fine, I'll go over there." He could no longer bear the stench and walked away. Upon turning, he saw Su Miao sitting on the ground, her eyes red, staring blankly at the body. "What is wrong with you?" "I'm a police officer. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid," she shouted in panic, turning to him and suddenly adding, "Why don't you just stay?" Yang Dagon stared at her in disbelief. How could a single corpse frighten her so much? He could only stand back and keep watch from a distance. After about 20 minutes, the police finally arrived, led by Du Yushan. "Su Miao, are you all right?" Du Yushan rushed over, noticing her pale face and quickly inquiring. "I'm fine, Uncle Yushan." Su Miao managed a strained smile, pointing to the body. "The corpse is right here." "Good." Du Yushan approached, seeing her state of shock, and quickly instructed, "Su Miao, we're here now. You haven't seen anything like this before, so you should head back." "All right." Su Miao nodded, visibly relieved as she awkwardly stood and walked away. As they descended the mountain together, Su Miao sat in the car, still visibly shaken, driving in silence. Yang Dagon observed her, noticing the lingering aura of dread above her head, perplexed as to whether her fear stemmed from the mountain or something else entirely. "Where are you headed?" "Ah!" Su Miao yelped, suddenly startled, nearly losing control of the steering wheel and veering into the roadside ditch. Yang Dagon shouted, "Hold on to the wheel." Su Miao quickly corrected her grip, casting him an indignant glare. "What are you saying?" "You scared me to death." Yang Dagon replied, bemused, "Am I not allowed to speak?" "I'm not a corpse." Su Miao shot him another glare, but the fright had seemingly revived her spirit. "Of course, I'm going back to the station. Where else would I go?" Yang Dagon shook his head at her naivety, having nearly believed that this omen of blood might come to fruition when he startled Su Miao, almost causing an accident. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Du Yushan's voice on the other end. "Su Miao, are you feeling better?" Su Miao steadied herself. Uncle Yushan, I'm much better now. Have you found out anything? Yes, the deceased is Lu Meihua from Du Village. 28 years old. A widow living with her child and mother. Lu Meihua? Yang Dagan recalled the name vaguely. She was from their town, having recently gone through a tumultuous divorce with her ex-husband, who was unaware of his infertility. After 2 years of raising a child, she bore with another man. The truth surfaced, leading to her marital discord. Su Miao, having just started her job, seemed oblivious to these events, responding with vague acknowledgement before hanging up. I just remembered I need to buy some things in town. Since you're heading back, could you give me a ride? Su Miao, having seen a murder scene for the first time, felt a heaviness in her heart and nodded silently. The two drove to the town's police station. And as they exited the vehicle, Yang Dagan glanced at Su Miao's head, noting that the ominous aura still loomed heavily, showing no signs of dissipating. What could this possibly mean? Had the danger not yet passed? He was left pondering the implications of this foreboding omen. However, as Su Miao had already returned to the station, he had no reason to linger. While it's midday, I think I'll visit my little sister. He had no way of predicting when Su Miao's misfortune might manifest, but he had arrived in town, where his sister was attending high school and only returned home once a month. Taking the opportunity to see her seemed wise. Stopping by a fruit stand, he purchased some fruit and made his way to the entrance of the town's high school. Since it was a boarding school, family members were not allowed inside. So he asked the guard to notify his sister, Yang Mei. After a while, the gatekeeper returned and informed him that his younger sister was in class, advising him not to wait, as she would be home in a couple of days for the holiday. With no other option, he handed his belongings to the gatekeeper and turned back to the entrance of the police station. Su Miao was a commendable officer who had previously assisted him. He could not stand idly by while his friend faced danger. He ordered a bowl of noodles and a bottle of beverage from a nearby restaurant, eating while he awaited news. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Hey, come look. A curious proprietress rushed over, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced at a phone screen. Whose child is this? How could she be beaten so badly? Look, she appears to be a little girl. And these must be students. Why would they tear her clothes? How pitiful for this young girl. The video had just surfaced, allegedly from their town, showcasing the assailants boasting about their actions on social media. Is this child from our town? Good heavens, who would permit such cruelty? What would her parents say upon seeing this? They must be furious. While Yang Dagan consumed his noodles, his mind remained fixated on the police station. Suddenly, a loudspeaker announced, Yang Mei, how dare you seduce my boyfriend? You're nothing but a worthless dog. Dogs deserve to eat filth, so hurry up and eat what's in there. He froze, turning around to see the proprietress fuming. These students have gone too far. Not only are they beating her, but they also dare to insult her. Honey, we should call the police. Did you not see that girl? She is the daughter of the police station chief. What? The chief's daughter? How could she be attending our local high school? I heard she was expelled from the county school for causing trouble and had no choice but to transfer here. What a disaster for our town's children. Yang Dagan stood up, initially bewildered and unable to catch everything, and approached them with a smile. Hey, what is going on? May I take a look? Come. You should see this. It's truly tragic for that girl. You might recognize her. Rumor has it they are still assaulting her. If you know her, please inform her family. They need to intervene, or this girl may end up irreparably harmed. He leaned in to see the phone screen, the video poorly lit and unclear. He could only discern several legs surrounding a girl on the ground, who was stripped down to her undergarments, huddled in a vulnerable position, with a toilet pit directly in front of her. Eat the filth. Didn't you hear me? One girl viciously kicked the one on the ground. The victim, crumpled on the floor, hugged her head and cried pitifully, too frightened to retaliate. How dare you resist? Another girl yanked the victim's hair, dragging her toward the toilet pit. The girl screamed in terror, desperately clutching the assailant's hands, struggling to pull away. How dare you fight back? A girl took several steps back, then charged forward, delivering a brutal kick to the victim's back, sending her crashing into the toilet pit, her body soiled with filth. See, that's what happens when you misbehave. Eat up, or the beating continues. Amidst the chaos, the assaulted girl finally lowered her hands, her terrified gaze fixed on her tormentors. Yang Dagan recognized her face, his expression shifting dramatically, fists clenched, and he turned to rush outside. Hey brother, where are you going? You haven't paid yet. The owner called after him. The proprietress pulled on her husband's arm, scolding, Are you blind? Did you not see his expression? It's as if he is ready to kill. That girl being beaten is likely his sister. Is a few dollars worth more than saving a life? Yang Dagan's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. The victim was indeed Yang Mei, his sister. How could he endure such humiliation inflicted on her? He charged toward the entrance of the high school. What are you doing back here? You can't go in. A security guard emerged from within. Get lost. Young Dagon barked without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick to the guard's chest. The guard flew backward, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. His sister was being assaulted. Yet the guard had lied, claiming she was in class, clearly colluding with the attackers. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the surroundings, determined to find his sister swiftly. He checked every restroom from the first to the fourth floor of the teaching building, but found no sign of her. He dashed toward the dormitory, swiftly inspecting each room. His heart sank as he reached the third floor of the girls' dormitory, where several girls were mercilessly attacking his sister. Stop! His eyes widened, bloodshot with rage as he shouted. He couldn't afford to waste time climbing the stairs. Instead, he sprinted to the window, grasping the downspout like an agile monkey, and swiftly reached the third-floor restroom window. There, he saw his sister, barely clad in her undergarments, curled up on the floor, her body smeared with filth and crimson wounds from the beatings. Young Mei. His eyes burned with fury, and he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath. He charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to the stomach of the girl wielding the steel pipe. The impact sent her flying, her body crashing into the hallway, motionless. The other girls, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. Anyone who dares to harm my sister shall perish. Young Dagon, eyes ablaze, lunged at one girl, seizing her hair and yanking her backward. She stumbled and fell, clutching her head in agony. Young Dagon tore a chunk of her scalp from her hair and kicked another assailant in the back. With a sickening crack, her body contorted at an unnatural angle, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Another girl fainted at the sight, and young Dagon showed no mercy, crushing her legs beneath his feet. The assailant, now awake and in excruciating pain, sat up, clutching her shattered limbs, howling in agony. Young Dagon's fury focused on the instigator, the one who had led the assault on his sister. He lifted her from the ground, checking for a pulse. She was lifeless. A swift death is too lenient for you. He retrieved 2 acupuncture needles and plunged them into her pressure points. Moments later, she gasped in pain and opened her eyes, spotting him, screaming in terror. No, I understand my mistake. Please, don't hurt me. Young Dagon, his eyes filled with fury, grasped her wrists tightly, twisting with all his strength, the sound of cracking bones sending chills down his spine. She wailed in agony as he released her, delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Her body slid across the floor, colliding with the wall before crumpling to the ground, lifeless. Brother! Brother! Young Mei, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the floor, her voice trembling with fear. Young Mei. Young Dagon rushed to her side, disregarding her injuries, and embraced her tightly. Brother! Young Mei softly called out, as if she had found her support, and began to sob quietly. Someone has been killed. Someone has been killed. Students who had skipped class were drawn in by the wailing, and upon seeing the girl lying on the ground, they screamed in terror and rushed madly downstairs. Second brother. What happened to him? Young Mei asked in a panic, looking up. It's nothing. He took off his shirt and draped it over his little sister. When he saw that her pants had been thrown into the latrine, his expression darkened. He approached the unconscious girl, tore her pants off, and urged his sister to put them on. After Young Mei donned the clothing and stood up, she discovered 3 girls. 2 were either unconscious or dead, while one rolled on the ground, clutching her legs in pain. Her face changed. Second brother, what about them? Don't worry about them. He gently brushed Young Mei's hair, wiping away the dirt. Where's your bathing area? Second brother, did you kill them? Young Mei cried out in horror, never expecting her brother's temperament to be so volatile as to directly take a life. You must leave quickly. One is the daughter of a police station chief, and another is the daughter of a judicial director. Both are connected to power. Just go and don't worry about me. Young Mei desperately pushed him toward the exit. Yang Dejin chuckled. It's fine, little sister, you should go wash up. Second brother, hurry and leave, or it will be too late when the police arrive. Young Mei urged anxiously. Really, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. He reassured her. Besides, where can I possibly escape to? You go wash up and later, we'll go to the police station, looking presentable. Second brother. Young Mei was both angry and anxious, stamping her feet, wanting to protest further. But Yang Dejin pushed her toward the bathing room. Quickly wash up, don't let anyone look down on us. Once she entered the bathing room, he turned his cold gaze to the few people on the ground, pulled over a stool, and quietly waited at the door. Where? Upstairs, on the 3rd floor. It's Si Li Hong and Bai Jingjing. They've all been killed. A commotion erupted downstairs, and soon, a dozen teachers rushed up, screaming upon seeing the bodies. A middle-aged man who appeared to be the grade director strode over to the instigator, feeling for a pulse, and fell back in shock. She's gone. She's really gone. Others were frantically calling the police or rushing to check on the other two girls. One is dead too, oh god. Bai Jingjing is dead. Duan Yun was still alive, but had a broken leg. Quick, call an ambulance. It's over, it's over. Si Li Hong and Bai Jingjing are both children of officials in our town. This is disastrous. Just then, a student who had run downstairs looked up and saw Yang Dejin sitting at the bathing room door, his face expressionless, which sent them into another panic. Where is he? He escaped. Where is he? The teachers looked up, and upon seeing Yang Dejin sitting there with a mocking gaze, they momentarily froze. After a few seconds, several of them reacted and shouted angrily. He is rebellious. He has killed someone and dares to sit here and watch us. Quick, catch him. Don't let him escape. Surround him. He is a desperate criminal. Everyone be careful. A dozen teachers spread out slowly to encircle him. Yang Dejin glanced at them indifferently, then suddenly stood up and kicked the corner of the bathing room wall. Bang! A half-brick flew off with his kick. Damn! The group shivered in fear, none daring to advance further. After glaring at them, Yang Dejin sat back down and called into the bathing room. Little sister. Wash up properly, no need to rush out. From inside, Yang Mei softly replied, and Yang Dejin, seated, ignored the teachers, knowing the police would arrive shortly. As Yang Dejin sat there nonchalantly, like a lord, completely disregarding them, a furious middle-aged man stormed out, pointing at him and shouting, "Who are you? You've killed someone in our school and dare to sit there like nothing has happened." Chapter 29, No Hitting. Yang Dejin looked at the man as if he were a fool. What? Do you want to tell me to run? He stood up with a cold smile, saying, "You all heard clearly. It was he who told me to run, not that I wanted to escape. When the police investigate, you all will be my witnesses that he sheltered me." The middle-aged man's expression changed. He was a murderer, and even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to shelter him. His face reddened as he shouted, "Nonsense. When did I tell you to run?" Yang Dejin scoffed, "I killed someone. And I didn't run. Each person is responsible for their actions. Stop your prattling. If you dare to keep talking, I won't be afraid to drag someone else down with me." The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped back, while the others were also intimidated by his arrogant demeanor and retreated to the stairwell, thinking that if he dared to act, they would be the first to flee. The police station was nearby, and within 5 minutes, the shrill sound of sirens echoed from below. The middle-aged man, feeling emboldened, jumped up and pointed at him, shouting, "You're finished. The police are coming. I'll tell you, the student you killed is the daughter of the police station chief. Just wait to die." Yang Dejin suddenly stood up, causing the man to tremble and turn to flee downstairs. Haha. Yang Dejin laughed mockingly. A coward, only good at talking. The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger, but he didn't dare to respond. He sat back down, and Yang Mei emerged from the bathing room, wrapped in an oversized outfit, anxiously tugging at his arm and whispering, "Second brother, what should we do?" "It's fine, whatever the police ask, just answer honestly." "But second brother, you've killed someone, what will we do?" Yang Mei's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. "It's all right. It's just a couple of scoundrels." He comforted her, patting her hand. "Where are they?" A voice filled with anger and concern echoed from the stairwell. The middle-aged man quickly turned and shouted, "Director C, over here, the child is here. This bastard did it. He killed someone and even dares to sit there mocking us. This is provocation, this is contempt." Si Jingxiao had no time to listen to the middle-aged man's complaints. Upon seeing the lifeless child on the ground, he rushed over, embracing the body and crying out in despair, tears streaming down his face. Li Hong, my child." Following closely behind, another person rushed into the restroom and, seeing the child on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Jingjing, Jingjing, Dad is here." Several police officers followed out, and, upon seeing Yang Dejin sitting there nonchalantly, charged at him in anger, pulling out handcuffs to restrain him. "Bastard! Daring to kill our chief's daughter. You must be tired of living. Get moving. Let me show you what happens." Si Jingxiao, as if reminded, raised his eyes, filled with rage, and glared at him. "Take him away, bring him to the station. I will personally interrogate him." "Yes, chief." Several police officers shoved him toward the stairs. Second brother, Yang Mei cried out in panic. "They bullied me first. My second brother accidentally killed them. Don't arrest my brother, please. Second brother. Take her too." Si Jingxiao angrily pointed at Yang Mei and shouted. 2 police officers rushed over without a word, handcuffing Yang Mei and pushing her down the stairs. The 2 were taken to the station and separated, locked in different interrogation rooms. 2 officers sat opposite him, questioning him about the incident. Yang Dejin, with his hands cuffed, answered the questions with indifference, occasionally glancing at the adjoining room, ensuring his sister was not being mistreated. After a full 2 hours, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly flung open, and Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai rushed in. "You two can leave. We will interrogate him." Si Jingqiao spoke coldly, as if he had come back to his senses from his earlier rage. Two police officers exchanged a glance and silently exited the interrogation room. One of them inadvertently knocked the power supply for the surveillance camera to the ground. Once they were gone, Si Jingqiao could no longer contain his fury and charged at Yang Dagan, raising his hand to strike him across the face. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? Now that you are in my grasp, I shall make your existence a living hell." Simultaneously, Bai Hai withdrew a steel rod from his pant leg, his eyes ablaze with rage as he swung it down towards Yang Dagan's head. The force behind it, as if intending to end a life. Yang Dagan had anticipated this scene. Observing their movements, he did not flinch or evade. As they drew closer, he quickly crouched down, causing the steel rod to crash onto the chair behind him with a deafening clang, while his legs shot out, kicking both men squarely in the chest. With a grunt, the two men were propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall, their heads tilting at an unnatural angle as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The disparity between ordinary individuals and those who practiced cultivation was stark. Even at the first level of his realm, Yang Dagan's strength far surpassed that of any regular person. Gazing at the two unconscious men, he cast a wary glance towards the adjacent room, relieved to find that the interrogation was proceeding normally, with no one whispering in his ear. He felt a sense of tranquility wash over him and leaned back, settling in for a peaceful nap. Outside, the two police officers were munching on sunflower seeds and chatting, completely unaware that an hour had slipped by. One of them glanced at his phone and hesitantly remarked, "I say, it's been a while. The suspect should have calmed down by now. If we keep this up, we might end up with a fatality. Should we go check?" The other officer stood up. "Let us go in and at least intervene before something serious happens. We'll be in hot water if it does." As they approached the interrogation room, they leaned in to listen and were startled to find it utterly silent. Alarm bells rang in their minds. Oh no, what if something's gone wrong? They hurriedly opened the door and rushed inside, only to be met with the sight of their superiors, Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai, slumped against the wall, haplessly asleep. While Yang Dagan lounged in the interrogation chair, his head tilted back in a deep slumber, snoring as if he were in a sanctuary rather than a police station. "Director! Bai, wake up!" The two officers rushed to their sides, their hearts racing with shock. How could Yang Dagan, who was bound, have rendered two men, who were free to move, unconscious? After a few moments of confusion, Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai groggily stirred, staring blankly at the officers. "What happened?" "Director Bai. He knocked you out." The officers pointed at Yang Dagan. Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai's faces flushed with embarrassment as they recalled the earlier events. They had intended to exact personal revenge, but instead found themselves bested, leaving Si Jingqiao's authority in question. "You bastard! How dare you fight back?" Si Jingqiao bellowed, springing to his feet and charging at Yang Dagan with the iron rod that had fallen to the ground. Just then, an insistent ringtone interrupted the tension. He gritted his teeth, pulling out his phone to glance at it, suppressing his rage as he answered, "What is it? What did you say? Really?" After hanging up, Bai Hai, now seething, approached and snatched the steel rod from Si Jingqiao's hands, advancing towards Yang Dagan. "Old Bai, stand down." Bai Hai, with fury in his eyes, turned and questioned, "What is going on? We can't strike him." "Can't strike him?" Bai Hai roared, as if a string had been plucked within him. "Why not? He killed our daughter. What gives him the right to go unpunished? Are you afraid of an investigation? Let them investigate. My daughter is dead, and I don't care about their inquiries. I want him dead right now." Si Jingqiao lunged forward to grab Bai Hai, but Bai Hai forcefully shrugged him off. "You two are just standing there? Hurry up and restrain him." The two officers, confused by the commotion, rushed to comply with the director's orders, each grabbing Bai Hai by an arm. "Get off me, you cowards! Si Jingqiao, you spineless wretch. I'm not afraid. I'll avenge my daughter. I'll take all the blame. Just let me go." Si Jingqiao seized the steel rod from Bai Hai's grip and shouted, "Old Bai, don't act rashly. My wife just called. He can save our daughter." Bai Hai was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced between Si Jingqiao and Yang Dagan. "You mean he can bring our daughters back?" "Yes," Si Jingqiao quickly clarified. "Just moments ago, when Guahongwan was taken to the hospital for her leg, her mother asked him questions. He claimed he witnessed that scoundrel kill my daughter, yet somehow managed to bring her back to life with 2 injections. Then, he was ordered to kill her again." Si Jingqiao spoke with a blend of incredulity and sorrow. "Impossible. How can that be?" Bai Hai protested. But his voice trembled with a hint of excitement as he turned to Yang Dagan, shouting, "You scoundrel! Tell me, can you really save Jingjing and Li Hong?" Yang Dagan, having long been awake, sat leisurely in the interrogation chair. Hearing Bai Hai's inquiry, He replied indifferently, those two worthless beings? What purpose do they serve alive? Better they pass on sooner. A future as livestock is preferable to being human. Bai Hai, infuriated, broke free from the officer's grasp, ready to strike. Si Jingqiao. Being a police officer, sensed Yang Dagon's words did not imply he could not save them, indicating that there was indeed a chance. He quickly intervened, blocking Bai Hai's advance and coldly stating, Yang Dagon, I advise you to cooperate. Do you know what punishment awaits for murder? You could face execution. If you save them now, we might be able to lessen your sentence. Yang Dagon chuckled darkly, his gaze chilling as it fell upon the two men before him. He suddenly pointed to the ground. Don't try to intimidate me. I trade one life for two, and that's a fair exchange. Why you? Bai Hai seethed, unable to suppress his urge to strike. Bai Hai, stop. If you continue like this, you'll leave. Si Jingqiao, worried for his daughter's life, had no time to argue with Bai Hai and shouted at him in frustration. Bai Hai paused momentarily, while the two officers quickly urged, Bai, saving lives is what matters. Realizing the priority was to save their daughters, not to exact revenge, Bai Hai yelled, you better not talk back. Hurry and save them, or you'll face death. Don't use threats on me. If I feared death, I wouldn't have killed. Yang Dagon replied coolly. Si Jingqiao, anxious about his daughter's fate, shouted, fine. Do you think I have no means to deal with you? Bring me the electric baton. Yang Dagon scoffed. Go ahead, bring it on. You have an hour. If I don't save them in that time, even if they survive, they will be reduced to fools. If 3 hours pass without intervention, they will truly perish. I have all the time in the world. Let us see how long you are willing to endure. Hearing this, Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai exchanged glances, realizing that Yang Dagon had a plan in place, aimed at coercing them into submission. Their anger simmered, but with their daughters' lives at stake, they dared not retaliate against Yang Dagon. What must you have for them to be saved? Si Jingqiao took a deep breath, suppressing his fury as he fixed a cold stare on Yang Dagon. Yang Dagon glanced at them and stated flatly, to save them, it's simple enough. Agree to my 3 conditions. You dare to make demands? Bai Hai exploded, cursing vehemently. Si Jingqiao maintained his composure, asking in a measured tone, what are they? First, they humiliated my sister. I want you to publicly apologize to her in front of the entire school. You're out of your mind. You've committed murder. And you expect us to apologize? Bai Hai shouted in outrage. If you don't agree, then we have nothing to discuss. Yang Dagon shrugged, appearing indifferent. Fine, I agree. Si Jingqiao replied firmly. Second, drop the charges. Treat this incident as though it never occurred. Si Jingqiao's brow furrowed as he glanced at the two officers, who recoiled slightly and murmured, we assumed Li Hong and Jingjing were dead and reported it as a homicide. Si Jingqiao's expression darkened. Once a homicide case was reported, it was no longer a simple matter. Regardless of the circumstances, a series of issues would have to be addressed. It was impossible. The report had already been filed and could not be easily withdrawn. Someone had to pay the price for this case. Si Jingqiao said gravely, however, we can issue a letter of understanding. You won't face a severe sentence, at most, 2 or 3 years, and you'll be out. Yang Dagon simply closed his eyes, ignoring them. Damn it. Offering you a letter of understanding is already a favor. What more do you want? Bai Hai roared angrily. Don't think that just because you hold my daughter's life in your hands, I won't dare do anything to you. Bai Hai's face twisted with rage, almost driven to madness, yet completely helpless. Si Jingqiao looked at him with an awkward expression. I'll pull some strings for you. At most, 1 year, and you'll be out. That's the best I can do. If you don't agree, then I can't help you. But think about your family, your sister, your older brother, and your mother. They're all under my jurisdiction. Yang Dagon chuckled coldly. Don't try to threaten me. I'm not powerless either. Have you checked my bank account? There's 3 to 4 million lying in it. If anything happens to me, I'll have them flee far away. That money is enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Humph. Si Jingqiao glared at him, his expression grim. As long as the people were within his jurisdiction, he could manage things. But if they left, there was little he could do. This matter is non-negotiable. State another condition. Si Jingqiao knew this would be difficult to handle. If he really tried to withdraw the case, he might face accountability from his superiors. Fine. You resign, leave this place, and never come back. A vein throbbed on Si Jingqiao's forehead. He had worked hard to become the station chief just a few years ago. Now in his 40s, he was at the prime of his life. Resigning now would mean throwing away his entire future. Damn it, you're pushing your luck. Do you believe I'd rather lose my daughter than let you get away with this? I'll kill you to avenge her. Bai Hai roared furiously. Chapter 31. I'll beat you to death. I don't believe it. Yang Dagon sneered. You bastard. Bai Hai choked on his anger, his face flushing crimson. Si Jingqiao's expression shifted. This scoundrel was infuriating. If it weren't for his daughter's life being in his hands, he'd have loved to finish him off. But between his daughter and his career, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Fine, I'll withdraw it. I'll submit a report to my superiors. What else do you want?" Third, no retaliation. He sneered. "Even if you try, I'm not afraid. But I advise you not to, otherwise you'll be the ones regretting it, not me." Deal. This condition was relatively easy to accept. Si Jingqiao agreed without hesitation. "All right, now release my sister. Bring her here, and I'll save them." "Fine." Si Jingqiao immediately agreed, ordering Yang Mei's release and making a call to have Si Lihong and Bai Jingjing brought over. Yang Mei was released and rushed to him worriedly. "Second brother, are you okay? Will we have to go to prison?" "No, I've negotiated with them. Everything is settled. You go home first and wait for me there." He patted Yang Mei's shoulder, comforting her. "Really?" Yang Mei looked at him in pleasant surprise. "Aren't you coming back with me?" "Not yet, but I'll definitely be back by tonight." "All right." Hearing this, Yang Mei nodded firmly. After seeing Yang Mei off, Si Lihong and Bai Jingjing were brought over. When Yang Dagon had beaten the two, he had already considered the consequences. Using a clever technique from the Fox clan's inheritance, a method to induce suspended animation, he sealed their meridians and chi with spiritual energy. For a certain period, they would appear truly dead, but as long as the seal was released in time, they could be revived. Moreover, he had deliberately left a loophole, allowing another person to witness him reviving and then killing them again. Once this news spread, he believed these people, for the sake of their children's lives, would not dare to trouble him. And indeed, things unfolded just as he had anticipated. "You'd better revive my daughter, or I'll tear you apart." Si Lihong's mother stood nearby, her face twisted with hatred as she glared at him, wishing she could devour him alive. He smiled faintly, ignoring her. Holding a needle, he approached the two and pricked them twice. Under the yin-yang fox eyes, he saw their chi and blood slowly begin to flow again. Withdrawing the needle, he turned and said, "Done. They're alive. I'll take my leave now." Si Jingqiao rushed over to check on his daughter, reaching out to feel her breath. He found none. His expression changed, turning dark and menacing as he stared at Yang Dagon. "You deceived me?" There is still no breath. The people around them grew tense, waiting for his explanation. They've been dead for so long. Recovery won't be instantaneous. Give it about 10 minutes. Si Jingqiao's face remained stern. Then wait another 10 minutes. Leave only after they wake up. Unconcerned, he pulled over a chair and sat down, looking around casually. There's breathing. After 3 or 4 minutes, Bai Hai suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "There really is breathing." Si Jingqiao and several relatives hurried over to check. Sure enough, they detected breathing and couldn't help but stare at Yang Dagon in astonishment. This was truly miraculous. Someone who had been confirmed dead for over 2 hours was revived with just 2 needle pricks? Was this medicine or a miracle? Si Jingqiao's expression shifted repeatedly. Previously, he had held little hope. As a seasoned police officer, he had never seen or even heard of someone dead for hours coming back to life. Witnessing it firsthand left him unsettled. Could this young man truly be a miraculous doctor? This skill was nothing short of raising the dead and healing the mortally wounded. If that were the case, his future achievements would surely extend far beyond this. There would undoubtedly be times when his help was needed. Come to think of it, the bureau chief's mother had cancer. As he pondered this, his gaze toward Yang Dagon lost its previous hostility. A few more minutes passed, and Si Lihong suddenly gasped for air, her eyes snapping open as she coughed violently. "Lihong." Si Jingqiao and the family rushed over, surrounding their daughter and patting her back to help her breathe. At the same time, Bai Jingjing also began coughing. However, Bai Jingjing had been kicked quite severely, nearly breaking her lumbar spine. As she coughed, she clutched her lower back, screaming in excruciating pain. Bai Hai turned angrily to Yang Dagon. "What is wrong with Jingjing?" "Oh, she was hit a bit too hard. Her lumbar spine is slightly dislocated. Take her to a doctor for surgery to realign it." "Damn you to hell." Bai Hai cursed furiously. "You said you'd revive her. What kind of revival is this?" "I said I'd revive her, not that she'd be completely unharmed." Yang Dagon chuckled. "The death penalty may be avoided, but punishment cannot be escaped. You bastard, you'd better heal my daughter quickly. Or else." Si Jingqiao quickly pulled Bai Hai aside and said sternly, "Old Bai, watch your tone." Bai Hai was taken aback, glaring at Si Jingqiao. "Si Jingqiao, your daughter is fine, but mine needs surgery. Damn it, my daughter stood up for yours, and now she ends up like this. And you have the nerve to make sarcastic remarks?" Si Jingqiao retorted angrily, "I told you to speak properly. Dagon agreed to save them and has fulfilled his promise. He didn't deceive us. Enough, I won't argue with you anymore." He turned to Yang Dagon, cleared his throat, and forced a smile. "Dagon, I know Li Hong and the others were wrong to treat your sister that way. but they've been punished, and we've met your demands. Afterwards, we'll discipline them strictly to ensure they never do such things again." With that, Si Jingxiao pulled up Si Lihong, who was still catching her breath, and pushed her to kneel before Yang Dagan. "You foolish girl," apologized to Dagan quickly. "If he hadn't shown mercy and spared your life, you'd be dead by now. Do you understand? Let us see if you dare bully your classmates or skip classes again. If I ever find out you're misbehaving at school, I won't wait for anyone else. I'll beat you to death myself." As soon as Si Lihong caught sight of the commotion, she rushed over, her eyes aflame with fury. "Si Jingxiao, you scoundrel! Your daughter has barely recovered, and yet you dare to strike him. Why not just kill me instead? Then no one would oppose you, and no one would keep you in check." Si Jingxiao hastily raised his hands to fend her off, all the while forcing a smile. "Dejin, could you possibly show some mercy? We are willing to cover the medical expenses. Name your price." Yang Dagan looked at Si Jingxiao with surprise. The man was clever, understanding that flattery would yield better results. His polite tone left Yang Dagan unable to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Dagan decided that his vengeance had been satisfied. Although the girl had sustained injuries, they were not grave, and the perpetrators had received their due punishment. Moreover, Si Jingxiao's demeanor left no room for complaint. He nodded and approached Bai Jingjing, who was curled up in pain, clutching her waist. With a swift kick to her side, a sharp crack echoed, and she let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing in agony. "You scoundrel! You've harmed my daughter to this extent, and yet you dare to kick her!" Bai Hai bellowed, ready to charge forward. Si Jingxiao quickly grabbed him, urging, "Old Bai, don't act rashly. Dejin means her no harm." "You bastard, Si Jingxiao." At that moment, Bai Jingjing, clutching her waist, let out a soft groan and managed to sit up, her complexion visibly improved. "Father, it doesn't hurt as much now." Bai Hai paused, glancing at his daughter and then at Yang Dagan, finally realizing that Yang Dagan was indeed healing her, not causing any harm. Turning to Si Jingxiao, he noticed the man was signaling him with his eyes. It dawned on him that he had encountered someone extraordinary. A mere kick had alleviated an injury that would otherwise require surgery at a hospital. Such a remarkable individual was undoubtedly not an ordinary person and would surely achieve great acclaim in the future. Feeling a surge of respect, he approached and slapped Bai Jingjing across the face. Shocked, she stared at her father, bewildered that she had just endured a slap from him moments after recovering. "Bai Hai, you scoundrel! How could you strike her just as she's getting better? I'll have it out with you." Bai Hai's wife screamed as she rushed over. Bai Hai turned and struck her as well, causing her to step back, clutching her face in a mix of indignation and fury, yet unwilling to retaliate. "You spoiled her, allowing her to run amok in school. This face of mine, along with this skin, has been sullied because of you, and now you dare to complain? Get back inside." Bai Hai, irritable and accustomed to authority, found himself at odds with his wife, who was merely a housewife used to having her way at home. In a fit of rage, she led the two men to carry Bai Jingjing away. Clearing his throat, Bai Hai turned to Yang Dagan, forcing a chuckle. "Dejin, I apologize for the scene. My temper flares easily, and I have not managed my wayward daughter well. However, this incident has brought us together. I have been around this town for over 40 years. I grew up here. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will be of assistance." Si Jingxiao chimed in. "Indeed, Dejin, we are now acquaintances. We share this small corner of the world. Let us help each other as friends." Yang Dagan initially thought them foolish for wanting to befriend him after he had harmed their daughter. However, he quickly realized that they had recognized his medical skills and deemed him valuable enough to set aside their grievances. This adaptability was indeed a trait worthy of admiration among officials. Seeing them soften and extend an olive branch, he smiled gently. "You are both correct. We are from the same town. Should the need arise, we shall support each other." "Excellent, excellent." Si Jingxiao nodded vigorously. "You may call us older brothers. It is fitting. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Brother, thank you for granting our daughters a chance for redemption. It is getting late. Let us find a restaurant where I can treat you as a token of gratitude." Yang Dagan accepted the invitation, having no pressing engagements. Upon exiting the police station, he suddenly spotted Huang Dalu. Huang Dalu, his eyes narrowed. What was he doing here? Just as he pondered this, Huang Dalu noticed him, his expression shifting before he turned to leave. A smile crept onto Yang Dagan's lips as he ignored him. Bai Hai, seeing this, felt even more pleased and pulled Yang Dagan along to a nearby restaurant. The three of them sat down, ordered a few bottles of liquor, and Si Jingxiao cheerfully remarked, "Dejin, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I've never seen anyone who can revive someone after nearly beating them to death." "I was fortunate to learn from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Yang Dagan deflected the praise, attributing all success to a fictitious mentor. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure, profound and remarkable. Si Jingqiao pressed on. Brother, with your skills, can you treat cancer? Late stage? Understanding Si Jingqiao's intent, Yang Dagan considered for a moment before replying. I have only recently started. I cannot guarantee results, but I am willing to try. Ah, good. Knowing this gives me hope. My superior's mother suffers from late-stage gastric cancer. All major hospitals have deemed her beyond help. She is now at home awaiting death. I cannot bear to see this. Let us go visit her at your convenience. Si Jingqiao spoke earnestly. As for the treatment costs, do not worry. Name your price. Superior? Director? It appears he is already thinking of benefits, Yang Dagan mused internally. However, helping out could forge connections, easing future endeavors. All right, brother, you arrange it. I am available anytime. Huh, brother, you are straightforward. Si Jingqiao rejoiced, envisioning that if he could indeed save the director's mother, he would surely receive favorable treatment during the upcoming deputy director election. Once the food and drinks were served, Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai made an effort to deepen their impression of Yang Dagan, continuously toasting him. With his cultivation at the first realm, Yang Dagan's tolerance for alcohol far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In no time, he had consumed 2 gin of liquor, and the energy within him circulated, dissipating the effects of the alcohol, leaving him more alert. In contrast, Si Jingqiao and Bai Hai soon became rosy-cheeked and disoriented, struggling to articulate their words. After several rounds of drinks, they could no longer continue, nearly stumbling as they stood up. Yang Dagan supported them, settled the bill, and prepared to escort them home. Just as they exited, Huang Dalu's voice rang out from around the corner. There he is. Brothers, surround him. Moments later, a group of over 10 individuals rushed forth, encircling them. Chapter 33. It's over. Haha, Yang Dagan, I finally caught you. You ruined my plans last time, and even struck me. I didn't expect this day to come. Huang Dalu approached triumphantly, pointing at Yang Dagan. Today, you will learn that crossing me has consequences you cannot bear. Brothers, attack. At his command, the group surged forward. Yang Dagan, with a cold smile, roared. Who dares to come closer? Huang Dalu, do you know who these 2 men beside me are? They are the chiefs of our town's police station and judicial office. Do you dare to move against me? Do you know what the consequences will be? Huang Dalu looked at the 2 who were so drunk they were oblivious, as if he had just heard the greatest joke. Yang Dagan, if you're going to make up stories, at least be coherent. Do you think I don't know your background? You, standing at a mere 3 inches tall, couldn't even reach my neck if you stood up. Coming from 3 generations of impoverished farmers, how could you possibly know the police chief? What status do you have compared to him? If you're going to boast, at least prepare a draft. Brothers, don't pay him any mind. Let us take action. I'll bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the crowd wasted no time and rushed forward, throwing punches and kicks. Yang Dagan held on to Si Jingqiao with one hand and Bai Hai with the other, restricted in movement. And one of them managed to land a punch on Si Jingqiao's face. Si Jingqiao felt a sharp pain and, dazed, opened his eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt his body sway, unable to maintain balance, and he suddenly felt nauseous, vomiting uncontrollably. Who the hell hit me? Bai Hai also received 2 punches, groggily waking up to curse loudly, only to spew the contents of his stomach all over himself. Damn it, this bastard made me vomit all over. One person, enraged, shouted in disgust and swung a fist towards Bai Hai's face. Damn, Bai Hai received another punch, clutching his face and squatting down on the ground. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You vomited all over me, so I'm hitting you. The assailant charged in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Bai Hai, thoroughly intoxicated, had no strength to retaliate. Lying on the ground with his arms wrapped around his head, enduring the brutal assault, the intense pain finally jolted him awake, and he roared, You bastards. I am Bai Hai from the judicial office. How dare you hit me? Are you looking to die? Still pretending? Even if the King of Heaven came today and made me vomit, I'd still beat you to death. Meanwhile, Si Jingqiao was not in a better position. Yang Dagan released him, leaving him with no chance to fight back, as he was surrounded and beaten. Yang Dagan ducked and dodged, the attackers unable to land a blow on him, instead landing their punches on Bai Hai and Si Jingqiao. Seeing Si Jingqiao's face increasingly bruised, he smirked and rushed over to shield him, shouting, Brother, hurry and call for help. I'll hold them off. Si Jingqiao struggled to rise from the ground, hastily pulling out his phone to call the station, shouting hoarsely, Are you all blind? I'm right at the entrance being attacked. Can't you see it on the surveillance? Hurry and gather everyone. Don't let anyone escape. After finishing his call, Si Jingqiao looked up to see Yang Dagan still holding firm, while Bai Hai lay on the ground, completely unable to fight back. He dashed over to assist. Just 1 minute after the call, the police station door swung open, and 3 or 4 officers rushed out. Upon seeing the 2 chiefs lying on the ground without the ability to resist, they panicked. Damn it. How did the chiefs get beaten up right at the station entrance? We're on night duty tonight. We'll be in big trouble if we don't handle this. They rushed forward. Everyone, stop right there. Damn it. How dare you attack our chiefs at the entrance of the police station? Are you tired of living? Chief, we're here. A few officers bravely charged in. One leaping to kick a man in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his side in agony. Everyone get down and cover your heads. No one move. Seeing the police appear, the assailants turned to flee. The officers, alarmed, knew that if the chiefs were attacked at the door and the assailants escaped, they would be in deep trouble. They charged in, swinging their batons at anyone attempting to run, knocking them to the ground, causing them to scream in pain. Huang Dalu observed the chaos, trembling in fear. He never expected Yang Dagan to be serious. These 2 truly were the police chief and the judicial chief. In a moment of despair, he felt as though the sky had fallen. How did Yang Dagan, this diminutive figure, gain such influence to associate with these local tyrants? He had actually beaten the police chief at the station entrance, and not lightly. Realizing this, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, almost collapsing. With a single thought in mind, it's over. Si Jingxiao was seething with rage. A dignified police chief had been assaulted by a group of thugs right at the entrance of his own station, especially at a crucial moment for his promotion. If word got out, how could he show his face? Wouldn't the higher-ups think he lacked authority on his own turf? That he had lost the station's credibility and deterrence? A band of thugs dared to act so brazenly at the station's door. Today, I will personally handle this case and eradicate this gang. Huang Dalu, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. If they were labeled as a criminal organization, they would all face severe punishment and could spend years behind bars. He quickly shouted, Chief, it's a misunderstanding. We're just construction workers. And we only targeted Yang Dagan out of personal grudge. We're not a gang. Si Jingxiao paid no heed to his protests. How dare they strike him, causing him to lose face and jeopardize his career? Don't think that just because you're a small contractor, you'll escape unscathed. Even a big boss wouldn't be spared in this instance. The officers escorted them back to the station, where Yang Dagan, as a party involved, followed along to provide his statement. The officers, aware of his connection with the chief, asked a few symbolic questions about the incident and moved on. He requested a glass of water and sat down to drink, noticing a photo of Su Miao on the table, suddenly reminded of the earlier events. He recalled Su Miao's head covered in blood, a foreboding omen. He quickly inquired, where's Su Miao? Oh, he was in a bad mood and went home early this afternoon, an officer replied. Home? He hesitated. If Su Miao had returned home, why was there still such a heavy atmosphere of bloodshed? Chapter 34, The Female Corpse. Do you have his phone number? The officer looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Are you trying to pursue Officer Su? He is our station's treasure, not someone just anyone can easily pursue. Despite the jest, he still handed over the number. Yang Dagan dialed, but there was no answer on the other end, until just before the call dropped. It was suddenly picked up. Hello? Officer Su, it's Yang Dagan. Oh, it's you. I thought something was happening at the station. What's up? Where are you? I'm in town. In town? Didn't the station staff say you went home? Yang Dagan suddenly remembered that earlier they mentioned the deceased Lu Meihua had a child, whom the mother was watching over. But Lu Meihua had been dead for a while. Why had no one reported it? So, he returned, intending to visit her home. Upon hearing this, he felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that this ominous atmosphere was connected to that? He quickly said, wait for me. I'm at your police station. I'm on my way. Why are you coming here? Just wait for me. Ignoring Su Miao's response, he hung up and headed straight there. Lu Meihua's home was in town, not far away. A few minutes later, he arrived at an alley entrance, where he saw Su Miao squatting on the ground. Looking around, upon seeing him approach, Su Miao stood up and waved. Are you up to no good? I, a respectable officer, am working on a case. And you're making me wait. Yang Dagan let out a scoff, eyeing Su Miao with skepticism. What are you doing? Su Miao felt uncomfortable under his gaze, irritated, and asked sharply, I prefer large cups. Yours is too small. Su Miao's face flushed with anger. You scoundrel. How dare you tease a police officer? Do you believe I can arrest you? It was the end of the workday. Once off duty, a police officer is merely an ordinary individual. How could one claim I was teasing a police officer? At most, I was merely jesting with a charming young lady. Yang Dagan chuckled. Where does Lu Meihua live? Shall we pay her a visit? Su Miao kicked him lightly on the backside. Don't think you can divert the topic so easily. I am a beauty of unparalleled grace, a rare flower among officers, and certainly not as vulgar as you suggest, humph. With that, she turned and walked toward the alley. Pointing to the yard on the left side at the end of the path, that is Lu Meihua's home. Oh, he nodded, using his unique vision to peer inside. The yard was shrouded in darkness, and no one could be seen inside or out. The house was dark, suggesting it was unoccupied. Let us knock first. Perhaps they've gone to bed early. Su Miao approached and knocked firmly on the door, calling out, "Is anyone home?" As soon as she knocked, however, she was startled to find the door swung open effortlessly. Not locked. Perhaps the family has gone visiting. Su Miao was taken aback. In rural areas, it is quite normal for neighbors to visit without locking their doors, usually just calling out to announce their presence. Where is everyone in Lu Meihua's family? Su Miao called out a couple of times, but received no response. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to look. Where have they gone? As she stepped inside, she softly called out, "Is anyone home?" Yang Dagan, using his keen sight, scanned the interior and found it empty. He chuckled. Perhaps they wandered off and forgot to lock the door. Suddenly, he caught a faint yet familiar foul odor. One that lingered in his memory from earlier that day at the reservoir, where Lu Meihua's corpse had begun to decompose. Although it was faint, it instantly raised his alarm. Is that the scent of decay? Where are they? He opened his heightened perception, surveying the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon the bathroom behind him. His pupils constricted in shock, and his heart raced as he rushed to the bathroom door, flinging it open, and froze at the sight before him. There lay a female corpse on the floor, already showing signs of rigor mortis. The stench of decay, so potent it nearly blinded him and caused retching. He stared wide-eyed at the lifeless body. Earlier, Su Miao had mentioned in a phone call that Lu Meihua was at home caring for her child. This corpse must belong to her mother, a woman in her 50s, lying naked on the ground, with pools of bodily fluid seeping from beneath her. Beside the corpse, a small boy, around 2 years old, leaned against her chest, his eyes vacant and staring. He appeared emaciated, weak to the point of being unable to move, only gazing vacantly. Ah! Su Miao leaned closer, catching sight of the scene, and screamed in horror, nearly jumping back instinctively. She then realized, it's Lu Meihua's child. Yang Dagan quickly assessed the child, who remained motionless, his mouth moving silently as if attempting to cry but unable to produce a sound. He hurriedly scooped the child into his arms. The boy felt scalding hot, as if his entire body were burning. Frowning, he called out to Su Miao behind him, "Quick! Summon help!" He rushed to carry the child into the house, turned on the light, and, using 2 needles, pricked the child to draw out some blood and reduce the fever, stimulating his vital energy. He glanced at the milk bottle and formula within the house, prepared a bottle, and offered it to the child. Upon seeing the bottle, the child's vacant eyes finally sparked with life as he grasped the bottle and began to suckle ravenously. The sound of his stomach growling audible. The bottle emptied quickly, and the little one seemed to regain some strength, releasing the bottle with a whimper that was hoarse and faint. Meanwhile, voices began to echo from outside. "Su Miao, what happened? Is there a dead person? What is going on? I recognize her. She is Lu Meihua's mother. How did she die like this?" Yang Dagan, witnessing the child's slight recovery, hurriedly found some clothes to dress him, then carried the child outside. He saw Su Miao crouched in the corner of the yard, her face pale with fear, trembling all over. He spoke solemnly, "Old Lu, hear us what happened." He briefly explained the situation, casting a glance at the corpse within. "I suspect the child's grandmother was bathing him and perhaps succumbed to a sudden illness in the bathroom. The child, being so young, couldn't escape and was trapped in there with the corpse for several days. The bathroom was sealed well, so the odor didn't escape, which is why no one discovered it." The police officer known as Lu Daong, who had just met Yang Dagan that day, felt his face pale at the implication, looking at the child in Yang Dagan's arms with deep sympathy. A child confined with a corpse for days, the stench of death permeating the air. It was unimaginable what despair the poor child had endured. If Su Miao hadn't been drawn to investigate today, this unfortunate child might have starved to death within another day or so. "Quickly, we must take the child to the hospital," Lu Daong urged. Yang Dagan nodded. Although he had provided some first aid, the child was still extremely weak and required proper medical attention. He handed the child to Lu Daong, who wasted no time and carried the child outside, while another officer remained behind to coordinate support and manage the scene. Observing Su Miao's terrified expression, Yang Dagan gently patted her shoulder. "You saved a life." "Ah." Su Miao looked up at him, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, seemingly not comprehending his words. "If you hadn't insisted on coming to check, this child might have starved to death." Su Miao's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Wiping her tears, I just, she stammered. "I don't know if I am scared or sad. That scene was too heartbreaking." And I don't know why I feel this way. I just want to cry. I feel so weak. I learned so well in school. Yet I am terrified at the sight of a corpse. How could that poor child be locked in with his grandmother's corpse for days? Her words flowed out. A torrent of emotions entwined and difficult to articulate. Yang Dagon understood her feelings well and patted her shoulder. You did remarkably well. Regardless of the situation, there is always an adjustment period. At the very least, it was you who saved this child today. You have already accumulated great merit. Really? Su Miao looked up at him, her eyes filled with a longing for affirmation. Of course. Su Miao wiped her tears and stood up, declaring, I will go to the hospital and stay with the child. Very well. He looked at Su Miao. Noticing the blood aura around her had significantly faded and was close to dissipating entirely. It seemed her brush with danger had passed for the day. However, he furrowed his brow. Earlier, he had observed the ominous aura surrounding her, which had been quite intense. Why had it suddenly vanished? He surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that Su Miao's presence had coincided with the blood aura? But where had the danger gone? With the police now in charge, there was nothing more for him to do. Since Su Miao's peril had lifted, he decided to return home. It had been a long, eventful day, and he was exhausted. By the time he arrived home, it was well past midnight. His mother, Lu Guifan, heard him and called from inside. Second son, you're back. Yes, mother, I'm home. Good, that's a relief. Your sister was nearly worried sick. I had someone inquire about you, and they said you were fine, which eased our minds. His mother, wearing a tank top, emerged from the room, her face etched with concern. Are you truly all right? I'm perfectly fine. I'm back now. He smiled. Where's my little sister? In the room. Today I endured a beating, leaving me feeling distressed. I accompanied her to sleep. Lu Guifan sighed, saying, I heard that the daughter of the police chief who hits people goes to school with your younger sister. Shouldn't we consider transferring her to another school? He knew his mother was worried about this and responded with a smile. If it's just this, there's no need. I assure you those bullies won't dare to trouble my sister again. But once I find a way, I can help her get into a good school, aiming for a prestigious university. Do you have connections? His mother's eyes brightened. You and your brother didn't receive much education, and your younger sister is the only one in school. She is doing well, and the teachers believe she has a chance to attend university. If one of us could go to university, it would bring honor to our family. Don't worry, mother. I'm keeping an eye out. After seeing his mother return to her room to rest, he went back to his own space. Although tired, he couldn't find sleep. So he lay for a while before rising and heading to the yard. Sitting on a lounge chair, he took out the jade gourd and noticed something peculiar. Why is there suddenly so much liquid in the gourd? He was astonished to discover that the liquid had increased by 4 or 5 drops. What is going on? He quickly recalled his actions from earlier that day and suddenly had a thought. Could it be that doing good deeds increases the liquid? He meticulously remembered every instance when the liquid had increased, realizing it seemed to happen after each good deed, varying in amount. If that is the case, he hesitated. Then decided, I should find an opportunity to test it and see if it's true. With that thought, he drank a drop of the liquid and began his cultivation. After more than 10 days of continuous practice, the spiritual energy within him had become quite dense, enveloping half of his dantian like mist. At this rate, within half a month, he should be able to break through to the second tier, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. After finishing his practice, he opened his eyes, sensing further refinement of the spiritual energy. He stood up to stretch, wondering if his improvement in strength had also led to a growth spurt. Measuring himself with a ruler, he found he had grown to 126 centimeters, surprisingly increasing by 3 centimeters. At this rate, by New Year's, I'll be about the same height as an average person. After dozing off in the lounge chair, he was awakened the next morning by his mother preparing breakfast. He opened his eyes to find the sun already bright. His mother hadn't risen this late before, indicating she and his younger sister must have stayed up late last night. He got up and called to his mother, Mother, don't bother with breakfast. Since my sister is only back for a month, let us have something nice. I'll go buy some fried dough sticks and soy milk, and we can cook some meat for lunch. All right, you go ahead. He stepped outside to buy breakfast and picked up a few kilograms of meat. Upon returning home, he found Yang Mei and his elder brother already awake, sitting at the table and chatting. Seeing him, Yang Mei happily exclaimed, Second brother, the food at school isn't good, is it? Hurry up and eat. We'll have meat for you at noon. He placed the items on the table. Thank you. Second brother, Yang Mei replied with a smile. He observed his sister's spirits had improved significantly, as yesterday's events seemed to have left little shadow on her heart, which eased his worry. During breakfast, Yang Mei asked, Mother, why do I feel like the villagers have been treating us differently lately? Differently how? Lu Guifan looked at her. I don't know. Yesterday when I came back and greeted the old Lu family and a few others, they all ignored me. Lu Guifan glanced at Yang Dajing. If they ignore you, just ignore them in return. Yang Dajing rubbed his nose, understanding the situation. The village chief, Zhao Shugua, had gone mad over the timber factory he ran, and after being sent to the provincial capital for treatment, his family hadn't returned for over a week. The factory had indefinitely ceased operations, leaving the villagers who worked there without jobs, and they had directed their resentment towards his family. If it weren't for their knowledge of his current capabilities, the villagers wouldn't dare provoke them so easily. Otherwise, his family would have been ostracized from the village. Everyone in the family understood the situation, but Yang Mei, having just returned, was unaware of the past events. By the way, second brother, father plans to return tomorrow. Lu Guifan said, her face brightening with a smile. I called him to inform him about our current situation, and he was overjoyed. Since it's time for autumn planting. He said he wants to go out again, but will find work at home. That's great. Yang Dajing exclaimed. Father has been tired working outside. Our family isn't lacking money now. Zhao Shugua compensated us 20,000, and a few days ago, I helped a friend, and he gave me 3 million. I haven't told you all yet. What? Lu Guifan was taken aback, quickly inquiring, second brother, what did you say? 300 or 3 million? 3 million. He took out the card. It's all in here. What did you do to earn so much money? Lu Guifan asked anxiously. You didn't get involved in anything illegal, did you? Mother, what are you thinking? You know what kind of person I am. How could I ever do anything unlawful? He chuckled. I learned a few things from that old Chinese medicine practitioner, and when he was hit by a car, I saved him. He was wealthy and rewarded me with 3 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifan sighed in relief. As long as it's not illegal, that's good. Then, seeing the card, she was excited at the thought of 3 million inside, her eyes gleaming. Second brother, you checked? There really are 3 million? Of course. He laughed. Not a penny more or less, 3 million. So, our family isn't short on money now, and father doesn't need to work outside anymore. He can enjoy life at home. Plus, I've already planned it. I'll take out 500,000 to buy a house for my elder brother in the village, so he can get married. I'll also take out another 500,000 to renovate our home, just like others, building a 2-story villa. The rest can be used for any business we want to pursue, or we can save it. Second brother, this is your money. How can you buy me a house? I'm feeling much better now, and I have the strength to earn money, Yang Dazhuang quickly protested. Elder brother, what nonsense are you talking about? This is all our family's money. Don't act like a stranger with me. He chuckled. Regardless, at your age, you can't delay any longer. What will you do when you're older? Are you planning to chase after younger women? Yang Dazhuang's face turned red with embarrassment at this remark. Nonsense. You are the one chasing younger women. Well, it's settled then, he laughed. Mother, when father returns tomorrow, you and elder brother should go look for a house. Find someone to tidy up our home and make it look impressive. It'll help elder brother find a good wife. Listening to this, Lu Guifan's eyes suddenly turned red, tears falling to the ground. Second brother, you've truly made something of yourself. Our family can finally live a good life. It's wonderful, really wonderful. Mother, why are you crying over such a good thing? He hurried to console her. When father comes back, you should all go travel and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country. Enjoy the scenery. Lu Guifan wiped her tears. No. That would be a waste of money. It's all the same everywhere. Just then, a woman's voice rang out from outside. The Yang family. Hurry, help. Save me. Upon hearing the call, they turned to see Zhao Hohot rushing in, her face streaked with tears and panic. Dajing, come quickly. You need to help save your little brother Long. Yang Dajing, bewildered, looked at her. He remembered Zhao Hohot from a few days ago when he encountered her on the way to the county, as she was taking her husband, Wang Haibin, to work in the county. He had wanted a ride, but received some cold words instead. While he didn't take offense, he understood the distress of Zhao Hohot's family. He just didn't know what had happened. Aunt, what's wrong with little Long? I want to plow the field. And Xiao Long insisted on following me. Unfortunately, while he was playing, he accidentally fell into the irrigation well. The well was quite narrow, and when the firefighters arrived, their size prevented them from entering. They found a little girl to go down, but she lacked the strength to pull Xiao Long up. Zhao Hohot, in her distress, began to cry. After much thought, you are the only one in our village who can go down. The general, you must help me save Xiao Long. What? Lu Guifan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Are you talking about the irrigation well? It's over 10 meters deep. Zhao Hohot grasped Lu Guifan's hand and, kneeling in desperation, pleaded, Guifan, I know I've wronged you in the past, helping the Zhao family and bullying you. But Haibin is working at the timber factory and is powerless in this situation. Xiao Long is only 8 years old. Only Dejin can save him. If Xiaolong dies, how can I face Haibin? Guifan, Dejin, I beg you, save Xiaolong. Seeing her distress, Lu Guifan quickly pulled Zhao Hohat up. Aunt, what are you doing? I'm not stopping him. It's just. Lu Guifan looked at Yang Dagan, realizing the well's opening was so small and deep. If Dejin went in, what if he got stuck? His child is alive. My child is alive too. Don't worry, I'll go. Yang Dagan declared solemnly. The importance of saving a life surged within him. He recalled his discovery from last night. The liquid in the gourd seemed connected to doing good deeds. And this was the perfect opportunity to test that notion. Thank you, Dejin. Thank you. Zhao Hohat exclaimed, rising and pulling him towards the well. Lu Guifan, unable to remain calm, slapped her thigh as the family hurried to follow. In the field, dozens of villagers surrounded the small well, with several firefighters and construction vehicles on site. Ready to dig. They're here. They're here. Guifan shouted breathlessly, gripping Yang Dagan's hand as they ran. Upon seeing Dagan's build, the villagers felt a glimmer of hope. Although he was not particularly tall, his strength was evident from years of labor. The anxious villagers relaxed slightly, discussing their hopes for success. Quick, prepare everything. A firefighter shouted. Yang Dagan approached the well and peered inside, observing the narrow opening, just about 40 centimeters in diameter. It was too small for an adult to fall in. Only a child could. Peering deeper, he could see nothing but darkness. A tube extended into the well, presumably supplying oxygen to prevent the child from suffocating. This well is too small, Lu Guifan exclaimed, startled despite her preparation. If a person goes in, there is hardly any room to move. The firefighter spoke seriously. Once you go down, don't worry about anything else. Just grab the child's hand, or any part of him. We will pull you back up. If you feel unwell at any point, shout out. We will hear you. Chapter 37. Wait for me. Yang Dagan nodded, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The narrowness of the pipe troubled him. Even though he was smaller, it would be a tight fit. Dagan. Lu Guifan grasped his hand, worry etched on her face. This is too dangerous. Perhaps we should reconsider. Zhao Hohat cried out. Guifan, you can't stand by while Xiaolong is in danger. He has been down there for 2 hours. He won't last much longer. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Yang Dagan reassured her, confident that the firefighters would ensure his safety. Thank you, Dagan. Thank you. Zhao Hohat expressed her gratitude fervently. Arriving at the well, the firefighters secured a rope around his waist, double-checking its strength before allowing him to descend headfirst into the well. As he lowered himself, his hands hanging down, he felt the rough walls of the well. It was pitch dark inside, yet he could see Xiaolong clinging to the walls, his pale face looking up at him, half submerged in water. The prolonged exposure had left him weak and cold. Uncle Dagan, save me, save me. Xiaolong cried out upon seeing him. Don't be afraid. I'm coming down. Dagan comforted him, and as he descended, he found himself only 2 or 3 meters away from the child. Suddenly, he heard shouts of alarm from above, and the rope, which had been securely tied, snapped unexpectedly. He plummeted downward, his heart racing. Instinctively, he braced himself against the well's walls, but he dropped over a meter before he could stop his fall, narrowly avoiding colliding with Xiaolong's head. His hands were scraped by the rough surface, leaving several cuts. He felt a surge of panic but quickly suppressed it, hearing Xiaolong's frightened voice. It's okay. Don't shout. Uncle Dagan, are you all right? I'm fine. Just hold on and don't move. He hung suspended at the well's bottom, desperate to understand what had happened above. The rope had seemed secure. How could it have broken? Damn it, Zhao Hushan. Why did you cut the rope? Chaos erupted above as villagers and firefighters yelled, Catch him. Don't let him escape. Zhao Hushan. When did he return? Dagan's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation. Hushan had cut the rope, and now what would they do? Unbeknownst to everyone, Zhao Hushan had returned and, feigning curiosity, had approached the well unnoticed, using pliers to sever the rope. By the time anyone realized what had happened, it was too late. Above, dozens of villagers and firefighters restrained Zhao Hushan, who laughed maniacally. It serves him right. Let him die? Let them all die. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't be going crazy. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't be under investigation. Die, you dog. The surrounding villagers were bewildered. What? Zhao Shugui is under investigation? What is going on? I haven't heard anything. Isn't Zhao Shugui insane? How could he still be under investigation? At that moment, a firefighter suddenly remarked, Isn't Zhao Shugui the one who owns the lumber mill? Recently, environmental protection has been strictly enforced, and his lumber mill has always operated illegally. It was bound to be scrutinized. Upon hearing this, those around him suddenly understood. Zhao Shugui's rise to village chief must have been due to some connections. He had leveraged these ties to open the mill. When times were good, He could easily navigate through bureaucracy, and naturally, no one questioned him. Now that Zhao Shugui has lost his mind and no longer has any interests at stake, it was only natural for him to be investigated. Zhao Hohat was furious, rushing forward to claw at Zhao Hushan's face, using all her strength to leave 5 deep gashes that made him scream in agony. Zhao Hushan, my child is still down there. You severed the rope. Are you sending my Xiaolong to his death? You have killed my child. I will fight you. Lu Guifan stood by, watching in disbelief as Zhao Hushan appeared from nowhere and cut the rope, rendering her momentarily unconscious. When she finally regained her senses and heard Zhao Hohat's accusations, she rushed to the well, calling down frantically, my son, you despicable wretches. Your investigation is a result of your own illegal operations. How can you blame it on others? You are truly malicious. Hurry, find a way to rescue them. Several firefighters nearby were sweating profusely, realizing the well's opening was too narrow. Just moments ago, they had been unable to locate Xiaolong inside. And now Yang Dagon was also trapped within, upside down no less. What could they do? Even if they sent another young person down, it was unlikely they could pull up Yang Dagon, who weighed over 100 pounds. Especially since the rope had been severed, Yang Dagon might have fallen into the water, not only submerging Xiaolong, but also risking his own life. Quick dig. Bring in the excavator and bulldozer. We need to start digging immediately. The firefighter shouted, directing the machines to prepare for excavation. The scene descended into chaos, and Lu Guifan, leaning over the well, faintly heard voices from below. But the surrounding tumult made it impossible to discern anything clearly. In her anxiety, she turned and yelled, "Everyone, be quiet. My error is speaking from inside." Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. "Mother, tell them not to dig. I can come up." "What? You can come up?" Lu Guifan exclaimed anxiously. "Error, don't be reckless. Don't move around. Let the firefighters find a way to rescue you." Hearing the commotion below, the firefighters realized Yang Dagon seemed to be okay, and they rushed to the well, shouting, "Yes. Dagon, don't move. Hold on. We will get you out as quickly as possible." "Dagon, what about Xiaolong? How is he?" Zhao Hohat cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaolong is fine. Don't dig at the well's opening. Just wait for me," Yang Dagon insisted. "Oh, Dagon. This is not the time for bravado. Please hold on. Wait for the firefighters to rescue you." Chapter 38. Admiration. The villagers around were astonished to hear him say he could climb up. It seemed implausible, with the way he had fallen in. And the well being so narrow, it would require him to scale the walls hand over hand. How could that be possible? Even an Iron Man would struggle to achieve such a feat. As Yang Dagon fell silent, the onlookers assumed he had consented. Knowing the situation below, they felt somewhat relieved that both individuals were still alive, but it was imperative to rescue them quickly. However, the well was over 10 meters deep. And even with excavators and bulldozers, digging that deep would take at least a day. What do we do? The firefighters exchanged worried glances, recognizing the urgency of the situation. With Yang Dagon's current condition, it would be a challenge to last even an hour, considering he was upside down, blood pooling in his head. And he had to cling to the walls to avoid falling and crushing Xiaolong. "Quickly, find someone. A child. We need to get a rope around Yang Dagon's legs and pull him up," one firefighter shouted. The others immediately sprang into action. "Whose child can go down?" Several firefighters called out into the crowd. Yet, witnessing the recent events had left everyone hesitant. No one dared to send their child into such danger. And silence fell over the crowd. "I will go." Yang Mei stood up, declaring loudly, "Inside is my second brother. I'm not much smaller than him." The firefighters exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No, it's too dangerous. You cannot go down." Desperate, Yang Mei pleaded, "Just let me try. What if I can?" "No, we cannot take that risk. If you get stuck, it will complicate the rescue even further," the firefighter insisted, remaining resolute. Lu Guifan suddenly rushed to a woman nearby, grasping her hand in desperation. "Old Luz, isn't your child at home? Please, let them try." Zhao Hohat fell to her knees, crying out, "Yes, Old Luz, I beg you. Save Xiaolong and Dagon." Old Luz's face turned pale as she replied, "I can't. My child went out to play today and isn't home. Please, look for someone else. I saw your child at home this morning. Old Luz, we are from the same village, relatives even. Please help." Zhao Hohat cried, her pleas growing more frantic. Faced with the truth of her lie, Old Lu dropped the pretense, waving her hand dismissively. "No, it's too dangerous. Look at Dagon. He couldn't even come back up. I cannot let my child take that risk." Lu Guifan turned her gaze to another family, but upon meeting their eyes, they quickly looked away, hiding behind others. In despair, Zhao Hohat and Lu Guifan found their spirits crushed, weeping uncontrollably. Look! Suddenly, someone shouted in shock, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see, to their astonishment, a pair of feet emerging from the well, swaying back and forth like grass blades surfacing from the water. It's Error's feet. Lu Guifan recognized them instantly and rushed forward. The firefighters, shaken from their stupor, sprang into action, grabbing Yang Dagon's feet and pulling with all their might. When Yang Dagon's feet hit the ground, Lu Guifan joyfully embraced him, sobbing, "Error, are you all right? You scared me to death." "Mother, I'm fine. It's not that easy to kill me," Yang Dagon replied, rubbing his hands together. He felt a lingering fear. Had he not trained in the yin-yang harmony technique and continuously transformed his body with medicinal liquids, his physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, he might have truly perished that day. His hands were raw and painful from climbing out upside down. "Dagon," Zhao Hohot approached, visibly anxious, kneeling before him and pleading, "Please, save Xiaolong. Only you can." Lu Guifan quickly pulled him back. "We've just found you. How can we send you back into danger?" But Yang Dagon insisted, "Mother, it's all right. I will go down again." "You fool, do you not realize you almost died? Why would you take such risks?" Yang Dagon smiled. "That was just an accident. If Xiao Hushan hadn't acted maliciously, nothing would have happened. Now that Zhao Hushan is under control, make sure to secure the rope. No one is to approach him." The firefighters quickly assured, "Yes, this time, aside from us, no one else is allowed near. We will ensure safety." Though reluctant, Lu Guifan nodded in agreement. As Yang Dagon descended into the well once more, Lu Guifan gathered Yang Mei and the eldest three around, positioning them protectively as if to guard the rope, ensuring no one dared to approach. The descent into the well proceeded much more smoothly this time. Yang Dagon seized Xiaolong's hands and called out, prompting the firefighters to join forces and pull the two of them from the depths. Yang Dagon emerged relatively unscathed, whereas Xiaolong, having been submerged in the frigid water for an extended period, was beginning to suffer from hypothermia. Zhao Hohot embraced her child, overwhelmed with anguish, and wept bitterly. Under the firefighters' guidance, they hastily transported the child to the hospital for urgent treatment. The onlookers, witnessing Yang Dagon's miraculous turnaround and the safe retrieval of the child, expressed their admiration with enthusiastic cheers. Zhao Hushan, held back by others, could do nothing but watch in furious disbelief, cursing vehemently. The villagers, infuriated by his unrepentant demeanor, surged forward to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks, only to be restrained by the firefighters before he could be savagely beaten. "Well done, Dagon." On the way home, the villagers, usually reserved, unexpectedly displayed warmth towards him. The family reciprocated their kindness, with Yang Mei and Yang Dazhuang feeling a sense of pride, walking with their heads held high. Upon returning home, Yang Dagon tended to his minor injuries and, while his family was distracted, opened the jade gourd to take a glance. To his delight, he discovered that the medicinal liquid had indeed increased by 2 drops. What a marvelous revelation! He felt a surge of joy. The liquid within the gourd significantly aided his cultivation. Now that he understood the secret to increasing the liquid, he could strategically obtain more to accelerate his progress. At noon, the family prepared a sumptuous meal featuring stewed bones and braised meat, a rare indulgence typically reserved for festive occasions. "Dinner's ready. Come and enjoy the tender stewed bones," Yang Mei exclaimed, bringing a large bowl of succulent meat. He took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor. "Brother, I can't just eat without giving something in return." Yang Mei giggled mischievously. "I want an electric bike, so I won't have to stay at school anymore. I want to live at home. Mother said I should discuss it with you, and if you agree, she won't oppose. You little rascal, trying to play tricks on your brother. Not a single bite should come without some exchange." He rolled his eyes. "Fine, if you don't want to stay at school, then don't. It's not far anyway. Long live my brother." Yang Mei jumped in joy, tearing off another piece of meat and feeding it to him, filling his mouth to overflowing. "Is anyone home? Is this Yang Dagon's house?" A voice called from outside. Recognizing it, he turned to see Si Jingqiao peering curiously at the door. "Brother, you're here." He stepped outside with a smile. "Come in, just in time for dinner." Lu Guifan and Yang Dazhuang emerged from the kitchen, puzzled by the unfamiliar visitor, but greeted him warmly, wondering who would drop by during lunchtime. No, it's fine." Si Jingqiao waved his hand as he approached. "I came to talk to you about that matter from last time." "Oh, that? Now?" "Yes, the leader wishes to meet you." "All right, I'll change my clothes. And we'll head over now." After a brief refresh, he exited to find Si Jingqiao chatting with his mother, who seemed to recognize Si Jingqiao's stature, her face radiating warmth. As she saw him, she hastily remarked, Dagon, make sure to perform well when you meet the director, when you visit the leader's home. Be alert. I've heard city folks change their shoes upon entering. Don't make any blunders." "Understood, mother," he replied, Following Si Jingqiao, they boarded the police car. You really ought to get a mobile phone, brother. It's quite inconvenient to find you, Si Jingqiao remarked with a laugh. I just so happen to have an extra one. I'll bring it for you when I return. No need, brother. I can buy one myself. It's not a matter of money. Listen carefully, brother. The leader's mother is gravely ill. The doctor has determined she likely won't survive the month. This illness is well known as terminal, and there's little that can be done. I'm asking you to come just to try your luck. Don't feel pressured. If you can alleviate her suffering, that's enough. Just don't force it. It's not worth the risk. Hearing this from Si Jingqiao, he glanced at him. Realizing that while Si Jingqiao might not be the most exemplary officer, he still had a sense of loyalty. All right, brother, I understand. As Si Jingqiao drove, they arrived at the county's largest residential area, Longjing Garden, sprawling over 200 acres with over 30 mid-rise buildings, complete with gardens, artificial lakes, and recreational facilities. He had heard of this community. Although it was merely in the county, the property prices here surpassed those of many urban districts, reaching about 12 to 13,000 per square meter. Moreover, there were no small units. All were spacious, over 150 square meters, making it a residence for the affluent and influential, with many government officials residing here. Upon reaching the building, they needed to swipe a card to access the elevator. Si Jingqiao made a call to the leader. 2 minutes later, a weary-looking middle-aged man in his 50s with a head full of white hair emerged from the elevator. Oh, leader, why did you come down personally? You could have just pressed the elevator button. We could have gone up ourselves. Si Jingqiao exclaimed, taken aback. The man forced a smile, saying, that would not do. In ancient times, there were customs around inviting doctors, though we may not adhere strictly to them now. It is still customary to come out and greet you. Turning to Yang Dagan, he regarded him with mild surprise, likely taken aback by his height. But he did not show much outward expression, offering a slight smile. Hello, I am Ding Tsongi. Thank you for coming to see my mother. Ding Bureau. You're too kind. He extended his hand for a brief handshake, feeling a flicker of fondness for Ding Tsongi. As the police chief, he was considered a deputy county-level official, occupying a high position. It was indeed commendable that he valued someone from the common folk like him. Let us head inside. My mother is in great pain, Ding Tsongi sighed, his face etched with worry and sorrow. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of anguished cries. Ding Tsongi's wife emerged from the room, her eyes red-rimmed. Old Ding, mother is in unbearable pain. Should we give her another injection? Let us wait a bit. The doctor said we shouldn't administer medication at the first sign of pain. Ding Tsongi replied, forcing his composure before turning to Yang Dagan. Let us go in and take a look. Jingqiao, you wait in the living room. All right. Leader, please take your time, Si Jingqiao replied, sitting obediently on the sofa, refraining from intruding until invited. Following Ding Tsongi into the room, Yang Dagan beheld an elderly woman lying on a single bed, nearly bald and painfully gaunt, trembling and sweating profusely. The bedding beneath her was soaked, and her dull eyes lacked any spark of life. Sensing their presence, she suddenly cried out, Tsongi, Tsongi, help me. I can't go on. Please help me, grant me peace. Tsongi, Tsongi, I beg you, help me be free of this suffering. Ding Tsongi's eyes reddened, and he turned away to wipe his tears, grasping his mother's hand softly. Don't worry, mother, I brought a doctor to help you. Tsongi, Tsongi, don't bother, I know I can't be saved. It hurts so much, hurry. Using his yin-yang fox eyes, Yang Dagan examined the elderly woman, discovering the cancerous tumor had spread extensively, filling her abdominal cavity with various sizes of tumors, some even eroding the blood vessels, causing fresh blood to seep out. The sight was reminiscent of the lymph nodes extracted from a pig during the new year. Seeing the severity of her condition, he furrowed his brow. It was worse than he had anticipated. Lacking prior experience and confidence, yet seeing her in agony, he spoke gravely, Director Ding, the elderly woman is in great pain. Perhaps I should administer some pain relief before we discuss treatment options. My mother just received an injection 2 hours ago. We cannot give her another right now. Or else Ding Tsongi shook his head, unable to continue. No, I specialize in traditional Chinese medicine, specifically acupuncture, not injections. Hearing this, Ding Tsongi replied solemnly. You should give it a try. Deep down, he held little hope, as he had previously experienced traditional Chinese medicine and knew that it could hardly compare to the anesthetics provided in hospitals for pain relief. Nevertheless, since a doctor was present, it would be remiss not to allow any intervention. He retrieved a pouch of acupuncture needles from his pocket, inserting them into the appropriate points. The infusion of qi effectively dulled the sensory pathways associated with pain, yielding results that rivaled those of anesthetics, with the added benefit of no side effects, allowing the elderly woman to remain conscious. After several needles were applied, the qi nearly obliterated her pain perception. Moreover, under its nurturing stimulation, she even regained some vitality, alleviating her discomfort and uplifting her spirit. Songyi, Songyi, the elderly lady feebly extended her frail hand to grasp Ding Songyi's, her murky eyes betraying a flicker of surprise and relief. I feel much better. The pain has lessened. Chapter 40. Deadly poison. Ding Songyi was taken aback, staring at Yang Dagon in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming, short-statured individual would possess such remarkable medical skills. Just a few needle insertions had subdued the excruciating cancer pain that had driven his mother to the brink of despair, and she remained lucid. Dagon, your acupuncture is truly miraculous, Ding Songyi exclaimed with delight. It rivals anesthetics in efficacy. How long does it last? Typically, it can provide relief for about 4 to 5 hours. If I continue to administer needles afterward, the effect can be prolonged, Yang Dagon explained, emphasizing that the acupuncture's efficacy was sustained by his qi as long as he did not withdraw it. Is that so? Ding Songyi expressed both astonishment and joy. Does that mean it is far superior to anesthetics? Even if it does not cure my mother, alleviating her suffering and allowing her to pass peacefully would be 100 times better than her current agonizing state. He nodded thoughtfully as he approached the frail, elderly woman, stating gravely, Director Ding, the doctor is correct. Your mother is in critical condition. While I can assist with pain relief, I cannot guarantee a cure. Upon hearing this, Ding Songyi's first thought was not despair over a lack of cure, but rather a glimmer of hope sparked by Yang Dagon's words. Had it not been for witnessing the miraculous acupuncture technique and hearing about the revival of Si Jingchao's daughter, he would have found it hard to believe. Yet now, hope blossomed within him, and he grasped Yang Dagon's hand excitedly. Dagon, do you think there is still hope for my mother's recovery? Not exactly, Director Ding. I genuinely have little confidence in a cure, Yang Dagon clarified. That implies there is a chance for recovery, Ding Songyi exclaimed, as if clutching a lifeline. Please, do whatever it takes to treat her. I will provide whatever you need. Yang Dagon could not help but smile wryly. Director Ding, you misunderstand my intention. I truly lack assurance. I understand, but as long as there is a shred of hope, I implore you to do your utmost. Ding Songyi realized he was overly enthusiastic and added, if it truly comes to that, please help her to pass without suffering. As a family member, I thank you in advance. Seeing the earnestness in Ding Songyi's request, how could he refuse? Rest assured, Director Ding, I will do my best, he nodded in agreement. Thank you, thank you. Ding Songyi grasped his hand, his expression brimming with emotion. The elderly lady should be free from pain now. I will write a prescription for her medicine. Leave the medicine procurement to me. You should rest, Ding Songyi insisted. No, let me handle it, Si Jingchao, who had been listening outside, quickly volunteered. Leader, I can do it. I have no other commitments. Upon hearing this, Ding Songyi nodded affirmatively. All right, then you go. Yang Dagon chuckled. Director Ding, I should be the one to go. I need to oversee the prescription personally. Any deviation could be problematic. If Director C goes, they may be tempted to overprescribe out of courtesy. His humorous remark elicited a laugh from Ding Songyi, but upon reflection, he realized it was prudent to exercise caution with the medication. He could only agree. After writing the prescription, he descended the stairs. Having recently arrived in the county, and knowing that some of the herbs listed were quite rare, he decided that the largest pharmacy in the area, Shenkong Pharmacy, would be his destination. As he made his way there, he found the pharmacy bustling with customers at all hours. After queuing with his prescription, when it was his turn, the pharmacist glanced at it and declared, "This won't do. It's not a proper prescription. You'll need to have it reviewed by our herbalist here before we can issue a new one." With no other option, he approached the resident TCM practitioner. Upon examining the prescription, the practitioner's expression shifted dramatically, and she asked in astonishment, "Young man, where did you get this prescription? Is someone in your family ill?" He regarded her, a middle-aged woman with glasses, who appeared utterly shocked. I wrote it myself." "You wrote it yourself?" The middle-aged woman shook her head, exasperated. "Young man, are you trained in traditional Chinese medicine?" "Sort of. I'm a barefoot doctor, having read a few books." The woman chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "Young man, that won't suffice. This prescription is improperly formulated, and it contains large doses of arsenic and rhubarb. These are highly toxic substances that could endanger lives. Moreover, the composition lacks harmony. It simply won't do. Medicine is not something you can master by reading a few books, especially traditional Chinese medicine. A single miscalculated herb can lead to disaster. You cannot fill this prescription. If you have any ailments, I can help. I am a doctor at the TCM hospital, and I can handle most minor issues." Understanding her well-meaning advice, he smiled. "Thank you, doctor, But there is no need. Please fill the prescription as is. It's not intended for ordinary patients, but for someone with late-stage cancer. Late-stage cancer? The middle-aged woman's expression changed. Are you planning to send them off? That is unacceptable. Young man, we doctors are here to treat and save lives. If your patient dies from this medicine, that constitutes manslaughter, especially since you lack a medical license. You could end up in prison. Is this person a family member? I understand that caring for a terminally ill cancer patient is not only a burden on themselves, but also on their loved ones, but his family. We must strive to endure. We cannot simply wish to send them away. Seeing her distress, he chuckled softly. It's not a family member, it's someone else's. Regardless of whose family it is, that is unacceptable. If someone dies, you will face legal repercussions. You must leave now. If you persist, I will have to call the authorities. The middle-aged woman insisted with an unfriendly expression. Dr. Nyo, what is going on? Why are you refusing to fill a patient's prescription? A familiar voice interrupted from behind. He turned to see Lu Ting and standing not far away. As old adversaries often do, upon seeing each other, their expressions soured. Lu Tingnan's face darkened as he recognized him. It's you. He merely smiled faintly, unwilling to engage. Dr. Nyo hastily explained. Boss, it's not that I refuse to fill his prescription. It's that he is asking for poison, not medicine. Look at the arsenic and rhubarb in this prescription. Those are lethal. He claims it's for a late-stage cancer patient, and I fear he is trying to send someone off. Is that so? Lu Tingnan's eyes gleamed as if he had found a flaw to exploit, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, Dr. Nyo, how can you think that way? Chapter 41. No regrets upon hearing this. Dr. Nyo initially thought his boss would reprimand him, and he was about to explain when Lu Tingnan suddenly shouted. He clearly cannot bear to see the patient suffer, wanting to send them off. In such cases, there is no need for hesitation. Call the authorities immediately. Are late-stage cancer patients not human? They too possess the right to live. Murder is a crime. As physicians, we bear the responsibility for our patients and cannot simply dismiss them. If they do not procure medication from us, they will undoubtedly seek alternatives elsewhere. Our duty is to eradicate such incidents at their inception. Call the authorities immediately. Upon hearing this, Yang Dagan cast a derisive glance at Lu Tingnan, noting that this fellow seemed to harbor a long-standing grudge against him. Now, having finally seized upon a slight justification, he sought to put Yang in his place. Yang replied coolly, Lu Tingnan, the medication I dispense is not for ordinary people. If you intend to report me, you should think it through carefully. Do not end up regretting it. Lu Tingnan's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and resentment as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you threatening me? Huh? You think you can intimidate me? Are you jesting? Regardless of whom you wish to harm, such actions are utterly unacceptable here. Every individual has the right to life, and the law is designed to protect people. Even if someone wishes to end their own life, it is absolutely forbidden for anyone to poison them. Well said, Director Lu. Lu Tingnan's voice rose, drawing the attention of nearby patients. Recognizing him, some in the crowd began to flatter him, exclaiming, Director Lu truly prioritizes humanity, embodying public service in every aspect. He is our role model. Upon hearing this, a smirk of pride crossed Lu Tingnan's face as he coldly regarded Yang Dagan, his eyes glinting with a desire for retribution. Yang Dagan, not only will I report you, but I shall also inquire who prescribed the medication. Dr. Nyo hastily interjected. He claims he prescribed it himself. Lu Tingnan's eyes lit up as if he had found a smoking gun, and he demanded loudly, Do you possess a medical license? Have you studied medicine? To dispense medication to others without a license is to endanger lives. Quickly, call the authorities. We cannot allow such a reckless individual to escape today. As the surrounding crowd learned of Lu Tingnan's identity, they began to cheer for him. A few eager to curry favor shouted out, hastily dialing the police. One individual approached Lu Tingnan, saying, Director, it's me, Xiao Wang. We met at the bureau before. We've already called the police, rest assured. We will not let this reckless quack escape. Satisfied, Lu Tingnan nodded. Good, well done. Xiao Wang beamed with joy, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Yang Dagan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tingnan and remarked coolly, Director Lu, I fear this may not be wise. Lu Tingnan, sensing weakness in Yang's tone, felt a surge of exhilaration. Having previously faced defeat at Yang's hands, he now reveled in his newfound dominance. What could possibly be wrong? We as officials are here to serve the public and to combat lawbreakers like you. This time will not be the last. I shall seize every opportunity to strike against individuals like you without mercy, he declared with righteous fervor. Director Lu is magnificent. Xiao Wang immediately echoed, clapping enthusiastically. The surrounding patients in need of medication were moved and joined in applause. Lu Tingnan regarded him with a cold smile, and leaned in to speak in a tone only audible to the two of them. Lin Rongrua has departed. I wonder who will protect you now. This time, you shall await your demise patiently. Yang Dagan looked back at Lu Tingnan and suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Very well, I hope you do not regret this later. Regret? Huh. You have no idea how amusing that is. I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion today, leaving you no opportunity to evade responsibility, Lu Tingnan retorted, his gaze icy. Agreed. Yang Dagan smiled faintly, disinterested in further engagement. A few moments later, the blaring of police sirens pierced the air as two officers entered briskly, asking, "Who called the police? What seems to be the issue?" Xiao Wang darted forward, declaring, "Officer, it was I who reported. This individual is practicing medicine without a license and intends to harm others with poison." The officers narrowed their eyes at Yang Dagan. Just as he prepared to explain, Lu Tingnan interjected, greeting the officers, "Old Zhou, not only is this man practicing without a license, but he has also prescribed poison, potent enough to kill. I suspect he intends to harm others, so I detained him for your investigation." Director Lu. One officer chuckled as he shook Lu Tingnan's hand. "I did not expect your astuteness to be so keen. You identified the irregularity at a glance." Lu Tingnan smirked. "Having been in this field for long, one must retain a degree of perceptiveness. Thank you, Director Lu, for providing us with this valuable lead. The rest will be handled by us. We will ensure he confesses fully." With that, Officer Zhou turned to Yang Dagan, his expression cold as he spoke. "Hello. I am Officer Zhou from the police department. We received a report from the public and are here to inquire about your prescription. I prescribed it myself. Do you possess a license?" "No." "For whom did you prescribe it?" "For a friend's mother, who is in the late stages of cancer. He asked me to prepare it for her." "Is your friend aware that you lack a medical qualification?" "He does. And he still asked you to prescribe medication, knowing you are unlicensed?" Officer Zhou's face darkened. "Moreover, the dosage of arsenic in your prescription is lethal. Are you unaware of this?" "I am aware." "But, you are aware and still prescribed it." At this moment, Lu Tingnan interjected, "I have serious suspicions that they wish to terminate the patient, considering her condition terminal and the financial burden she represents. This is the first time I've encountered someone so brazen as to seek poison directly from a pharmacy. This individual either lacks understanding or intends to shift the blame onto us while profiting financially from the aftermath." Officer Zhou nodded. "Director, your suspicions are quite reasonable." "Officer, you cannot take his word alone. I demand an explanation," Yang Dagan asserted firmly. "I will certainly listen to your explanation, but that will occur at the police station. We need to conduct an investigation, not only into you but also into your friend, as we suspect a conspiracy to harm the patient. You will take us to your friend's residence for questioning, and we will consult with the patient." Yang Dagan, amused, regarded Officer Zhou. "Are you certain you want to visit which friend's home?" "Of course, as law enforcement officers, we must ensure fairness and justice. We must assess the scene and speak with the patient. As you mentioned, the patient is in the late stages of cancer, and visiting the police station is impractical. We will conduct our business on site." "Well said, well done." Xiao Wang praised the officer at the right moment. Yang Dagan found the notion laughable. Police conducting business at a police chief's home? If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Yet, it was happening to him. He kindly advised, "I believe it may not be necessary to visit. I can simply call him and ask him to come over." "That won't do. I have stated that we must consult with the patient. Do you expect us to carry the patient to the station?" Officer Zhou, seeing Yang's reluctance, became more convinced that something was amiss and refused to back down. "Very well." Seeing the officer's persistence, Yang Dagan reluctantly nodded in agreement and turned to Lu Tingnan. "Are you also preparing to accompany us?" Lu Tingnan puffed out his chest. "Of course. As the whistleblower, I must be present." "Then let us proceed." The group exited the pharmacy and boarded the police vehicle. With others gone, Lu Tingnan felt liberated, exclaiming, "Old Zhou, I have a long-standing feud with this fellow." "Just you wait." Officer Zhou reassured him. "Director, rest easy." Yang Dagan couldn't help but feel amused as he watched them plot his fate right before his eyes. "Director Lu." "Officer Zhou, I'm still here. Is it appropriate for you to discuss this in my presence?" Officer Zhou replied nonchalantly, "Kid, what of it? What I discuss with Director Lu is not for your ears. No one else is present. What can you do?" Lu Tingnan sneered. "Yang Dagan, this time you should prepare for your demise. I have stated before that I will not let you have it easy." "Very well, very well." He let out a silent laugh, hoping that when you arrive at your destination, you can still be so brazen and righteous. Zhou Xiong couldn't help but chuckle. "You? Still stubborn at this point? I hope you remain equally defiant at the bureau." A few minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the community. Lu Tingnan stepped out and glanced inside, his expression unfriendly as he remarked, "I didn't expect your friend to possess some skill, he managed to buy a house here. Zhou Xiong followed suit, observing the community before him, pondering that the properties here were not affordable for the average individual. Those capable of purchasing homes in this area were prominent figures in the county, including many government officials. Your friend must be a small business owner, huh? You. A descendant of 3 generations of poor farmers. Wouldn't know any significant person, Lu Tingnan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong thought, 3 generations of poor farmers? With such a low stature, how could he know anyone important? Perhaps it's just a slightly capable poor relative who bought a house here. A small business owner? I, as a team leader, need not fear such a person. Gaining confidence, he said, all right, stop dawdling. Let's head in. As they reached the ground floor, he turned and said, Officer, may I borrow your phone? I need to call them to assist in pressing the elevator button. Zhou Xiong handed over his phone, adding a warning, you'd better behave. We're listening nearby. Don't even think about tipping them off. While he was on the phone, Zhou Xiong turned to Lu Tingnan with a smile. The director lives in the same building as your friend. I didn't expect that. You mean Director Ding lives here? Indeed, in this very building. Zhou Xiong grinned. I heard the director's mother is gravely ill and that he has been taking leave to care for her. He is renowned in our system for being a filial son. I've heard that too. Director Ding's mother lost her husband when she was 30 and raised her 3 sons alone without remarrying. It's quite remarkable. Director Ding is also a devoted son. He always brings his mother along, even refusing promotions several times to better care for her. Indeed, such people are rare. As the two reminisced, Yang Dagan finished his call and returned the phone. Upon hearing their discussion about Ding Tsongyi's deeds, he couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, the elevator began its ascent, stopping at the 10th floor. Zhou Xiong frowned slightly upon seeing the floor and muttered, why are we on the same floor as Director Ding? I remember the deputy director of the Forestry Bureau lives across from him. Could it be that this fellow knows the deputy director? Lu Tingnan frowned at this, understanding that while the Forestry Bureau was not a core department, it was still a significant office. Involving them would complicate matters. Yang Dagan felt that this issue was not particularly severe. Friends seeking medical treatment and using some folk remedies was normal, as long as there were no conflicts of interest. However, dragging such a person into this situation would complicate things. As the elevator doors opened, Ding Tsongyi stood at the entrance with a smile. Dagan, you're back. Ding Tsongyi's sentence was interrupted as he noticed the group inside the elevator, momentarily taken aback. Director Ding. Zhou Xiong felt a tightening in his chest, his legs trembling. His voice quaking. Director? Lu Tingnan looked at Ding Tsongyi in shock, unable to believe that Yang Dagan's friend was actually Ding Tsongyi. Then it hit him. Yang Dagan had mentioned that his friend's mother was in the late stages of cancer, and Ding Tsongyi's mother was suffering from cancer too. He had failed to connect the dots earlier and had thought it was merely a coincidence. Yang Dagan stepped out of the elevator, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Director Ding, I'm sorry, I didn't manage to get the medicine. When I want to get it. I encountered Director Lu, who accused me of practicing medicine without a license, claiming I was dispensing poison that would kill the old lady, and he called the police. Zhou Xiong's complexion drastically changed, looking at him with pleading eyes, hoping he would not continue. With a smile, Yang Dagan continued. They suspected that we colluded to poison a terminally ill patient and insisted on taking me to the scene for questioning, wanting to see if we were indeed poisoning the patient and whether the patient was aware of the situation. Ding Tsongyi's expression darkened as he looked at the two men. Zhou Xiong was thoroughly alarmed. He had inadvertently implicated the bureau chief, even suggesting that the chief might harm his own mother. If word got out, it would be disastrous for him. Director Ding, no? I didn't know it was you. I. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Xiong's forehead as panic set in. He nervously glanced at Ding Tsongyi's grim visage, trembling inside, thinking he was doomed. Director Ding, I only heard Director Lu say this. I misinterpreted it. It wasn't intentional. Chapter 43. Arsenic. Lu Tingnan felt a surge of anxiety. Although Ding Tsongyi was the chief of police, he was a high-ranking official, essentially a county leader, superior to him by half a rank. Accusing the director of plotting to murder his own mother was tantamount to courting death. No, Director Ding, it's a misunderstanding. All misunderstandings. I was unaware he was getting medicine for your mother. I thought he was carrying poison. Director Ding, he had arsenic and rhubarb. Both are lethal even for a healthy person, let alone a patient. Consuming them would surely result in death. You weren't deceived by this kid, were you? Arsenic? Rhubarb? Ding Tsongyi frowned. He had risen through the ranks from the grassroots level. How could he not know that both were highly toxic substances? Yang Dagan was about to explain when Ding Tsongyi waved his hand, saying, Dagan, no need to elaborate. Since I entrusted you with my mother's care, I trust you. Moreover, I have heard the saying, licorice does no harm, arsenic does no good. Arsenic has always been a part of traditional medicine, merely misunderstood due to its toxicity. Ding Tsongi said coldly. Zhou Xiong, the facts are now clear. Shouldn't we go to the bureau together? Zhou Xiong shuddered, quickly shaking his head. No, Director Ding. I didn't mean that. Then if you're not leaving, do you intend for me to invite you for a meal? Zhou Xiong jolted. No. I'm leaving right now, Director Ding. I'm leaving this very moment. With that, he dashed back into the elevator without a backward glance. Lu Tingnan managed a dry laugh. Director Ding, I'm also leaving. I apologize, it's all a misunderstanding. Ding Tsongi glanced at Lu Tingnan. Although he belonged to the health sector, which was not under his jurisdiction, he sensed that this incident stemmed from Lu Tingnan's grievances with Yang Dagan. He warned coolly, Director Lu, it's rare for you to concern yourself with such trivial matters. However, Dagan is my younger brother. If he has any issues, please refrain from meddling. Of course. Lu Tingnan quickly understood the implicit warning in Ding Tsongi's words. This was a caution against further targeting Yang Dagan. As a bureau chief, how could he compete with a county leader, especially one like Ding Tsongi, who had chosen to remain in the county to care for his ailing mother instead of pursuing a position in a larger city? He hurriedly agreed and retreated in a fluster. Once everyone had left, Ding Tsongi turned back, his brows relaxing as he smiled. Dagan, I apologize for not managing my subordinates well. I hope I didn't embarrass you. As we entered the room, Yang Dagan pulled out the prescription and, with a wry smile, explained, Director Ding, this prescription indeed contains 2 poisonous ingredients. However, Ding Tsongi waved his hand dismissively, stating, you are a doctor. I am a police officer. Your responsibility is to treat patients and prescribe medicine, while mine is to maintain public order and apprehend criminals. Let professionals handle their respective duties. There is no need for you to justify anything to me. As a family member of the patient, I will wholeheartedly support your efforts. Upon hearing Ding Tsongi's words, Yang Dagan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. It was rare to encounter someone so clear-headed in these times. He tucked the prescription into his pocket and said, very well, I will do my utmost to ensure you are not disappointed. Ding Tsongi pondered for a moment, then remarked, given your status, it may be difficult for you to procure such medication. Let Jing Chao make a trip. Jing Chao promptly stood up, taking the prescription with both hands. I happen to know the owners of a couple of pharmacies. I will reach out to them. Jing Chao leveraged his connections and successfully acquired the medicine. He prepared the concoction at home, with Ding Tsongi standing by, learning the process and committing each step to memory. Once the medicine was ready, he personally served it to his mother. Ding Tsongi prepared a simple meal that afternoon, eating lightly before realizing that the patient's condition had not improved. The two decided not to linger, agreeing on a time for the next visit before leaving promptly. Brother, that was impressive. It's the first time I've seen someone manage to alleviate cancer pain with just 2 needles. Yang Dagan executed today's task flawlessly, greatly enhancing his reputation. Jing Chao, feeling elated, remarked while driving, brother, you didn't drink enough today, did you? Let us call by high and go out for another round. No. I must return and thoughtfully consider how to treat the elderly lady's illness. This is my first encounter with such a case, and I need to study it diligently. He waved his hand, noting that it was getting late, and he needed to head back. Indeed, prioritizing the treatment is essential. Let us return. Jing Chao nodded in agreement. Recognizing that successfully treating the leader's mother would solidify his own position within the bureau, an important step for his future. By the way, Su Miao is not an ordinary person. Is she? I noticed you all treat her with great courtesy. Yes, Su Miao is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the city bureau. Currently, our bureau's top leadership also hails from our county. Su Miao just graduated from the police academy and is here for grassroots training. Hence, she has been assigned to work with me. She is quite the auspicious figure. Although it seems like we have an additional person here. Who would dare to employ her? We can only accommodate her, Jing Chao replied with a wry smile. However, it has its benefits. When Officer Su goes home and mentions that our equipment is outdated, new gear is set to arrive next week. He nodded, realizing Su Miao's significant connections. Being the daughter of a prominent figure in the city bureau, no wonder she commanded such respect. Upon returning home, it was already 9 in the evening. His mother sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool evening breeze. Upon seeing him return, she rose and chided, "You child, returning so late without a phone call to the family." "Mother, it's not like I have a mobile phone. I promised to buy one in the county tomorrow." He chuckled. "Have elder brother and little sister gone to bed?" "Yes, they have. I need to discuss something with you." His mother pulled over a stool for him to sit. "Today, I spoke with several of our neighbors, and they believe that the old Wang family house, the one belonging to Wang Guishan, is quite nice. Wang's son has achieved success and bought a large house in the city, bringing the Wang family over. However, they took out a loan to buy the house, and now Wang wants to sell the old property to help his son repay some of the debt. It's not too expensive, asking 33,000. With some negotiation, we could probably secure it for around 31 or 32,000. What do you think? The house is indeed quite good, 2 stories tall, and it was built less than 2 years ago. I heard that Uncle Wang initially constructed it for his son's wedding, but it is no longer needed. The price is reasonable, if elder brother has no objections. We should acquire it. Lu Guifan nodded. Our family has 50,000. Your elder brother hasn't earned much due to his leg issues. So this money can be considered a loan from him to you. Once he recovers and earns, he can repay you. Mother, what are you saying? Why should he repay me? This is all our family's money. There's no need to divide it. One must not speak lightly of such matters. The money you earned was through hard labor. You are now successful, but clear accounts are vital among brothers. Your elder brother may not have money now, but such a critical life event as marriage cannot be delayed. As a brother, you are merely assisting him in this significant matter. However, it doesn't mean that you should unconditionally support him just because he is struggling financially. He must repay what he owes. Lu Guifan sighed. Your father and I share the same sentiment. We hope for your well-being. Now that you are thriving and capable of earning, your father and I cannot help but worry about your brother. Mother, we are family. Why speak of such division? If you are concerned that elder brother might lose motivation, consider it as a debt. However, I absolutely will not ask for repayment. He smiled. Furthermore, our family has only just begun. Things will only improve from here. Not just for me, but elder brother and little sister will not lack for anything either. Lu Guifan nodded, her face filled with pride and joy, suddenly wiping away tears of happiness and saying, I never dared to dream of this day. It is truly wonderful. Mother, rest assured, things will only continue to improve. He smiled. It's getting late. You should get some rest. As he watched his mother return indoors, he sat in the courtyard, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He had never imagined that this day would come. Fortunately, everything was moving in a positive direction. The following day, he awoke from his reclined position, feeling achy and numb all over. After stretching a bit, he realized that he hadn't had a restful night. He needed to find a construction team to tidy up the house and build a few more rooms. After purchasing breakfast outside, he saw his elder brother limping out of the house. Brother, our father is coming back today. Let us buy some meat for him at noon and prepare something nice. Yang Dazhuang's leg had improved significantly after more than half a month of treatment. He no longer needed crutches to walk, though his legs were still uneven, and the strength in his right leg had not fully returned, causing him to walk with a slight limp. However, this was a vast improvement compared to before. All right, brother. Let us avoid the hot pot. Let us get some beef or lamb, something easy and delicious. Sounds good. Yang Dazhuang smiled, but it's so hot outside. Their mother called from inside. What hot pot? We aren't having hot pot. Let us just stew some meat and have noodles. I'll head to the county soon to buy 2 mobile phones and pick up some other ready-made food. After breakfast, he rode his electric bike to the county, first checking on the elderly lady's condition at Ding Sony's home, reapplying the needles to alleviate her pain. Once that was done, he purchased 2 mobile phones and arranged for phone cards. With the newly acquired phones in hand, he immediately called his father to check on his arrival. After several rings, there was no answer. He then sent his new phone number to Si Jingxiao and Ding Sonyi to facilitate future communication. Barely half a minute after sending the message, his phone rang. It was Si Jingxiao. Hello, brother. I'm also in the county now. Where are you? I'm near Director Ding's house. What is up? There's something. Do you remember the child you rescued, Lu Meihua's child? The child has been taken to the hospital, and he went to take a look. He spoke in a low voice and followed the two into the hospital room. There, he saw the child lying listlessly on the bed. A frail body that seemed to be nothing but skin and bones, except for an unusually large belly. A 4-finger-wide incision marred the child's abdomen. With keen eyes, he observed several perforations in the child's stomach, which had been treated, but the severe ulcers rendered it reminiscent of the moon's surface. Dagon, can you save him? This child is so pitiful, having lost both his mother and grandmother, and none of the other relatives are willing to care for him, Su Miao whispered. Her eyes red with tears. I will give it a try, he pondered, considering the child's frail state, especially after just undergoing surgery. Medication was out of the question. Alternative methods were necessary. After some thought, he wrote a prescription and handed it to Su Miao. I will draw 2 circles on his body. They should boil the medicine down and apply it within the circles. Let us observe the effects first. If that does not work, we will consider other options. All right. I will arrange it immediately. Su Miao nodded eagerly, taking the prescription to find the doctor. Si Jingxiao chuckled wryly. Our police station deals with these matters daily. Have you visited the leader's home yet? I have, but I cannot see any results yet. The medication needs a few more days before we can see any effect. All right, brother, I will leave this matter to you. Si Jingqiao laughed. That Zhou Xiong. He just returned to the bureau and received a notification that he was reassigned to a nominal position at the archives department. He was not surprised. After the incident Zhou Xiong had caused, daring to discuss how to deal with him in front of his face, he knew Zhou could not hold on any longer. Ding Tsongi acted decisively, leaving no room for the other party. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. Where are you? Your father has been beaten and is in the hospital. You need to hurry and see him. His mother's panicked voice echoed in his ears, filling him with dread. His heart sank as he hurriedly asked, Mother, what happened? How could my father have been beaten? He's at the first municipal hospital. He went there this morning to collect his wages, which had been overdue for 3 months. They refused to pay, saying they had no money. And it escalated into a fight. They ended up beating your father. His coworkers mentioned it was a severe beating, and the doctor said he had fractures. His expression darkened, anger bubbling within him. Yet, he needed to maintain composure in front of his mother. All right, mother, I understand. I will go there right away. Hanging up, his face flushed with rage as he stormed out of the hospital, determined to confront those who dared to harm his father. Dagon, wait. Si Jingqiao called out urgently. I'll have Su Miao accompany you. She is from the city and can help with this matter. He kept a stern face and waved his hand dismissively. No need. I will go alone. With that, he strode out of the hospital, hailing a taxi that sped towards the first municipal hospital. Outside the orthopedic ward of the first municipal hospital, Su Changqiao anxiously called out, Doctor, please take a look at this test result. The young doctor took the result and glanced at it, promptly responding, everything with the blood work looks fine. He has 2 fractured legs, which require surgery. You should call his family quickly. The surgery is scheduled for this afternoon, so there is still time. Yes, Su Changqiao nodded repeatedly. Returning to the ward to find Yang Hongshan, bruised and in pain, lying on the bed with broken legs, groaning in agony. He sighed. Old Yang, I called your wife. The doctor said you will have surgery this afternoon. Why couldn't you just collect your money properly? Why argue with those foremen? Now look. Not only did you fail to get the money, but you also got beaten up. Yang Hongshan gritted his teeth. That was my hard-earned money. Why should they refuse to pay me? You can't swallow your pride now that you've been beaten? Su Changqiao lamented. Those foremen are ruthless. Breaking both your legs is inhumane. Their conscience must be fed to the dogs. Just then, a group of people burst into the room. Su Changqiao's expression changed as he recognized them and stood up, wary. Boss Qian, what brings you here? The stout, short figure at the forefront, Boss Qian, with sunglasses perched on his rotund face, approached Yang Hongshan's bed with a smile, saying, Old Yang, Old Su, no need to be nervous. I'm just here to visit you. Yang Hongshan glared angrily at Boss Qian. Qian Liuyun, get lost. I don't need you to visit me. Oh, Old Yang. You really need to work on that temper, Boss Qian chuckled. After all, I'm your employer, here to check on you, and you tell me to get lost? How ungrateful. With a grin, Qian Liuyun continued, but seeing you still have the energy to scold me puts me at ease. You stealing my 10 tons of rebar is worth 40,000 yuan. If you can't recover, that money will go to waste. Rebar? What rebar? Yang Hongshan asked, perplexed. I knew you wouldn't admit it easily, but I have witnesses ready. Remember that security guard, Zhu Qinghua, who was caught stealing our cables? Yes. That old Zhu just confessed at the station, implicating you in the theft of 10 tons of rebar and cables from our construction site. You're talking nonsense. Yang Hongshan erupted with fury. Qian Liuyun, I've never stolen your cables. I work honestly, don't slander me. Qian Liuyun chuckled. This isn't just me saying it. He named you at the police station. Look at the mess you're in. You've worked for me for 3 months without pay, and now your legs are broken. You'll end up in jail for a year. I can't help but feel sorry for you. Qian Liuyun's face twisted with delight as he watched Yang Hongshan's despair. However, there is a way out. If you're willing to pay me double for the stolen cables and rebar, just 80,000 yuan, I can overlook this. He glanced at his watch and added, by the way, I called the police on my way here. They should arrive in about 5 or 6 minutes. Think it over, if you agree. I want to press charges. We part ways amicably. If you refuse, don't blame me for being heartless. At this point, Yang Hongshan understood that Qian Liuyun had colluded with Zhu Qinghua to frame him, not only to avoid paying him, but also to cover up the incident of his broken legs and extort money from him. Qian Liuyun, you're full of nonsense. I will never agree to that. I will report you. If I can't report you in the city, I'll go to the province. If that doesn't work, I'll go higher up. This matter will never be over. Fury ignited within Yang Hongshan as he struggled to open his swollen eyes, filled with rage. Qian Liuyun's expression turned cold. Old Yang, you're really asking for trouble. I've tried to reason with you, but you refuse to listen. Now, let us not waste words. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not scared of your threats. If I were, I wouldn't have broken your legs. He flexed his wrists and suddenly grasped Yang Hongshan's fractured leg, pulling and twisting with force, the sound of bones grinding together echoing in the air, causing the broken bones to shift painfully beneath the skin. Ah! Yang Hongshan screamed in agony, sitting up, clutching his shattered leg, a heart-wrenching cry escaping his lips. Boss Qian, please stop. Old Yang. Su Changchao, seeing the scene unfold, instinctively tried to intervene, but the men accompanying Qian Liyun glared at him menacingly, causing him to shrink back, frozen in place. Qian Liyun smiled at Yang Hongshan while continuing his actions. Old Yang, how do you find my massage technique? I must tell you, it's a privilege reserved for you. Most people cannot indulge in my services. If you're comfortable enough, do speak. Yang Hongshan, in agony, felt the veins in his forehead bulging, his eyes wide open, and his hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly, nearly digging into his flesh. Hearing Qian Liyun's taunts, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Qian Liyun, you scoundrel, don't even think about it. I will never bow to you. If you have the guts, kill me. If not, I will ensure your demise. In a sudden surge of strength, Yang Hongshan pushed himself off the bed and lunged at Qian Liyun, pinning him down and fiercely grasping his neck, shouting in fury, I will fight you to the end. Caught off guard, Qian Liyun was thrown down, his neck firmly held, struggling to breathe as his face turned crimson. The individuals who accompanied Qian Liyun rushed to intervene. One grabbed Yang Hongshan's arm to pull him away. Yang Hongshan, unwilling to relent, struggled fiercely like an enraged beast, but was unable to break free from their grasp. Qian Liyun, clutching his neck, rose from the floor. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Yang Hongshan. You dare to fight me? His gaze swept the room and suddenly landed on a nearby chair. He seized it and swung it at Yang Hongshan's restrained arm. Stop it. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from the doorway as a shadow rushed in like a wild beast, colliding forcefully with Qian Liyun. Qian Liyun's body was sent flying backward like a loose kite, crashing into the bed before tumbling to the ground, clutching his chest and howling in pain. Chapter 46. The Pest Boss. The individuals holding onto Yang Hongshan were taken by surprise, quickly releasing him to confront the newcomer, Yang Daijing. Furious, Yang Daijing showed no mercy. He seized one man's arm and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a sickening crack as the bone contorted. A swift kick to another's thigh sent him crashing to the floor, his bone protruding grotesquely from the flesh, followed by a shoulder charge that broke several ribs of yet another. Yang Daijing, don't be impulsive, Su Miao called out, rushing from behind. Terrified by Yang Daijing's rampage, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around his waist, shouting, Daijing, don't resort to violence. Let go. Yang Daijing forcefully shook her off, ready to exact punishment on Qian Liyun. However, Su Miao, trained in combat, managed to catch his arm, locking it tightly. Daijing, calm down. We cannot afford to cause a death. The police are here. At this juncture, Yang Hongshan regained his composure and quickly urged, Daijing, don't act rashly. Hearing his father's voice, Yang Daijing's expression softened slightly. He rushed to his father's side, anxiously inquiring, Father, how are you? Just fine, I won't die. Yang Hongshan, drenched in sweat from the pain, managed to respond, You inherited my temper. Too impulsive. Think before you act in the future. Yes, father, Yang Daijing replied, casting a fierce glare at the moaning individuals on the floor. Let me help you to the bed and take a look at your leg. He assisted Yang Hongshan onto the bed and examined the fracture with his yin-yang fox eyes, relieved to find it relatively clean with no comminuted fracture, an unexpected stroke of fortune. Father, I will administer 2 needles to alleviate the pain, and then we'll set the bone. Set the bone? Yang Hongshan paused, incredulous. You can do that? Yes. I've studied for a few days. My technique is decent. He replied vaguely, pulling out 2 needles to inject at specific acupoints. Then, grasping the broken bone of his father's leg, he said solemnly, Father, it might hurt a bit. Bear it. Once we set it, you can avoid surgery and recover faster. Upon hearing this would save money, Yang Hongshan gritted his teeth. All right, go ahead. I can endure. He held onto the broken bone as Yang Daijing forcefully pulled it back into place. Just as he was setting the bone, 3 police officers entered, the leader looking like a captain. Upon surveying the chaos, his expression shifted dramatically, bewildered by the scene. Old Duan, I'm over here. Qian Liyun, seeing the police finally arrive, struggled to extend a hand while groaning in pain. Old Duan, this scoundrel attacked me. Look at the injuries inflicted on us. I have several broken bones. You must arrest him. The officer known as Old Duan rushed to examine the incapacitated Qian Liuyun on the floor, surprised. He recalled that Qian Liuyun was no saint. He had been in touch with him earlier, arriving just a few minutes late. Boss Qian, let me call a doctor for you. What is going on with these doctors? Why are there so many injured without anyone attending to them? I informed them not to enter since I know their employer. Qian Liuyun mumbled, wincing. Old Duan, you must take charge. They need to be severely punished. Don't speak recklessly. We have protocols to follow. Old Duan reprimanded, evidently reluctant to let their close relationship be known. He turned to Yang Daijing, who was busy setting Yang Hongshan's bone, mistakenly believing him to be a doctor, and scolded. You, as a doctor, should attend to the patients lying on the floor. Yang Daijing ignored him, focusing on his father. With a decisive crack, the bone was set, and he grabbed his father's leg, noticing a wooden chair nearby. He kicked it apart, retrieving 2 pieces of wood, and instructing Su Miao, bring me 2 ropes. Su Miao hurriedly searched the room and found 2 rolls of gauze on the table, quickly handing them over. Using the gauze, he secured the wooden planks firmly to his father's leg. After treating both legs, he meticulously examined the connection with his yin-yang fox eyes, ensuring a perfect fit before feeling at ease. Are you going to call someone to take care of these people? Old Duan scolded again, frowning at Yang Daijing's indifference. Yang Daijing glanced back at him coldly. I am not a doctor. You're not a doctor? Old Duan was taken aback, while Qian Liuyun shouted, Old Duan. He is Yang Hongshan's son. He is the one who injured us. Old Duan was stunned, realizing this seemingly insignificant young man had taken down several of Qian Liuyun's men. You are Yang Hongshan's son? Old Duan narrowed his eyes. Did you injure them? I did. Yang Daijing responded firmly. They attacked my father first. Do you not know that assaulting someone is a crime? Old Duan retorted. They were the aggressors. I was merely acting in self-defense. We will investigate whether it was self-defense. Handcuff him and take him back for questioning. Old Duan impatiently instructed the 2 officers behind him. As Yang Daijing faced the prospect of being handcuffed, Yang Hongshan urgently protested. Officer, they clearly struck first. On what grounds will you arrest my son? You are a police officer, and I am a police officer. Do you intend to teach me how to conduct an investigation? Old Duan shot him a glare. Moreover, Yang Hongshan, Zhu Qinghua has implicated you at the station, claiming you conspired to steal cables and steel from the construction site, totaling over 10 tons with losses amounting to several tens of thousands. You will need to accompany us for further questioning. An officer approached with handcuffs toward Yang Hongshan. Stop! Yang Daijing shouted furiously, blocking the officer. Can't you see my father is injured? He committed a crime. Even injured, he must return with us for questioning. Old Duan replied coldly. Do you wish to resist arrest? You better not be foolish. Resisting arrest will lead to increased charges, Old Duan warned with a sneer. And what about them? Before Yang Daijing could speak, Su Miao pointed at Qian Liuyun on the floor. They were injured by you and require medical attention. Old Duan replied nonchalantly. Is this how you conduct your investigations? Su Miao glared at them in anger. What process should I discuss with you? Who do you think you are? Old Duan waved his hand impatiently and said, take him back. I dare you. Su Miao shouted angrily, standing in front of Yang Daijing. You bunch of parasites, are you colluding with Qian Liuyun? Why else would you favor him? Chapter 47. Backing. I warn you. Watch your words. Otherwise, you'll be charged with defaming the police, and I'll have you arrested too. Old Duan spoke with a threatening tone. Get out of the way. Don't hinder the police in their investigation. With that, he grabbed Su Miao's arm and dragged him aside. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? Su Miao exclaimed anxiously as he saw them trying to arrest him. Huh. The police follow rules, and I don't care who you are. Old Duan, losing patience, pulled out handcuffs and swiftly cuffed Su Miao. You had your chance, but you squandered it. We suspect you were working with them and involved in theft. Now, we're taking you in for questioning. Su Miao stared in disbelief at the cuffs on his wrists. How could he, the daughter of a prominent figure in the city police, be inexplicably handcuffed by the police? How dare you cuff me? Su Miao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Old Duan. Hindering police work? You'll be cuffed for that. If you keep talking back, not only will I cuff you, but I will also detain you. Old Duan waved his hand. Take him away. Su Miao glanced at Yang Daijing, remembering that the chief had called him over to assist Yang Daijing. Now, he was too busy to help and had ended up in this predicament himself, handcuffed by the police. His pretty face flushed with anger as he shouted at Old Duan. On what grounds do you cuff me? I will file a complaint against you. I will report you online. I will sue you. Let me go? Damn it. Old Duan cursed impatiently, approaching Su Miao and, in a place unnoticed by others, suddenly pinched her waist sharply, a spot that would hurt but not leave marks. Su Miao winced in pain and shouted angrily, How dare you touch me? Is this how the police handle cases? Who says I touched you? Old Duan sneered, leaning close to Su Miao's ear to threaten her quietly. Shut your mouth, or I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead without leaving a trace. Su Miao was both shocked and furious, never expecting to encounter such violent law enforcement. Before she could utter a word, she felt his hand pinch her waist again, twisting it painfully, causing her to grimace and exclaim, You, Duan, how dare you act violently? Seeing Old Duan's audacity, Su Miao's face turned crimson with rage. With the handcuffs on, she struggled to reach for her phone in her pocket, her hand trembling with fury. Still want to make a call? Old Duan snatched the phone from her, forcefully pushing her out of the room. Behave and come back with me. Su Miao shouted in anger. Give me my phone back. Do you know who I am? I am. Shut up. Old Duan pushed her hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Yang Dagan, observing Old Duan's arrogance, felt a cold smile creep onto his face. If he didn't strip this man of his skin today, he wouldn't deserve to play such a role. As two police officers approached to take him away, he leaned close to Su Changchao and whispered a number. Uncle Changchao, call this number and tell him that I and Su Miao have been taken away by the city police. Su Changchao, taken aback, watched helplessly as Yang Dagan and Su Miao, along with Yang Hongshan, were carried away. Remembering what Yang Dagan had said, he hurriedly picked up his phone to dial. Hello. Who is this? I am Su Changchao. Yang Dagan asked me to call you. Dagan, what happened to him? He asked me to tell you that he and Su Miao have been taken away by the city police. What? The voice on the other end gasped in surprise. Then angrily asked, Don't they know Su Miao's identity? I don't know. These bastards. They dare to arrest Su Miao? They truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. All right, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, Su Changchao looked skeptically at the number on his phone, muttering, Who is this? Such an imposing tone. Does he have a way to rescue Dagan and the others? Meanwhile, Yang Dagan and Su Miao were being escorted to a police car, with even his father, Yang Hongshan, being pushed onto a stretcher for transport to the police station. Just as they were about to get into the car, Old Duan's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at it and quickly signaled to the nearby officers to be quiet, then jogged to the side to answer the call, wearing a humble smile. Hello, Chief Su. How can I help you? Duan Jiong, you uphold the law impartially. Very impressive. I've even received compliments about you. Duan Jiong paused, unsure of what the leader meant. The tone seemed like praise, yet it was laced with anger and discontent, causing his heart to sink. He quickly fawned. I have always kept your guidance in mind. Keeping my guidance in mind, it seems I can consider myself half your teacher. But I, as your teacher, have learned a harsh lesson from you. Duan Jiong finally understood that the leader was dissatisfied with him. Not knowing what he had done to provoke such anger, he hastily replied, Leader, did I do something wrong? Please instruct me, and I will rectify it immediately. No, you did well. It should be handled this way. You must not show favoritism just because she is my daughter. You must handle this case properly. I will personally supervise and closely monitor. Let me see your capabilities, Duan Qingtian. A huff of anger followed, and the call was abruptly ended. Listening to the busy signal on his phone, Duan Jiong stared blankly at the screen, shocked. Su's daughter? Wasn't she said to be assigned to the county as a police officer? When did he offend her to make Chief Su so angry? Feeling a wave of panic, he realized he might have unwittingly offended the leader's daughter, and it seemed her involvement in his case required him to uphold the law, which felt like a veiled threat. His mind raced. Who was Su's daughter? Which case? Suddenly, he recalled something and turned sharply to look at the woman he had just apprehended. He remembered Yang Dagan calling her name. Was it Su Miao? Su Miao? She shares the Su surname. Could it be that she is Chief Su's daughter? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, his heart racing to his throat, feeling dry and anxious. If she were truly Chief Su's daughter, what would he do? Recalling his earlier actions, a wave of regret washed over him, and he felt an urge to throw himself under a vehicle. Swallowing hard, he approached Su Miao, clearing his throat awkwardly, forcing a wry smile. Miss, may I ask your name? Su Miao shot him a furious glare. My name is Su Miao. What is it to you? Truly Su? Duan Jiong felt darkness cloud his vision, involuntarily shivering as he recalled Chief Su's furious words. He had arrested the chief's daughter and even used excessive force on her. Chapter 48. Spare you, he stubbornly pressed on. Miss Su, do you have any relation to our Chief Su? That's my father. Su Miao huffed angrily. Now you're willing to talk to me? I wanted to call my dad just now, and you snatched my phone away and even twisted my arm. It's over. Duan Jiong felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his head spinning as he nearly collapsed, bracing himself against the car to avoid falling. Regaining his composure, he noticed Su Miao still wearing the handcuffs, glinting coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down his spine. He quickly turned and yelled, Who told you to put handcuffs on Miss Su? Hurry up and release her. The nearby officers were taken aback, thinking, weren't you the one who cuffed Su Miao? Why are you blaming us now? Nonetheless, they hurried over to prepare to unlock the cuffs on her. Su Miao stepped aside, glaring at them. Duan Jiong hurriedly smiled. Miss Su, this is truly a case of misunderstanding. I genuinely did not know you were Chief Su's daughter. Please, have mercy on me and let us get those cuffs off. The handcuffs are put on at your whim, released at your command. It is unacceptable. Today, no one shall mock me. I intend to confront my father while adorned with these cuffs. I have never experienced this before. I must inquire how he managed his own policing. Those beneath him not only collude with developers, but also falsely accuse others and engage in violent enforcement. Duan Jiong's heart raced with panic. If Su Miao were to present herself with handcuffs to the authorities, it would surely infuriate them, sealing his fate. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he pleaded in a voice nearly desperate. Miss Su, I acknowledge my faults. Every error is mine alone. I implore you, grant me mercy this once. Mercy? Have you ever extended an opportunity to those whom you wrongfully accused using your power? Su Miao bellowed. You are a disgrace to the police force and deserve to languish in prison. I shall not let you off the hook. With that, she climbed into the police car. Yang Dagan stood aside, amused, surprised that Su Miao had actually entered the police vehicle. Momentarily at a loss, he pointed to himself. Get in. Su Miao shouted in irritation. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly complied. Su Miao turned to the other two officers, commanding, what are you waiting for? Get in and drive. The two officers finally comprehended that this young woman was the daughter of their superior, their hearts racing. At her command, they hastened to take their places behind the wheel. As the police car drove away, Duan Jiong stood frozen, consumed by a singular thought. It was over. No one could save him now. He would likely spend the rest of his life in confinement. The police vehicle arrived at the station, and upon reaching the entrance, 7 or 8 uniformed officers stood grimly awaiting them. The two officers trembled in fear at the sight. All the leaders of the precinct had gathered to confront them. Gritting their teeth, they parked the car before the leaders. Su Miao leaped from the vehicle and dashed into the arms of a middle-aged officer, sobbing Dad. Her plaintive cries tugged at Su Huayuan's heartstrings, prompting him to comfort her. Miao Miao, do not cry. I am here. The precinct leaders observed the scene, hesitant to intrude upon the father-daughter reunion. One stepped forward, coldly inquiring, where is Duan Jiao? Vice Director Sun, Captain Duan was left at the hospital entrance. The officer driving the car quickly explained. Vice Director Sun's expression darkened as he approached and forcefully removed their badges, declaring, you are both suspended immediately. The political office will contact you regarding the next steps. Inform Duan Jiong to report to the disciplinary office himself. Vice Director Sun, the two officers beseeched. But he turned away, his face devoid of sympathy. Yang Dagan rubbed his nose as he observed the unfolding drama, noticing Su Huan, his daughter, and a crowd heading into the precinct, disregarding him entirely. He opened his mouth in protest, extending his hands still bound by cuffs, wondering where he could possibly go with them on. Fortunately, after a brief wait, an officer approached, removing the cuffs and informing him that a meeting was to be held inside, and Su Miao would be attending, allowing him to attend to other matters. The vehicle that had brought his father to the precinct, upon witnessing the upheaval, had returned him to the hospital instead. Thus, Yang Dagan hastily flagged down a cab back to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found his father had been reassigned to a hospital room and was receiving intravenous fluids. 2 doctors were gathered at the bedside, inquiring about his condition. Dad, how are you feeling? He asked with concern. You're back. Is everything all right? Yang Hongshan asked anxiously upon seeing him. Everything is fine. My friend is the daughter of their director. They dared to mishandle the case. And now the precinct is addressing the matter severely. That is good to hear. These scoundrels have no respect for the law. They deserve a harsh reckoning. Yang Hongshan cursed indignantly. Dad, let us not dwell on them. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Yang Hongshan shook his head. Just some pain in my leg. Aside from that, nothing serious. A few scrapes are nothing to worry about. He diligently examined his father's condition, reassured to find that aside from the broken leg, nothing was severely amiss. Dad, in the future, do not act impulsively in such situations. Just tell me, and I will handle it. He advised earnestly. All right. Yang Hongshan replied with a beaming smile. The family had once been a source of stress for him. He had to toil endlessly to support them. Now, his son had made a name for himself, befriending the daughter of a city director and earning a decent income, filling him with pride as he remarked, Heir, you have truly succeeded. It brings me joy. This is merely the beginning. Better days lie ahead. He replied with a smile. Dad, I've already set your bone. The rest is just a matter of proper recovery. Do you prefer to recuperate here in the city, or should we return home for a gradual recovery? Home. It's too expensive here, and it's uncomfortable. Let us recuperate at home. Very well, I will arrange for a vehicle shortly. Let us return home to recover. Once we are home, I will administer your treatment daily, and with the right medication, you should be able to move about in a month. He rushed to the doctor's office, briefly discussing the arrangements. Given his father's condition, regular vehicles were unsuitable, and the hospital ambulance would be ideal. The doctors, understanding his unique circumstances, quickly agreed to coordinate an ambulance for their return home.